All right, let's go ahead and get things started. I was waffling over what we're going to play today, and I remembered a bunch of votes got yesterday for American Truck Simulator, but it didn't end up winning over Hydroneer. So it's like, yeah, whatever. Good enough reason for me. I also pulled up my little tool that, like, recommends games and all that to play on stream that I've been tinkering with more and more lately. And it was technically on the list, so I was like, all right, literally any reason is a good enough reason for me, I guess. So we're gonna go ahead and grab that. It has been interesting because, like, with that tool I talked about, it recommends games I should play and all that kind of stuff. And RimWorld came up again. That was actually the other one I was debating was RimWorld, but I was like, I've done RimWorld recently. Let's do something new. But I haven't seen Project Zomboid show up on that tool in a very long time. Like, a very long time. It was just kind of one of those things that popped in my head recently. And that's just because genuinely it's not been great for growing your communities and all that in a while. I mean, it's basically everyone's kind of in, like, the Build 42 waiting room. Kind of just waiting for that to happen. There's a lot of people who still have a lot of interest in the game but aren't actively playing or watching it right now just because, people are kind of like rotating through the challenges. Like, they'll go into multiplayer for a little while, they'll do the marathon run for a little while, they'll do the next thing for a little while, then they'll kind of scratch their head and go, okay, what now? So I do honestly think even after Build 42, I don't see Project Zomboid making a huge comeback. I do think it'll do fine, especially right after Build 42. I do think it'll have, like, a nice little resurgence there. But I think honestly, other than, like, diehard fans, generally speaking, people have probably kind of played it out, as it were. Was it Trucking Simulator or Truck Simulator? Truck Simulator. And I know, for the record, it's not a new topic on the stream. Let's see. Get the last of the announcements out. Bird and Sun grabbing that first. So let's go ahead and get this on the other stuff. Let's see here. And as a side note, and I'll go into it later in the stream, I was debating how I wanted to approach it. Like, whether I wanted to make, like, some big announcement kind of thing or not. I honestly haven't made the decision. But I'll just go ahead and say it right here, which is kind of spoiling if it was a big announcement, which is that people have known I've been pursuing a diagnosis for ADHD, something I've known I've had for a long time, but was never diagnosed. As of today, I am actually officially diagnosed. Yeah. Sure thing, Burning Sun. You'll need to remind me. But yeah, I don't have a problem with that. I'm sure people will ask questions about it. Like, I even debated putting in the title and everything that, like, I had gotten the diagnosis and all. I'm like, nah, it's a little much. Like, it's something I'm glad I've done. And it's not like I'm trying to hide or, not make it a thing. But at the same time, Hey, Kalaria, how's it going? For the record, like, I'm totally cool talking about it. Like, it's not a thing like that. Okie dokies? It's okie dokies is not bad. There's always certainly worse than okie dokies. Okay. Oh, I'm not gonna be able to change any of my settings until I get into this game. Alright. So, the beginning of the stream, I'm not going to have the sound in the game because I have no idea what to expect on that. And I don't want to blast eardrums and all that kind of stuff. But this is one of those games that you cannot get into the game until you create your stuff, and I cannot get to... Wait, can I get to my things? No, I can't get the things. Alright, so let's go ahead and switch over real fast, which is to the game we're going to be playing today. Which is today we're going to be playing a game called American Truck Simulator. It's not some big, like, hoo-ah America thing. It's just a series called Truck Simulator series that are, like, there's European Truck Simulator, American Truck Simulator, that kind of thing. That the gist of the game is you have a truck, you buy things, you sell things. So you're like contracted trucker or whatever. You can later on like actually start a company and have extra truckers, and you can like do a whole bunch of stuff. I very briefly played the I'm blanking on the words Euro Truck Simulator, but not no like I never really got super into it, not for a specific reason, it just didn't happen. But the gist of why I'm playing this today is I didn't know what to play up until like the stream start. And I know yesterday there was a vote for games, and this was the second placer. And then I brought up my little tool that I've been experimenting with and working on that's supposed to help like inform me what games I could potentially grow an audience with and yada yada yada. And it showed up. So I was like, you know what? Good enough for me. Because I think the only other game on the list I may have chosen that showed up may have been RimWorld. But I played a bunch of RimWorld, so that's fine. I'm trying to look. It is a bunch of just random faces. I'm gonna go with that one because otherwise we're gonna sit here all day. All right. So I have to preferred truck design, orange, done. Time to see if where I live is accurate. So my understanding, this is from messing with the Euro Truck Simulator before all this, is that what they actually do is it does take the gist of the areas, but they have to kind of compress it a bit, just for game stuff. So it's kind of like thematically right, and like what roads intersect with what roads is mostly right. But when it gets down to the nitty gritty, it ends up being off, just because again they couldn't account for every single building's design, all that. Do they include some landmarks? I don't know. I am noticing I don't get a choice of the map module. I'm assuming that's a DLC thing, because I don't believe I bought any DLC. Company name. This is always the tricky part. I like money. No, it's a company. We like money. There we go. Solid company. All right. This will apply recommended settings based on the connected devices. If you're using a Steam-compatible gamepad, consider enabling configuration support, yada, yada, yada. Money, 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 Inc. Yeah, I do not have a steering wheel. I technically have a HOTUS. I don't know how I would feel about driving a truck with a big joysticks, you know, bringing it back and forth kind of thing. So not sure how I would feel about that. I think I'm just going to go with keyboard for now. All right. Select the gearbox type. The simplest driving method, so we have simple automatic, the simplest driving method designed especially, but not only for keyboard control. Press forward to drive forward, press back to brake or reverse. The gearbox will handle everything else for you, switching between gears and driving forward, braking. Everything else for you, switching between driving forward, braking, or reversing, shifting to the proper gears, and so on. Real automatic, ideal for wheel and pedals. Use the buttons to switch between driving forward, standing, neutral, reversing, then press the accelerator pedal. Sequential, manually shift between the gears up and down, between forward gears, neutral, and reverse. This is a little difficult to master, but you can reach better driving performance and have full control of the vehicle in various situations. And H shifter. Directly select the desired gear, similar to the difficulty of sequential gearing, yet more realistic. Physical H gear, like a G27 or a G25 recommended, requires a clutch. And yep. The game is now configured, and you can continue. For those who didn't catch, I chose simple automatic because I already am concerned about the sheer number of controls this game is probably going to have. Oh, you got the bug there, Day? It's very nice. Awesome. Glad to hear. As a reminder, we do have merch. So, there's that. Driving rig when? I probably won't buy a driving rig. I actually have a hands-on throttle and stick, so a HOTUS, but it's like back in the corner because there's just no space on my desk right now. Like if I were to ever main sim games like Space Sims, I could see dedicating space to it. But it's always been a problem when I was like into like Elite Dangerous and all that, that where I want the stick is where your mouse goes, which means your mouse can't go there. And there's never been a really good setup I found for having both. Like you could do the thing like the shelf underneath, but then the mouse is too low. Um, I've seen things where like they rig it like if I were to really commit to it, they make a thing that goes on so you have like your arm for your chair, and there's like a shelf that flips out from underneath it. But that would be much because it is a really heavy joystick, which is why I like it because it's really heavy. So when I'm slamming the stick all over the place, it's not flipping all over the place. It just sits where it's at. Um, but yeah, I don't think I could like if like some random company like Logitech reached out and said, "Hey, we want to do a sponsorship. We'll send you a wheel or whatever." It's like, okay. I'd probably accept that, but I'm not even sure past the sponsorship I'd hook it up. Because you probably noticed I almost never do driving games. Not for any specific reason, it's just usually not what I go to. So the game is now configured to continue. You can change configuration later on the control screen. Nice. Use left or A, and right or E. So that's already a promising thing. This means it's detected Dvorak, because where people have WASD, I have what is it? The comma AOE. So let's see. Use up, use a comma to drive forward, and then down or O for reverse. Yes. All right, so already plus 5 points. It detected my keyboard layout with the proper things. Okay, select a city where you want to start. Yeah, so it does appear that I only have part of the West Coast. Like I said, this is probably a DLC thing that like you'd buy a DLC to get like the South over there. This one has like that there's stuff there, but they don't let me choose those cities. But yeah, I would fully anticipate this is all DLC. The rest of it. Um, I wonder if I can get close to where Tomb was originally from. I want to say Tomb is originally from up in this area. Because remember we were able to drive to San Francisco, but it was not a convenient drive. We'll go with Sacramento. For no specific reason. Just because I'm like, okay. Trying to think of the cities I've been to. So I've been to Phoenix, I've been to Tucson. None of the other ones. I'm going to Vegas for TwitchCon. Let's see. The blacked out states are not out yet, but probably coming one day. I was under the impression it was DLC. Because I know there is a heckin' lot of DLC for this game, to my understanding. I've been to San Diego. I have not been to LA. I've been to San Francisco. No, wait. I have not been to San Diego. I've been to San Francisco. I believe I've been to Eureka. Huh. Do you want to walk through the tutorial? Yes. I have no idea what I'm doing. The DLCs are the ones without dots in New Mexico. Ah, gotcha. So where it was like grayed in but no cities is DLC. Where it's grayed out, there's none. Okay. Can I get to my settings yet? I hope it didn't actually. Okay, before we do anything, you won't have any sound yet. And that's because I couldn't get into the sound settings before now. And so I didn't want to smash everyone's eardrums. So we've got that. So the next step is figuring out how to get out of the game because it seems to be one of those ones that doesn't want to let me out. There we go. And turn the game sound on. Oh, we need to turn off the music. And the reason I need to turn off the music there is there's a radio in game. At least I know there's a radio in Euro Truck Simulator that weird. In Euro Truck Simulator, they'll actually play the radio stations. Is there no sound here? Alright, give me a moment. I'm gonna try reloading the game real fast. Because I switched the audio devices and sometimes you have to. So that's just setting up game for first run on stream time. If I had known I was going to be playing this ahead of time, I would have gone through. No, I want to drive the tutorial. Yep. There we go. We have sound now. Yay. You want to... Sure. Do you want to enable image spotlight feature? You will be able to browse through a selection of spectacular images handpicked from World Trucks. Oh, you loud. Let me alt tab you. That's interesting. It faded out when I alt tabbed. By default, there's no radio, but you can choose to listen to it. Yeah. No, that's fine. Just go away. I need to adjust this volume. It is deafeningly loud for me. Okay. So let me go ahead and switch back over here and fix my volume in OBS. And that was with us turning down the volume before we got there, for the record. Man, you're still loud. How? Okay. We might have to adjust some stuff. So let's see what we have for accessibility settings, because that's always one of those things that I bring up usually the first time I play any game. We got basic brightness settings and all that. That's all cool. UI scaling. It's interesting that it puts on customized 39. Yep, no idea. Alright, sunshades, color correction. Make sure we don't have any motion blur, because that would be bad. Alright. No frame limiter. That's disappointing, to be honest. That's always the thing you want as a streamer. Or if you have a computer that's struggling a little bit. So for audio, you have your typical voice things. I do appreciate that they have a lot of different things. So if like the music you find in the UI annoy you, can crank that down. If the radio, let's get rid of that. Radio goes away. And that's just because DMCA. Because I believe you can tune into like actual real world radio stations in the game. At least I believe the Euro Truck Simulator can do it. I can only assume this one would too. Yeah. CB radio, you have a whole bunch of stuff. So yeah, like the audio, I like it when they really break down the your options a lot like that. Desktop background, cool. Desktop fade delay, sure. You can simulate fatigue. You can get fined for traffic offenses, preferred job length, route speed limit, show truck limit, automatic parking dialogue, keep route advisory hidden, heavy cargo warning. So you got a whole lot of game settings. Show cutscenes, show blockers. You have a bunch of stuff related to like your transmission. You can apparently adjust your torque. Truck speed limiter. I assume the truck speed limiter means I don't have to manage my speed. It'll just drive up to the speed limit and it'll stop. Realistic fuel consumption, cabin properties. So it looks like you can change a lot of stuff. Like a lot of stuff. 24-hour clock, yes please. Sure. We have keybinds, straightforward, they're keybinds. We have controls, which is just if you want to adjust a bunch of stuff. So they actually have a lot of settings in here. Color feedback, which is toggleable. And clicking on it makes the whole thing lag for a moment. Eye tracking, if you had an eye tracker on there, the Tobii eye tracker. Sure. Except it says it's running in offline mode. It's fine, whatever. Okay. That was an interesting change. I'm usually watching a stream while playing this game. Gotcha. Okay, so I've got all this. And I'm just gonna look. So yeah, here's the DLC nonsense. So you can go by maps. Yeah, so they got maps for a whole bunch of other states. So like right now we have California, Nevada, and like one other state or something like that. I think Arizona? But yeah, so you can actually buy to get a bunch of other states in there. I'm not going to, but it is an interesting thing. Alright, editor profile, because I remember. Oh. Yeah, not gonna bother signing up online. Manage profiles. Gotcha, so that's if you had more than one person on your computer. Yeah, so that's pretty straightforward. It's an interesting approach to the UI. There's stuff I do and don't like about it. Alright, so I guess we continue the game, and hopefully we still have access to tutorial. I'm also waiting for this music to go away. There we go. Alright, press... Okay, so the game volume itself is pretty quiet. So this is where it's going. Alright, so the music volume... The UI music volume, get out of here. We have a little tinkering with that, I do apologize. Alright. Oh, drive forward 7 meters. 2, 3, 4. Why is 9 the next camera? Switch to the chasing camera. And look around the truck. Press enter or numlock to continue. We have the roof camera, the lean out camera, the bumper camera, the on-wheel camera, the drive-by camera. Okay. Oh, it's time to make a delivery. Use the route advisor to see where you need to go. Press F1 or pause look closely. When the game is paused, you can control the route advisor with the mouse. You have a sat nav called Route Advisor available at all times. The Route Advisor displays your current status and helps you with information about your current job and points where you go. Okay. Your current status, speed, gear, damage, fuel, fatigue, email indicator, time, and money. Contents of your selected page. Page toggle switch between the navigation and the current job description. Okay. The navigation map shows you the current positions and blue arrows. If you're on the job, it also shows the shortest route between your destination in the red with green. All right, that's fair enough. You can switch the page using the num command, so damage, no short messages, okay. Cargo and destination. All right. This is all you need to know from the route advisor. You can run this tutorial again anytime by pushing the help button. Done pause, press F1. Alright, okay, so I'm facing... Okay, there we go. The triangle icon is a little confusing, but now I realize up is forward on there. And that's fine. Okay, note to self. The brakes, it is a semi. It does weigh a ridiculous amount. Do not do much very fast. I guess the big question is, what is my cruise control button? Let's find out. Options, keep input, throttle, shift up, shift down, neutral, park, brake, da-da-da-da-da. Da-da-da. Where is cruise control? Beacon, horn, wipers, cruise control. J. Okay, I have to think about that. It's weird mentally putting myself going, okay, push the J button on this. Okay, and we have to obey the laws. If we get spot, we get fined. Alright, so my miles per hour is down there on the bottom right. Kind of hard to see. What is the speed limit here? Oh, it's 30. Alright, so it's going to take me a little bit to adjust to this, because I haven't played many games where you drive like a semi that drives like a semi. So it takes a little bit for the brakes to do anything. Okay, come on. Alright. Okay, I have to think about where J is. Stop, please. Stop, please. It's fine. Hey, K Cartel, how's it going? We're just out here obeying the law. I feel like I'm playing GTRP right now. Aw, I'm gonna have to wait for them. No. Go. Why are you honking at me? Oh, it's a train. I'm already going, man. Figure it out. I was like, why is the box truck honking at me? Oh, nope, it's warning me I'm speeding. I'm gonna have to find the cruise control. Okay, checking controls again. It said it was J and what? It's just J. Are plus and minus used for anything? There's minus. All right, I have to actually physically think. Give me 2 seconds. This is J, right? There we go. My brain is switching between QWERTY and Dvorak, and it's throwing me off. There we go. Cruise control is on. Hey. Hey, I'm going over. You figure it out, man. I would signal, and I'm sure there's a button for it, but I don't know what it is, and I don't believe I have consequences if I don't do it in this game. Why does it not feel like my cruise control's getting turned on? Brake, 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 brake. Okay. Eh. Don't worry, I'm speeding up. Hang on. Real wide turn right into the R lanes. Don't worry about it. That's fine. That's how all the semis drive in this area. Didn't you know? Stop, please. I need to adjust those brakes. I wish I knew this area better to be like, ah, yes, this feels right. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's brown like California. That's the thing I remember about California is everything was brown. Okay. That's actually one of the things when Jim was talking about, like when she first came to Florida, she's like, everything's so green here. Yup. It rains all the time. I always get nervous every single time stopping because the brakes on this thing do not feel like they're probably correct for a semi. I haven't driven a semi, but you hit them, it's like nothing is happening. You're like, but why? Eh, eh. I stopped at the sign. I like that your parking lot has a 45-mile-per-hour speed limit. Oh, we're gonna collapse. Okay. It's fine. It was 1% damage. Lesson learned. Not really. I gotta adjust to the turning on this. Real life me does not like big vehicles for driving. There's a reason why when I was like in my 20s I had a Mazda Miata. The smaller the better. Okay. I see you have the icon there, but I don't know where you want me to put it. Because it's not a bay door there. Hey, officer, if you just keep going and not look over here. That's not the delivery spot? I mean, it's telling me to go here. So once the front of the truck here. Let's see. A skilled truck driver can deal with maneuvering into a tight spot when dropping off the trailer. However, the cargo safety is top priority. If you do not feel up to the challenge, negotiate with the dispatcher for a backup space, a place to park your trailer. Where do you need it? Okay. I'm gonna immediately regret this, aren't I? Okay, which bay do you want me to take this to? I see. Alright, road. Get ready to be shut down. Alright, pull it forward, no turning. Pull it forward, no turning. Come to a stop. Cut a little bit, start lining it up. Start cutting it back. I know I'm doing this very slowly. But I've talked about knowing what I'm doing with this kind of thing before, and I have a feeling I need to demonstrate that. I'm a little off on this side. Right, we need to cut it to straighten out the trailer. Need to straighten the truck back out. Stop. Press Y to unload. Did it in one. And I got the achievement like a boss. This is your headquarters. Excellent. I live in a dump. I mean, it looks like any other industrial building, to be honest. I mean, other than the giant heap of tires in front, that is a little... It's a pretty basic garage. It may not be much, but it's a start. You are correct, it is not much. Unfortunately, you haven't got anything to park there yet, so there are no trucks in sight. Excellent. Once you've earned enough money and bought a truck, you'll be able to move in the world freely and run your own business from here. Nice. Good luck. Okay. All right. So let's see the career. So I made one delivery of excellent quality, on time and undamaged. So I mean, we basically won. As long as I don't do any more deliveries, we have a perfect track record. We have explored less than 0.4% of the map. We have discovered one truck dealership. And then just various other stats. And we had delivered vegetables. Yeah, so we're gonna get skills and all that when we gain levels. Oh, it's trying to tell me right now. Here is your progress. Cool. Oh, that's literally it. So pick our next job. All right, get hired as a professional driver. No fuss. Everything is provided for. Just pick a job and drive. All right. So we have a bunch of jobs to pick from. And they're rated by how much I get paid per mile. So my assumption is so that's the offer expires. I wasn't sure how long the actual drive is. Shh. Sure, I'm probably making a mistake. Yes, I will take the job. And someone's like, "Dear God, do you know what you've just done? You just signed up for a 6-hour drive." This trip time after you select the job? Gotcha. I didn't look. I assume it's long, because that's part of the thing about the game, is it's supposed to be somewhat realistic without... I've got mail! Alright, everyone, we gotta stop what we're doing. What the heck was the button? Was it you? How do... How do I check my mail? Brand... Oh, it's unsolicited mail? I mean, it's advertising that I can buy trucks and where to buy them. Gotta make them wide turns. No stop sign, no problem. Hey, truck, I hate to say it, but you gotta figure this out, man. We're going places. Ah, gravity assist, I see. You see nothing, cop. I was not speeding. What is the cargo? I have no idea. I didn't look. All I looked at what was the pay. And I was like, good enough for me. Yeah. Must be going downhill like everywhere because it just seems. Ah, there we go. It's just like it seems to accelerate so much after I've let off the gas. Okay. All right. They're definitely out in the farmlands. So for the record, when you go to California, about the entire middle of the state looks like this. Just farm after farm after farm. A lot of your, like, almost the entire country's tomatoes, for the most part, come from here. Almonds, pecans, all your nut trees are primarily in California. They do have stuff like apples and all that, but generally it's not that much of it. Apples are a lot more from Michigan, a little bit from Ohio. But, like, genuinely, I can't remember what the percent is. Alright, so it's blinking red. So you stop at the light, you check both ways, make sure no one's coming, and then you go. Versus blinking yellow means you don't have to necessarily stop. It's a caution versus, I can't remember, I think the other one's hazard? Most places you don't see those anymore. You either see it just red light and all that, or it'll be like green arrow or like just yield. I think partly because there's a lot of people who have no idea what to do when they see those. Yeah, just crossing the line a little bit and speeding a little bit, it's fine. Cruise control is set. We have a biplane flying over. I wasn't anticipating there being planes, but I mean, sure. Do you get graded on how well you drive? So, I get graded, I believe, on how long it takes me to get there. If the goods are damaged, so that would weigh a little bit into how well I drive. I don't believe I get any bonuses or penalties. Like, if I were to go back and forth across this line, as long as I don't get caught, it'll be fine. But, they do have, like, speeding and traffic violations in the game. It's not like every possible real-life traffic violation is included, but, they do have quite a few of them. Like, blasting through stop signs and red lights will get you in trouble if you're seen. That kind of stuff. I don't know exactly how likely it is to be seen and all that. I haven't played enough. Alright, train, you go near the track, right? You don't go across it? Alright, you stay on your side, I'll stay on my... Oh, I'm gonna have to deal with it anyways because I'm turning left, aren't I? Never mind. Okay. We're going to Valojo, which I have no idea where it is. Part of me wants to see if I can get down to the area that Tomb is originally from. It's not far from Modesto. I'd be curious to see their representation of it. Phase next thing, Euro Truck Simulator is kind of harder for me because every country has different speed traps. Yeah. Alright, let's go. What? Why are you going, truck? Do we need to talk about this? I have the green. Do we need to fight? Oh, right light ends. Go. Hey, your local guru. I don't know if I have one of the mods right here. Where's your horn button? I bet you it's H. Better be H. I'm kind of scared to push it in case it's not H and I like detach the trailer while driving or something. Because good chance you can do that. No left side mirror? No, I don't care about that. There might be a button to show it. Just Steam Deck? Yeah, I used to have a button set up for it. Like you'd push the button and then it'd be it'd show up to people currently in your channel who like I can't remember exactly how it worked. I used to have it set up and then it got like disconnected or whatever and I never fixed it. Yeah, it was something like that. Look, man, I'm going the speed limit and you're all leaving me in the dust, which, I mean, that's actually a very authentic experience for driving in the US. Are you going to warn me that the speed limit drops up here? Or am I expected to take this at 55? I'm a little nervous. I slowed down. It's not just a shot test that's in California, it's like 15 above. That's not even just California, that's pretty universal. I'm also being bothered that half of the signs... Oh, I see, it's 65 for most people. I don't... Okay. It had the solid bars for that the lane was going to end. But yeah, no, it's pretty much everywhere. And people have all sorts of rules of what you can get away with, and none of them are true. Like the 8 you skate, 9 you're mine. Those kind of rules about speeding. Here's a hint. They don't have a formal policy on any of those things at police departments. I've 100% seen people get pulled over for a 1 mile per hour over ticket. You gotta really piss someone off to do that. I mean, that was actually because it's in a government restricted area, and so the person did have authorization to be there, but it's kind of like, hey man, you need to behave. If you're fast enough, you don't get in trouble. I didn't used to be a cop. I used to work with the police department on their IT side. Like, it was local government that I worked, not specifically the police department, but the police department was part of it. So I worked with the fire department, police department, economic development, city hall, the whole shebang. I got to see how code enforcement actually does their stuff. I think I'm supposed to merge off here. There we go. You'd always have the people showing up thinking that the local government's doing some like big conspiracy. So I was like, man, you wish the government here had that kind of organization skill. Oh, you say 20. Let's drop it. Okay. The government wishes they had the organization to hold up those kind of conspiracies. Never mistake incompetence as malice. I kind of wish I had that other mirror right now. This is the exact moment I'd want it. We would never know if you were following the GPS or not. Oh, I am solidly covering the GPS. Okay, hang on a second. Let me go ahead and get that shout out first. That is not what I wanted to do. I think I just changed my control scheme to QWERTY. Shout out. Your local guru. For those who don't know, your local guru, fantastic content creator. We've been playing some Doom. Let's grab our camera like that, and unfortunately, it's not going to show me. I think that's high enough that we'll be out of the way. We'll try here. We'll try there, and if it's wrong, we'll fix it. We'll fix it in post, chat. There's no post in streaming. Yeah, I don't mind covering this crap up here. That's fine. I think it's F2 and F3 to show both mirrors. Yeah, then I want to do that. There we go. Now I have both mirrors available. I have doubled the amount of information I get about vehicles alongside me. Okay. Just assume I'm not speeding. So, it wouldn't be so bad if I could stay on this screen to test. Okay. So honestly, I see where I can put the camera to make this not a big deal. So we'll do this real fast. I'll pop here. I'll go like this. And I'll plunk myself right down there. We'll go like that. Bring it up. There we go. There we go. That's what we needed. F1 to pause that many? Oh, yeah. Well, the problem is I'm having to Alt-Tab out of the game. It's not letting me, like, mouse out of the game. I'm willing to bet there's a control I just need to change. Yep, this is California. When Tomb gets here, if we're still playing this, and we're still driving around this area of California, no one spoil where we're at, and I'm just gonna ask her what this looks like. And I bet you she says California. The whole point, though, is it has to be unprompted, otherwise it doesn't work. Let me see. Because this is the first time I've been playing. Did they have a borderless as a separate option? Yeah, they just had full screen mode as the only option here. So they didn't have a thing here for borderless. Unless their UI is terrible and what should be a drop down. Because normally nowadays you see full screen, windowed full screen border, whatever, or just windowed mode. And we have a nice little rest stop right over here. Don't mind me shoulder check, like riding the shoulder a little bit, it's fine. We're just making sure we're still awake. Is the gas enough? No, it's not. I didn't even notice my gas gauge. Well, wait a second, they gave me this truck, right? Why didn't they fill it up? How far do I head to my destination? I have a while. I have a while to my destination is the end. Well, I honestly have no idea if the gas is enough. They gave me a truck with like a quarter of a tank from the looks of it. Yeah, I think it's fine. It would be kind of a dick move for the game if they're like, haha, you're brand new to the game and you've never played before. We're going to give you a truck with not enough gas and not give you any indication or warning that that's a problem. And just let you run out of gas and experience it. Stop. Okay. I think I can. Okay. Here's a slight incline. You know how it is. I see the car coming, but I'm taking my leave here. All right. All right. Highway 5, California? I wasn't actually paying attention to what road I am. We are in California, though. I don't know what highway we were on, though. We are approaching 50, though. Yeah, it was a perfect turn. I definitely did not just destroy any car that would have been in the other lane right there. As far as it taking like an actual 80 minutes, I don't believe so, no. Because you'll notice the time is like going down much faster than by the minute. I think it's trying to estimate based on current speed, so since I was stopping and going and all that, it was going way slower. It does take a while. Yeah, so I assume it's going to jump really high here in just a second. You're so used to first person that it's weird seeing a truck like this. Yeah. Because, like, since you asked, it's already down to, supposedly 30 minutes. Because they do a thing about making it so the drives actually take a while. But they also balance it out where, I don't want to go through it. Okay. They also balance it between that and, you know, what's reasonable for playing. Because you can only imagine if the game genuinely, you'd sit down, you do like a long-haul trucker, and, you know, you drive from like one state to the other and have to commit, you know, real life 12 hours to the run or whatever. What am I hauling? Next rest stop is in 7 hours and 59 minutes. Yeah, so I think the GPS gives you realistic numbers of what it would actually be in real life. While the game does wink wink nudge nudge compressed time / distance. I've discovered Redding. Alright everyone, it's time to get a flag. I have discovered a new land and shall claim it as my own. Oh yeah, no, we're absolutely in California. That I know. The only thing I know is we're supposedly in Redding, California. But like when you're asking is this Highway 5, like I don't know. That's definitely highway on Highway 5. Oh, Redding is definitely on Highway 5? I believe you. Eh. Eh. Don't worry about it, chat. It's fine. That stop sign had it coming. Why am I doing so bad all of a sudden? The entire trip went flawlessly. And then the last turn I took too fast and the driver's like, no, I don't do this. Meanwhile, here's the people like waiting for their delivery going, oh god. Is there gonna be anything left of this delivery by the time it gets here? Okay. Alright. I mean, I'm just gonna skip it if it's only gonna give me 40. Get out of here. Give me real XP. Yeah. We have been leveled up to newbie. Alright, so I apparently get skills. I can expand my offerings into controlled stuff. So explosives, flammable gas. We can make it so we can do deliveries that are longer distances. Deliveries up to 400 miles in distance. We get higher rewards based on longer distances, 25% extra experience longer distance. High value cargo. So basically I'll just get slightly more money. Fragile cargo. Okay. Just in time. So it's like a high-speed delivery. Hey, the follow. Welcome to the stream. And then fuel economy, which is just means we're going to save fuel while driving. We'll check our email. Need money? We can help. Ooh, yay. More solicitations. Why does it still show us new message? Why do you still show us new message? I've read it. Get rid of the one. I'm gonna go for long distance. Bam. Done. Apply. Keep track of your garages, yada yada yada. Okay. I guess one thing we should check is what should I be saving up for truck-wise? Oh, is this gonna be a thing where buy online? This feature is only for trusted customers. You need to own at least 3 trucks before buying online. Well, no, yes, no. I just want to know what I need to save up, man. Let me see your catalog. I don't want to actually buy the truck right now. I'm trying to get a feel for how much I should be saving. I'm sure 8,000 is not enough. It's not even remotely close to enough. But I want to know like that line in the sand I need to reach. Um your email didn't have anything, did it? No. Get a loan and buy a truck? But then I got to pay my loan. Versus yeah, I can visit the dealer. I was liking the idea of just kind of going around little by little, but it's fine. Um, Truck deals. Okay, so I only know 2 of them. I'm gonna go to this one because it's closer. We can go to the selected dealer. All right, so you cost 100,000. Yeah, so they're starting at, we'll say 120,000 is the cheapest. That's fair. Okay, job market. Quick job. All right. That is definitely a long haul truck. Done and done. You do make your own money. I understand that. You also do your own maintenance and all that. I'd definitely like to do a couple of deliveries for the other like companies on hire first before I do that. Because one of the things, and this is something that happens a lot of games I play, that like the moment I'm short on money, people's like, you need to take a loan, that way you can do the next thing. I'm like, but the interest. Oh, 1 second. And I can tell you a number of things, like big ambitions, for example. Okay, so you're saying, by the way, if you turn off full screen, but resolution is still your display resolution, it's basically borderless. Sure, we'll give that a try. Or iAffix. Um, this or Euro Truck Simulator. This is my first time playing, so I cannot answer which is better. Oh, okay. That's weird that they had presented that way. That's fine. Thanks. Because the alt tabbing was weird. But between the 2 games, I can't answer. This is my first time playing this one, and I only very briefly played Euro Truck Simulator a long time ago. But yeah, I know it's like it's a thing, like for example, big ambitions. That every time it's like, oh, you want to open a new business? Go take a loan. And it's like, but you don't understand. I have to pay interest all the time. And sure, on the short hand, you can bootstrap up faster. But man, interest will come back and get you. Now, if I didn't have a way to earn decent money already, then yeah, I'd be like, yeah, take the loan. Because there's a lot of games that they do force you to take a loan at the beginning. And that's kind of like when you've made in the game is you pay off your loan, so now you're making your money for yourself kind of thing. But that's not where we're at. Plus, I'm still leveling up, getting my skills up, and all that kind of stuff. I have new email. But I have a blinking notification. I want to read it now. Alright, so we're going to get green light here in just a minute, because usually it's green arrow, then green light. Not always, but usually. Well, that's disappointing. Oh my god, turn green. It's gonna be cooler if you had like a van or something smaller than actually a truck to start your own company in case you want to. I could see that. Like get like a little box van or whatever. Or not even a box van, get like the equivalent of like a DHL delivery van. Like just like an Econoline van. Make it shorter deliveries too, so make it like last mile Amazon style delivery. Or last mile, like, you know, you're taking it from the distribution center to the local bar or whatever. I think that'd be a good idea. It'd also be nice when you want to drive around, but you're really not feeling like the really, really slow acceleration slash stopping of a semi. You just kind of want to have a more chill experience. Not more chill, that's not an accurate way. You want something that's a little bit more just kind of lax as you go kind of thing. Slow. There we go. I figured if I went for that without pulling a really tight turn there, because I'd already going too fast, I was just going to eat that fence. Yeah, that's California. What you see here is, when I think California, it's just like this. Kind of brownish with patches of green and tan hills everywhere you go. No, I get it, Devil's Heart. But that's one of those things that, like, from game to game, some games, like, the loans are very, very forgiving. Other games, the loans are very... really tough. Central Valley, California, the crappy part. I mean, the part that feeds us all. I don't actually have any big attachment to one way or the other. Tomb's from that general area. Yeah, so Southern California is very different. Like, that's the reasons why oh, it's four-way stop. What am I doing? That's the reasons why California was so popular for, like, movies. Is it's one state that you can just drive a little ways and have, like, so many different environments to film in. Like, you want snow, you just go up in the mountains. You want, like, desert, you just go east. You want, like, Farm Valley, you go to the middle of the state. You want, you know, beach bum coastal, you go to the coast. You want it to be lush and green, you go to the south, like, along the coast. You want it to be, like, Wild West, you can go inland a little ways along the south end. Yeah, no, I'm feeling that, like, don't get me wrong, I mean, regardless of where, like, camera's located, it's still performing the exact same way. But like perspectively, it does feel like the it really lags to go and stop. But I mean, it is a semi. It kind of does that. But perception is a big thing. You go way North California, you get to like the forests up there that are ridiculous how tall the trees are. Redwood forests. Do you get to purchase different flavored dip in game? No, you don't purchase any food or that to my knowledge, or drugs or whatever. Have you adjusted the braking options? Nope. This is literally my first time playing. I went through the tutorial, and everything else from there has just been kind of following the game, being like, do stuff. And it was like, go play missions. I'm like, alright, I'll go do missions. That's fine. Give me money. Okay. Hey, a passenger train. I'm using a keyboard. But yeah, the middle part of California all basically looks like this. You get to parts where you have like really cool vineyards and all sorts of stuff, but I mean, mostly it's like that field over there. Just agriculture, and anywhere there isn't a field growing stuff, it looks like what the side of the road looks right there, just like kind of dead, dryish brush. Alright, so I got a car passing on my left. Never mind, the truck ahead of me starting to speed up again. You may want to adjust the brakes? Maybe. Why are you tapping your brakes? Why are you tapping your brakes? Stop it, you're making me nervous. Alright. Car, pass me. I don't trust this green truck. That's fine. I guess you're just gonna murder out off the road. Because they does it all the time. To be fair, so do actual people. Like, that's the worst thing, is you sit behind a person that just keep, like, riding their brake. I'm like, dude, you're killing your brakes. You're on the highway at speed with cruise control. Leave your brakes alone. They will even stop for no reason? Ah, good. Perfect. So I assume the tweaking of the brakes, game mechanics wide, is how fast it engages slash disengages the brakes. So like how much stopping force it has on the vehicle. And if we're talking compared to real world, like the harder it brakes, the more wear and tear it does on your stuff. Gotcha. Yeah. Now it's video game versus that. I can see that. Because it definitely, it feels like the brakes do nothing, do nothing, do nothing, and then do a whole lot. So it's kind of been hard to adjust to it. Which is a real thing with how brakes work, is if you're not using your brakes for a while, so they're not warmed up, the rubber isn't as gummy. And then when you like press on, the the rubber warms up. It'll actually get grippier the more it has to, the more friction applied to it, the grippier it ends up getting. It's one of the reasons why we like rubber for brakes. Hey, cop, you wouldn't mind me checking my email while I'm driving, right? I noticed the tablet down here, they didn't give me an email option on my tablet for some reason. I can't figure out why. Why wouldn't they want me checking my email while I'm driving on that? There's a dead zone applied for brakes and steering. That can be good. It's weird to have a dead zone for steering with keyboard, though. Unless you mean, like, by a dead zone, like, it gives a little, like, kind of, like, it escalates rapidly. Because normally when I think of dead zone, I think of controllers where it's like, have you ever had a controller, like, well, sorry, I shouldn't say controller, a joystick, that they have, like, an area that you can wiggle the controller in the middle and it won't register as anything. It's getting input, but it won't do anything. And the reason why you would increase your dead zone on a controller like that is, as a joystick wears out, it gets a little bit more play into it. It makes it so it doesn't, you don't have the thing where you sit your joystick down and your ship just starts doing circles because it's tipped slightly right. You can add the dead zone enough that it won't register until you, like, really go for it. It's actually one of the things that sucks is when you have controllers that, just the way they're set up, you can't configure the dead zone on them. Because then it's like the moment it starts misreading, it's just, goes in the garbage. It can't be used anymore. I mean, really nice ones, you can sometimes fix them. And if they're implemented correctly, even, like, Windows has a thing where you can, like, do the whole configuration where you take it to the extremes, and then you, like, let it sit. And it does an okay job. It's not perfect. But the perfect stuff, you have to get, like, there's a brand called Thrustmaster or whatever. Yeah, that's what controller drift is. Yep. All controller drift is usually whatever the detection mechanism, something's started to wear out on it, so it begins detecting when it shouldn't. Yeah, no, I figured, so far the email has been mostly stuff like, we have loans available, we have trucks available. Which, it's funny, it's like, even in the video games, I can't escape the spam email. Now, granted, technically, within the context of the game, it's useful email. It's still spam, but, like, it's useful spam. Yay, we've discovered Stockton. We found a new truck dealership. You saw nothing, Chad. I did not run a red light. It's a right turn. We'll pretend I stopped. It's okay. You can write on red. Unless otherwise indicated. Alright. Got Fresno. We're on South 99. Oh, right. Okay, speed limit's much higher. I was like, man, this feels terrible. Speed limit's gotta be higher than this. I wish there was an indicator on that bottom right that showed me what my cruise control was set to. I bet you there probably isn't here, isn't there? Okay. Do I have any indicator here that makes me think I have cruise control on? That's interesting. There's like no indicator that I'm seeing. Since I want this game so bad, I'm considering buying it, the whole setup, so you can play it. Gotcha. I mean, it feels pretty fine on keyboard and mouse, for the record. Depends on the truck. The Volvo has an indicator cruise control. Yeah, and I mean that's realistic. I'm spoiled that like modern cars nowadays, you hit the cruise control button, and like an indicator comes on, or if you got some much fancier, they even tell you what it's set to. Like, and I'm spoiled with my car where like I can hit the up or down cruise control button, so I can like leave the cruise control on at almost all times, and just like up, speed limit up by 5, hit the button like 3 times to kick it up 5. Looks like there's a green cruise control indicator on the top. No? Maybe. That might be what that is. I think you're right, actually. Trucks do not get all bells and whistles. Oh yeah, no, I realize. Yep. Well, it just needs to be out here. In my canon, we actually are driving back here. That there's just this big boom off the back of the truck that we're sitting in, so we can get the over-the-shoulder view of the truck. It kills the gas mileage, having that big boom sticking out there, but you know. They're supposed to be in the truck? No. No one wants to be in there. If for no other reason. The muffled noise in here kind of sucks. Yeah, it's not bound. I'd have to set it. That's always a scary thing with the simulation style games that go like this. Is you go to set it and you push the button and it immediately sits there and turns around. And like you go, okay, well maybe we'll make it the up arrow. It goes, oh well you unbound this, like, well crap, alright, let's find this other button. Okay, well I'll put that button on this. Well you unbound that and you're like, ah dang it. So you have to do like the whole thing where you like map out where all your buttons are. I wonder how this would, you know what? Ooh, so I don't know how the controls would work with this. So I was mentioning I have a HOTAS for when I'm doing like space sims and all that, flight sims. Now, controlling a truck with a joystick just feels weird. My brain doesn't like that idea. But I could totally see using the second part of the HOTAS where it has like the throttle and all that, because it has like all the little dip switches and everything. Or not dip switches, it has all like the little toggle switches. I could see setting that up if I ever played this for any real amount, to have like a switch that like I flip the switch to kick on cruise control, you know, have a have the hat button to like, you know, drop off the back of the truck, that kind of thing. I could see that. That might be fun, and that'd actually be workable because I would be putting that on this side. Because the problem is I can't really have the stick and the mouse on the desk at the same time. There's just not enough room. Or I could do the thing where like the mouse is just way off to the side, so the ergonomics are terrible. Or I have to do like the whole shuffle every time I switch games, which is the reason it's not hooked up right now. That, and I was having problems with the camera here freezing a whole lot, so I was just trying to remove everything that wasn't necessary from the USB in case it's overloading the USB bus. But it's okay, I got cruise control on, so when I finish this drinking, go ahead and get in the back of the truck here. There's no back of the truck for the record. So I can get in the back of the truck and, you know, go grab this. It's cruise control, that's right. It'll be fine. Can I turn down just the sound of the engine inside truck? Let's check our email. We're driving, it's fine. We're looking for skilled drivers who, with their own trucks for a large number of deliveries. We offer competitive rates up to whatever job. That's basically what I'm already doing job-wise. So options. Let's go to our audio, because it had a whole lot of stuff. Interior sounds volume. There we go. I really appreciate that they let you customize a lot. Oh, that's much better. I might even turn it lower. Yeah, I'm turning it lower. Make sure there's nothing else. So trailer noise volume, truck noise volume, truck effects volume. I wish I knew what these were actually referring to. Truck engine volume, I assume that's the one from the outside. I wish this was better specifying what these actually were. Let's test. If I turn you off, all right. Let's go to, where's the engine? Just truck noise volume? I don't know which one's the volume I need to be changing for this. I don't think it's a trailer volume. I don't know if it's a truck effects. It's not the turbo. There we go, truck engine. Yeah, that's what I was starting to think, is like, wait a second. That didn't change it. Is that noise supposed to be the tires then? Let's turn down that. Exhaust. I think that's okay. I don't mind it a little, but the perpetual sound being too loud would be a bit much for me. All right. This is the one thing about keyboard and mouse versus, like, using a steering wheel or a controller or something, is it's real hard to get a keyboard and mouse to perfectly line up and stay lined up. They're making constantly, like, these little teeny tiny adjustments. Which also makes sense, because it doesn't stay going straight. Very few roads actually go in a perfect straight line. They end up moving slightly to accommodate for hills and various other infrastructure, and to line them up with other roads that were there beforehand that, you know, you have to work around and whatnot. You wanted to make time? Right. This is true. It was just with the controller, because you can, like, gradually shift it over. So you can see, like, I only want to put, like, 1 or 2% turning versus 100%. With the keyboard, you have that weird thing where it's on-off. So I can't, like, put, like, you know, a minor, like, 1 or 2% amount of force and just, like, sit there. Oh, yeah. I don't know if this has the lane keeping, anything like that in it. It's a wonderful feature. Got pulled up to see both ways. Okay. I'm about to say, don't you dare. I have the right of way the whole way. Okay. Gotta get back up to speed so I can set my cruise control again. I was expecting this to reconnect to that highway, and then it's just like, oh. Gotcha. Yeah, now I played Euro Truck Simulator. I don't know if it's 1 or 2. It's probably 2, but I played Euro Truck Simulator, like, forever ago, and I did a couple of missions in it. But it's just one of those things that wasn't, like, anything for or against the game, just another game popped up, grabbed my attention, that kind of thing. There's a big noperger on the wrong side of the road. Hey man, I know California's different than a lot of the US. It's not that different. We are way speeding. I went over that hill and it just went. Yeah. There's only, like, even in Europe, there is only a few places you drive on the other side of the road. They exist. It's more than just one, but it isn't a very long list. Oh, we're about to lose a whole lot of speed limit here. Yay! Well, we definitely caught the curb just a little bit there. Alright. I don't have the scale, like, experience to really think. Make wire turns, boss? Yup. Real life, I'd get a lot of training before they gave me this. Yay, we're in Bakersfield. I need to pull up a little bit farther forward. Alright. You really don't give me much XP for doing that, do you? Like, considering all the rest of it, eh. Like, I did the first one and nailed it, like, in one go. Like, literally just right in. I went slow about it. But it was just one of those things that I just kind of scooched right through. Long distance. Let's go. Alright. No new emails we care about. Alright. I was just curious about what the rates were. Why is it still saying +1? Oh, I have to actually apply it. Yep. There's an achievement for doing 20 backing parks. Yeah. The middle was basically for XP. I noticed that's like literally just pull forward. But it's like, eh. I assume you get a pretty good XP for that. Maybe you need the speed a little more. It's fine. So bear with me for 2 seconds. I'm gonna grab myself a new drink because this one's gone. I'll be right back. Should have said minutes. No. I didn't say for what planets the seconds are applying. You're assuming they're Earth seconds. New upgrades available, which won't matter because I don't own the truck. Alright. I do like the quick jobs. Like, these quick jobs are pretty nice, just... Oh. So you're offering me 10,000. I don't... Okay. Cool. 10,000 you say? What? Yeah. Like, $10,000 for a job, it's not gonna take me very many jobs. Wait. Do I have two? Oh, no. No, I was not under the understanding this is what I was doing. I have 2 connected trailers. I am basically a driving train right now. We're gonna make some real wide turns is what we're going to need to do. Yep, no, I gotcha. The big thing is considerations of, like, stuff passing and all. Not passing. Like, so if I go to try and merge, I gotta keep in, or switch lanes, whatever. I gotta keep in mind, I got the entire world behind me. I look forward to being back on a 4-lane road. I have 106 feet of trailer plus cab. Yeah, that's the whole thing. It's like, if I go, oh, I need to switch lanes, I gotta make sure there's no cars for a while to get over. And then if I'm at a stop, like, I'm assuming the other cars should stop for me and not slam into me. Oh, good, rain. Does this game have hydroplaning physics? I'm guessing probably no. Depends. You got mods? I do not. I generally tend to not mod my games very much, and if I do, it's almost always like quality of life, stuff like that. Like little quality of life mods, UI mods, stuff like that. Yeah, I'm definitely driving this the way it's supposed to be. Eh. Oh, I actually... Are you done? Oh. Okay. I thought I was getting pulled over. That's what I assumed was happening there. Not that the cop just wanted to go over. Okay. That's probably good. I just looked through my mirror. What am I doing? Well, you wouldn't get arrested for that. You get a ticket. Yeah, so I'm gonna have been fined for, I believe it was where it's all over the road. Your first fine, how do you feel? It's fine. They don't stop you because they can't. Yeah. Well, that'd be the thing. If they have to stop you, then you'd have people play this like GTA. Oh, stop, 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 stop. Okay, start going again. When it said road work ahead, I didn't realize we were shutting down a whole lane. Alright, don't do it, car. Yeah, the fines are minor enough, it wouldn't matter. Man, I'll probably play more Hydroneer. I actually debated starting the stream with Hydroneer today. Kind of the reason I went with that is people did vote for this yesterday. And very genuinely, I've been messing around with working on a tool that I've got that I've been developing to try and make me make informed decisions about what games I'm playing on the channel. I've talked about it a couple times before. That the gist of the tool is it takes the average viewership of the stream, and with the average viewership of the stream, it takes that and it looks at a game that has what I'm going to say is enough viewership to be able to have growth on the channel. And that's usually, it's roughly the same viewership that the stream pulls, like slightly over. That way there's, you know, at least some net new people. And then tries to say, okay, on the games page, can I get in like the top 5, top 10 of the games page? Because for organic growth on Twitch, that's where most of it comes from. Not counting stuff like raids and that, because that usually is people playing similar categories and friends of channel, that kind of stuff. But it's a very naive tool, which is the reason I don't make it available to others, is I don't want others making decisions based on a tool that I know you can't trust, and then, you know, screwing themselves. But I am doing what's referred to in software as dog-fooding the tool, which is occasionally using the tool myself to see what it does and does not do well, and then, you know, adapting as necessary. And I actually had this pop up on here after it was one of the games that people voted for a lot yesterday, so I'm like, alright, yeah, let's do it. I do kind of figure I'm going to play more Hydroneer. I'm trying to figure out for, like, when I say schedule, it's not going to be schedule like Monday is this, Tuesday is that, Thursday that, but like just vague schedule of when I play a new game on the channel that I think is going to stick around. Do I play like for 2 weeks and just like burn through the content, get it done? Do I play like 2 days of it, then something else, then, you know, 2 more days of it? Like figuring out what is a good balance, a good juggle to do. Because, like, I had a lot of fun at Hydroneer. We actually had a decent number of people, like, new people show up, considering the category has, like, almost no viewership. But yeah, I know it's like 2 seconds. I mean, the big thing is I underestimate how long it takes to stop, which is a dangerous thing that you actually run into with heavy vehicles. It's just the distance the vehicle has to travel before it can actually come to a stop. And I just misgauge it. Blue Chair saying, using analytics and democratic voting to determine Steam direction seems shady. I know that whole the whole democracy thing. I hear you can't trust it. Actually, I have no problem with democracy. But, voting, getting a consensus, trying to figure out what people are interested in, that sounds like a waste of time. Why do market analytics when you can just go with your gut? Signed, every boss that I got to tape, I told you so at some point. Hey! Vitas, how's it going? Thank you so much for the raid and all that. I don't think I have a mod here to do the shout out for you. But I'll probably get you here one in a second. I'm a long way from my destination, so I'll probably do it the next time we come to an actual stop. Try DayZ. I don't think... Have people been watching DayZ in a meaningful level in a long time? Like, that's one of the things that ends up being a weird thing, is there's so many really amazing games out there that you look at the category and it's just completely dead. Like literally no one streaming, no one watching, or there'll be like one person streaming with like 3 viewers. And you're just like, "Oh, I see." It's the whole thing we've had the whole what makes a good game and a good game on Twitch are completely different things. It's actually one thing that's a bit of a trouble because I like to play a lot of mostly like single player games, tycoons, city builders, simulation, roguelikes, roguelites. And most of those categories, viewership is only good on those games for like right when they drop or right when a big update drops, and then usually it's pretty dead with the very rare exception. Like Stardew Valley is an exception, RimWorld's an exception. Project Zomboid has been an exception as well. But by and large, you see like whatever the next city builder is, it pops out for about 30 seconds, it's popular, 3 days later, the category is dead. And it's just kinda the nature of it. Where's my headlight button? Alright. Hold, please. Alright, so we can go ahead and do first. Shout out for Vitez. Who was playing some Project Zomboids. Are you looking for Project Zomboid? That's what it's saying. It's like, okay, 1, I'm legally required to have headlights on, and 2, I actually want my headlights on. So I need to find what is the headlight button. I'm gonna guess L. That's what I'm gonna guess. It's gonna be L. These aren't what I'm looking for. Hey, Canadian Mounting. Going pretty good. Just giving this a go. Key bindings. Let's see. Looking for our headlights. What is our headlight button? Oh. Turn indicators. It's weird because when I'm playing game, I have to deal so much with things using QWERTY instead of my Dvorak that it actually takes me a moment to be like, wait, what? Let's see. So we got our left, right. So that would be over here. There's our hazards, which I will pretty much never use. Is it light modes? Trying to not be a zombie snack and failing? I mean, that's how it goes. I'm assuming light modes is the headlights? Because I don't see a headlight button. And I see a high beam headlights, but I don't just see headlights. Because blasting people with your high beams is also not cool. High beam always. Alright, well, I'm going to try the light modes, and if that doesn't work, we'll try high beams. There's like no middle mode. It's just going like high beams and nothing. It's fine, whatever. Make sure to remember horns. How's your night going? Going good. Sorry, I'm just trying to get my cruise control set. What has changed? Why is my cruise control suddenly doing that? There we go. Cruise control is finally set again. Would you recommend buying it? I'm having a good time with it so far, but just to be transparent and clear about this, I have been playing for only 2 hours, and this is my first time playing. So I am having a good time now, but I can't really speak for much in the longevity of the game or anything like that, because I'm not there. I assume if this is a game you would enjoy, like the style of game, there's probably a lot of longevity to it. But it's going to be entirely me just going by other people's stances. No, we dropped to 40, I see. And then to a 30? I guess we're rolling into town. Alright, a left-hand turn with traffic, and I've got double trailers. I'm just going to go ahead and merge over here, get out of the way, coming on over. I would want to do a wider turn, but I need you to not try and tuck in. Yeah, keep in mind, Killer Fun, I don't use a QWERTY keyboard. And this game was actually good about just working with Dvorak with all of its stuff out of the box. Which is the thing that's throwing me, is I've had to sit there and go, wait a second. Okay, I just need to remember where my normal control is. Oh, I don't have to like do the mental translation from where I expect the button to be to where QWERTY normally has the button and all that nonsense. Oh yeah, let's back up this highway. Need to have a longer turn lane, my friend. Yep, this left lane, shut her down. I say, don't you go and hit me. I am waiting my turn in the turn lane. I am not breaking the law here. Real wide turn. Real wide turn. Okay. Not the smoothest, but we made it. Have you gotten fined yet? For anything? I got one fine, and I believe it's for like being kind of like all over the road. I took a turn too fast, and so I didn't hit anything, but like I was definitely not where I was supposed to be. Alright, wider turn, don't start turning yet, don't start turning yet, and start turning. Let's do this, let's go. Stick as wide as we can the other side, and we're good. I'm assuming the sirens are for someone else, not me, because I'm like, I am obeying the rules. I am still very happy with the very first mission. We did park the trailer. I haven't bothered since then because it just takes too long. But and it was just clean on the very first one. Like no like 30,000 adjustments. Just kind of like slowly went back. Just kind of eked it in. No forward back. Just dropped it right off, right in the go. Do you actually get pulled over? Does it pull up? No, they just run their sirens and you get a fine. Like you just literally they kind of like pull out. You know, like pull up behind you. It chirps the sirens for a minute, and then you get like deducted from your pay, which I think is fair because otherwise the game would just turn into Grand Theft Auto. And that's just not the point of the game. Like, people would end up coming up with all sorts of ridiculous challenges around, you know, not getting fined, getting away with stuff, seeing how long you could run from the cops or whatever. So instead, I think they did a good job. The cop sees you, it chirps its sirens, and you go, oh, my money. Alright. You have a good one, Canadian Mountie. I do stream pretty much every single day from about 5 p.m. EST till about 4 a.m. EST, with the exception of Thursdays. And we play a whole heckin' variety of stuff. Now granted, I think this is the first time I played any type of driving game where, like, the point is driving. I've played games like State of Decay 2 and Project Zomboid and a whole bunch of other ones that you have vehicles, you drive in them, but specifically driving games, I think this is the first one. At least that I could think of. What was it? I looked the other day at the stream to see how many different categories I had streamed in. It was something like 250 different categories. Like, that's not the exact number, obviously, that's a rounded number. But it's some absolutely absurd number of different games that I played on the channel in the course of about a year. Which makes sense, because when we have, like, Steam Base Builder Fest, I was playing, like, 4 or 5 different games in a stream each day. Checking out all the demos and all that. Saw a sign for Lake Tahoe. Driving around in here, it would not surprise me if they have Modesto as one of the cities you could visit. I haven't seen it. The city that my wife is originally from, I doubt they would have it. They, like, yeah, I would doubt they would have it. It's a pretty small city. I won't say the name or anything like that, but just know it's around Modesto, and that's as specific as we need to get. These days, though, Central Florida is where we've both been for a very long time. I actually had, Google does the whole thing where it goes through your photo. I was like, remember this thing that happened 6 years ago? And it was like, you know, installing ceiling fans, that kind of stuff. I was like, oh yeah, has it really been that long? It's also notorious for, remember that thing that happened 7 years ago and it's a picture of a car accident you're in or whatever? I'm like, yeah, Google. I kind of wish you wouldn't have reminded me. I totally forgot I had that picture for insurance purposes. That's memories I don't need right now, Google. The worst thing is I have, like, the wrong, like, kind of tag where it's like, you know, you remember the time you had that exciting adventure? Car accident, like, Google. Not cool, man. Read the room, robot. Road B. Excellent. 10 out of 10. Perfect name. So this is the point where we start going off the edge of the road because we're getting too sleepy and we keep having the rails on the side of the road wake us up, right? Because I've definitely followed behind those trucks before and it is terrifying. That was, I don't remember what hours. It's something like 3 or 4 in the morning. I had a friend who, like, we had lived along the coast, like different houses, but like we were in the same general area. And they had visited their girlfriend and were driving back and their car broke down. But it was like 2, 3 in the morning when their car broke down, and so they ended up having to call me to, you know, bail them out because they need a ride home. Like, I think they towed their car to like the nearest dealer, but had to get home to get back to work the next day and all that. So, you know, rode out to go help them. But on the return trip, we were just watching the semi kind of go like this off the road and then like jerk back on, and then go like this off the road and then jerk back on. And it's like turning friends like, all right, I hope you're in no rush because I'm staying like 20 car lengths back from this guy. Because like he's gonna kill someone and there's nothing I can do. It was after a couple miles that he did ultimately pull off the road entirely. Like, not like veered off, just like pulled off the road and I'm like, alright, he's going to sleep. Good. Because the whole time watching that, I'm like, this dude's gonna go right off the road into a tree or something. And it was a little road, just like one lane one way, one way lane the other way, like no passing for like 9/10 of it. That you'd always get you know, stuck behind some tractor going from one farming location to another at like 1/3 the speed limit. So, just the whole thing, just... Not that I'd trust passing, it's a very windy road anyways, which is why it's no passing. It's a very windy 2-lane road going either way with pretty decent speed limit. At the middle of the night when you can't see anything around the bends and all that. I mean, you can't see everything around the bends normally, but you can really just not see. So, I wouldn't want to try and overtake someone where I can't get a good eye about, is someone coming the other way at speed. I didn't see if it said trucks need to use the right lane, or it was like a only use the other lane if you're passing kind of thing. I caught the sign as I went by and I didn't fully read it. Because there are some places that are like, hey, if you're not passing, stay the heck out of the other lane. Okay, so it wants me to go to the wait station. I didn't realize that was a thing I had to do in this game, but I mean, it does check out that is a thing you have to do with actual trucks. Especially crossing, like, state lines or stuff like that. I've actually never been to a wait station, so I don't really know how this works. Wait in motion. Stop the truck at the scale ahead and activate... Okay. So, for my ignorance, because I've never looked this kind of thing up, for like the wait station, is that has to do with the taxes, right? Like that, you know, the wear and tear estimates on the road and all that. Because I do know there's a thing that if your vehicle's over a certain weight, you end up paying more, but usually I see that in tolls. But the idea is straightforward. Big, heavy vehicles wear out the roads a lot more than little ones. That also makes sense. Cake Cartel saying, I heard they weigh to make sure it's remains consistent from station to station. That way, you know, if like stuff goes, you know, missing or in addition to. It made me curious because, I mean, I guess you're concerned you'd be looking for macro scale stuff. You'd be looking for someone shipping a lot of stuff, not, you know, grabbing one extra package of like DVDs or whatever, like jewelry or whatever. You'd be looking for something that's actually got some heft, volume to it. Alright, so I want to exit on the right here. For those who don't know, if you notice how the stripes are different in the middle of the road and on the right side, well, that's not part of the plan, Road Ranger person. What those different stripes indicate is the ones in the middle are just normal ones. The ones on the right are telling you that lane exits or ends or whatever. That basically, unless you're planning on leaving here, this is not the way you want to go. It could also be both. It could just be a touch point that has 5 or 6 different reasons for existing. There's a lot of stuff like that out there that it doesn't have one purpose. Okay, we're turning right at the signal. Taco Kingdom. I would absolutely eat there. Please stop. Okay, there we go. I was say, it's a right turn. I don't need to wait on the light. I was just getting used to waiting at all the red lights that I completely was like, oh, right. I can turn on these. Oh, we have a question mark. We're going to learn something new. All of the above, essentially. Make sure you're logging no more than the allowed hours per day. The weight is within the limits. And doesn't change weirdly for contraband reasons. Yeah, contraband or theft. I can see it be either way. Like, if you're not supposed to be making a stop and then suddenly a metric ton disappears off the back of your truck. Vehicle safe to operate. Yep. Makes sense. Like, that's I kind of figured, like, after we started talking about it, I was like, oh yeah, no, it's probably just a touch point for a whole mess of things. Yeah. Go. Go. Oh, never mind, we're not gonna get to go anyway. Stop. What? The siren's not for me, right? Yeah, it's a right. I can turn now. Being paranoid anytime I hear the sirens, like, is that coming out of my pocket? Because I like my money. I want to keep my money. I can do anything. Why won't you let me choose that? Why will you not let me choose I can do anything? Come on, why will you not let me choose that? I would actually be interested in trying that game. They're like, no, we absolutely do not trust you. Okay. Alright, so base reward, we got a bunch of money. We got a proficiency bonus, we got a long distance delivery bonus, and we got a trailer maneuvering bonus. Why wouldn't they let me do the double? I actually don't know how... Okay. So I'm trying to think of how the physics would work with the double trailer backing up. Because the whole thing with the trailer you gotta watch is that there's a whole weird thing where if, say, like, the trailer's trying to turn this way, if I try and turn to, like, counter it, you have to, like, kind of go opposite to it to, like, force it the other way kind of thing. So I imagine with two trailers, you have to kind of, like, double snake them kind of thing. So, like, I would turn this way, forcing this trailer that way, which would force the other trailer the other way. I imagine backing up with two trailers, it's gotta be awful. Long distance. Yes. Apply. And we got email. Hey, She-Wolf, how's it going? We may help you grow. Sir, dear sir / madam, we couldn't help but notice you're steadily earning. We would like to assist you in developing your potential even farther. Your credit limit has been raised to $500,000. Feel free to draw from the available sum anytime at your local bank. You're just arbitrarily like, I'm just... Alright. So I've done like 3 or 4 missions driving around and delivering stuff. And you're gonna give me a credit limit of $500,000. What am I putting up collateral that you're going to give me that kind of credit limit? Because that is a heckin' credit limit. Okay. So we are sitting at a cool 25-ish. Same game company that does Train Conductor Simulator? I have no idea. Alright, career. That is not what I'm looking for. Job market. I want even more money. Give me more money. $16,000. Yes, please. You only have to sacrifice, your firstborn or your soul. Oh, yeah, I mean, that's it. All right. So, do I have a nightmare? Okay, so this one's just a regular truck. It's a pretty long trailer on it, but it's just a regular trailer. Not some double trailer shenanigans. I'm gonna get out here and then I'll put back into first person. All right, there we go. Oh, now I understand. Okay. You mean you'll just take my oldest? Where do I sign up? It's like the classic meme from different stuff. I probably took out that stop sign, it's fine. Where it's like, they do the whole, you need to choose between your two children. Like Rick and Morty did it, where it's like, haha, you must choose between your two kids. Summer, summer, summer. And it's just like, oh, didn't even hesitate. I actually feel terrible about this. The whole Batman, you need to choose between the person that matters to you most as, like, Bruce Wayne and the person who matters to you most as Batman. And he, like, is all conflicted and eventually, of course, saves them both. But, doing that whole bit, but just very clear, it's like, nope, that one. It's not even, no hesitation. That is the one I want to save. Look, I'm not saying I have a favorite, but I have a favorite. I was expecting a red light. All right. I'm trying to get moving in. I know we're doing the whole little dance here, SUV, of me stop, me go, me stop, me go, and you doing the same thing. It's not because I'm actually trying to decide what you're doing. It's because I'm driving a semi, and the go is not very fast. The go is more suggestion than anything. Girlfriend saying, I'm not saying I have a favorite, but if a demon offered me something, I would offer... That startled me. Get off my screen so you can see where the scales are. Ah, there's the pull-off for the scales. This makes me happy I'm not the firstborn. Where's the scale? I went here. I see the scale icon. I didn't have a place to actually use said scales unless I just pulled in the wrong lane, so... Well... The way station lighting is green. I don't know what that means. Green is good. Well, I mean, yes. I just didn't know, like, it's like, pull over. Maybe you got waved through? Yeah, that's the thing, is like, it didn't penalize me in any way, but I didn't weigh the vehicle. It's fine. We'll just assume everything's fine. Oh, good. We've ended the truck lane enforcement zone. So now all the lanes are mine to command as I so see fit. All right. Just for random stuff coming along with like driving games, did anyone see the new accessibility functionality in Forza that's coming out? Where it's been designed for even people who are like completely blind can still play a racing game and actually have a good time with it, because it was impressive as heck. They use audio cues that like get more and less intense based on like how sharp or not sharp you need to turn, how close other vehicles are to you and like what direction they are. They like play the sounds and like increase the intensity and all that. It was really impressive stuff. All right, Vites, here's have a good sleep and thank you again for the raid. It was like really neat stuff. Like, I promote a lot of accessibility stuff, but that's one of those ones that you hear stuff that's that kind of extreme, and you're like, nah, either one, it's going, because this is before you like know how it works, you're like, no, either A, it's going to be terrible, like so far as like not actually solving it, or B, you know, it'll be the game kind of playing itself, that the person just kind of is along for the ride, which is underwhelming as a person who wants to do that. But in this case, like, it came out, I was like, no, that's actually really amazing that a person actually still gets to enjoy playing the game and all that, and have that fun, challenging experience, but also able to, you know, play it and enjoy it from the aspect of it being accessible to them despite disability. Because there's definitely certain games that are very hard to make accessible to certain conditions. Like making space flight simulators that are motion sickness friendly is real tough. Not that it can't be done, but there's a lot of stuff you got to do to accommodate that. And then usually it's one of those things that's like lesser of evils. You make it so it's less triggering to motion sickness, but it costs you a bunch of information about like what your acceleration is by not having like the little dots moving past the screen and all that kind of nonsense. So it's like, okay, well, you made it so a player can have a, you know, it's more accessible to them, but now it's more difficult because there's feedback mechanisms that now they don't have. And they can do stuff like put the arrow pointing to what direction you're moving, that slowly gets wider the faster you're moving that way. It's just hard to do well. That stuff I'm usually pretty forgiving when games don't do well, because it's a very challenging thing to tackle. Versus not being forgiving when you have a flat image that has like three different backgrounds moving in three different directions at the same time for no apparent reason. Or when you're shoveling snow in a game and your camera jiggles the whole time both ways, and you're just like, oh no. I thought that was my turn. That snowplow simulator was still easily the absolute worst I have ever seen for a motion sickness inducing game. it was someone trying to weaponize motion sickness against the player. It was really bad. You would get a cold and your camera would shake violently every couple seconds. Hey, whoa, Jess, thank you so much for the raid. I do hope you had yourself a good stream. Give me 2 seconds and I will get you a shout out. Why can I not get my mouse out of the screen again? All right, let me go ahead and shout out at... Whoa, Jess? What were we playing today? Darkest Dungeon 2. Yeah, that's right. I saw that earlier. I just realized I do not want to change my control scheme. Alright. But yeah. So welcome in, Raiders. I do hope you had yourselves a good stream. Darkest Dungeon 2 has been a jam. I know. I've noticed you've been playing a lot. Mine still doesn't run, sadly. I'm one of the unfortunate ones who got the bug where the screen remains black and you just get a cursor and you go, the devs know about it, they're working on it, but unfortunately for the time being, that doesn't mean I can play. But it's a good game from what I've seen. I liked the first one. But that's fine. That doesn't mean they'll catch it when the hype starts dying off and then I'll jump in. But how's it been going for you? I know the last I saw, I think you had just killed the first boss. I could be totally wrong. A lot of people have been playing it, so I might be mixing up runs. But yeah, nah, for those, before I forget, you should absolutely follow Wojess, absolutely fantastic content creator. Plays a variety of games, been playing some Darkest Dungeon. Death, death, and more death. Yup. But absolutely fantastic content creator. 100% would recommend you drop that follow and check out their content. For everyone popping in from that very generous raid, I am Rual Storge. I do play a variety of games here on Twitch. I'm most known for my exploits in Project Zomboid, where I used to hold the world record for the highest kill count run ever streamed at 135,121 zombies killed on one character, one life on Apocalypse, harder than Apocalypse settings with no mods that change itemization or vehicles. In other words, sweaty try-hard stuff, big number. That record has been beaten, by the way. But I do play a variety of games here on Twitch. Roguelikes, roguelites, Tycoon, Simulation, City Builders, Settlement Builders, all that good stuff. So that sounds good. Maybe drop a follow, we can find our way back here in the future. Oh, no problem. Lurk away and you have yourself good lurk. Thank you again so much for that raid. But at the moment, I'm playing some American Truck Simulator. This is actually my very first time playing it, and we've only been playing it for just coming up on 2.5 hours. Actually, I think this is the first time I played a game that is based entirely around driving on the channel. I have played plenty of games that you do drive in, just not where driving is the emphasis. But I'm having a good time with it. Nice chill thing. Hey, Infinity Simplex. And I did see all the people dropping in their names. I didn't catch them all because I can't go over and scroll up to see anyone. I believe I saw just some guy. I saw Infinity Simplex right there. Wojess, among others. If I did miss your name, I do apologize. Dealing with game not wanting to alt-tab cleanly situations. But we are doing a bunch of long-haul ones. We are driving around in the state of California, and as someone who has been to the state of California, this looks like California. It's kind of tan and brown everywhere, except for where there's the green farms, unless you get way to the north or to the coast. Otherwise, it's tan and brown because it's a desert. A desert that brings more than 70% of all of the food in the US. It's fascinating when you go out there. It's really kind of cool to see like the macro scale farming things where they'll have like the giant pecan trees, and so they'll have like the trees and they'll be separated by a couple of feet each, and they just take this big truck and they drive it between it. It has this big hydraulic arm that grabs the base of the tree and it just goes thump, and then all pecans fall off, and then it goes to the next couple of trees, grabs them, thump, and the next ones fall off. Or they also have them where it just kind of goes between the trees and it just has like a piston that hits the ground a couple of times. Basically, they're shaking the trees to get all the pecans out. And the second truck follows up. It's got what's effectively a big broom. It just kind of sweeps all the pecans into this thing. And they drive it to an area where they sort it, they wash them all up, they do all that stuff. They'll shell them and do all that kind of thing. But it's just fascinating to see how they solve, like, the macro scale problems of going, okay, we need to produce food for a nation. How do we do that? Because having people, like, walking down and going to each tree one by one and picking the pecans and then shucking them by hand is just really not a scalable thing. But you also get out of the valley, you'll get most of your wine here in the US comes from there, tomatoes, peppers, most of your different types of nuts, walnuts, hazelnuts, pecans, all that come from out that way. You do get a bunch of stuff like spinach, collards, all that stuff grows out there as well. Not apples, though. Apples come from Michigan. You got a lot of random gourds and all that going there. I don't think they have, like, the leading in those type of crops, so I think that's more distributed in, like, Ohio and that kind of area. That's cool stuff. And you might be curious, like, wait a second, you said it was a desert. How on earth do they grow that? California has this really kind of neat setup that they have this aquifers that goes up from the mountains that basically take all the snow, the precipitation from the mountains. They melt that down, and it fills this big kind of aquifer thing that goes through the valley. We have these giant floodgates. So what ends up happening is you'd have, like, your days to draw water from the floodgates. You open it up, you flood your farm, and then you close the gate again. It is remarkable stuff. And they have all these signs about not swimming in the aquifer because the water is terrifyingly fast moving at places. Even though it looks like it's entirely still, you just get swept away. So like, yeah, no, really don't go in it. Alright, let that person in. Absolutely not letting that SUV in, though. Cruise control. And plus the semi, actually overtaking at a meaningful speed is going to be horrible to get there. A lot of people underestimate the complexity and the delicacy of agricultural production. Oh yeah. Well, that's one of the things, it is a reoccurring topic in the channel, that almost every type of task, profession, whatever you want to go into, if you're someone outside that, you almost always will nearly egregiously underestimate what goes into it. That it really is, like, just how many moving parts you never think of in almost any profession. That when you sit down, you actually start doing the logistics, you go, oh man, there's so much there. Ugh, you made me slow down, truck. Now I'm gonna spend the next 10 miles getting back up to speed. You click on the stream and you immediately overtake someone at 2 miles per hour. Yup. I'm in a semi. Deal with it. Very genuinely changing your speed in this thing takes forever. Like, I'm still trying to get back up to speed after... Like, we can't even see the overpass anymore, it's so far behind us, and I'm still trying to get back up to speed. Takes a bit to get going. As someone who used to work logistics, yup. Oh yeah, it's amazing. It's one of the things that I'm so fortunate that in my background, I've worked in so many different industries that I've got to kind of dip my toe into a whole bunch of different things to kind of like peek behind the curtain of how it works. And it's just kind of really like, not, I shouldn't say inspiring, aspiring to like everything that goes into everything and be like, yeah, just immediately go to the assumption when you go, oh, that job can't be that hard. No, it's almost certainly that hard. There's certainly 30 steps you don't even know exist. Alright, just look out the window. Good, taking that turn a little bit wider. That's fine, they didn't want paint on their trailer. Like, here's a fun one. Just going into the kind of work that my wife Toom does. So a lot of people don't think about the fact if you go to like an aquarium, okay, sure, it makes sense. There's gonna be some people who are like feeding the animals, doing like the basic veterinarian. Makes sense. Big aquarium, you probably have someone who does like the basic cleaning. So you got like a proper cleaning person. If we're talking like a big aquarium, you know, they're probably certified divers because you know, they're not gonna sit there and go, yeah, Shamu, you gotta ditch here for a minute. Which for the record she does not work with any killer whales or anything like that. The place she's at doesn't have them. But you know, Shamu, you gotta get out of my way. I'm gonna just need to empty your exhibit and all that. A lot of the big aquariums, if you empty them, they'll actually collapse in on themselves. They incorporate the water and the forces involved as part of their design. But so you got, you know, a team of divers dealing with that. You got a team of veterinarians who are, you know, checking on the animals, making sure they're doing fine. They usually also facilitate a lot of the food stuff. Those technically, that job is usually called a keeper, so that's usually a separate team on top of that. But you don't think about the fact that they have entire water filtration systems. Like, they do full-on water treatment, like, you know, they do for human beings and our drinking water and whatnot. That they have to do all that. Because the animals living in that water, they can't just use tap water. Like, a lot of those are saltwater animals that will literally kill them to put it, like, just tap water. Come on, shift gears, come on, you can do it. And so you have an entire team behind that. Now, with all the different filters and pumps and all that kind of stuff that they have to deal with between, you know, carbon filters and sand filters and all that kind of stuff, you also end up having entire maintenance teams to deal with all that. So by the time you're done just running that aquarium, you end up with teams of 20, 30 people just trying to keep the whole thing up and running smoothly. But a lot of those aquariums will build in a lot of automation, so you have a team of programmers behind running the automation, as well as the people who do like all the logistics behind it. You'll typically have a team of chemists involved as well, especially if you're dealing with saltwater tanks, because when it rains, congratulations, your tank's numbers are all off, and you have to figure out how much and how to handle it, all that. You can't just, like when it rains and you overfill, you can't just take that water and dump it out into the local river. It's salt water. You'll kill the local ecosystem. So they have an entire setup behind slowly, very slowly bleeding off the water through different means to be able to get rid of that water in a way that's not going to be environmentally hazardous. And it's like, that's just keeping the aquarium part. Like, that's not even getting into like the nuances of having a whole bunch of different animals that have different needs. So you have different keepers who have to deal with different dietary needs for the animals, like, oh, this one needs this kind of fish, that one needs that kind of fish, this one needs this type of plant, you know, vegetation, this one needs that, you know, maintaining the acidity of the water, the ozone layers, and it's just so much that goes into that. Then you need industrial, yeah, then you talk about the sheer amount of power involved in all those pumps and everything. You got a whole team of electricians behind it as well. And you're going to end up having to have an admin staff for all of those people because there's just so much logistics to manage. You need someone whose entire job is just managing those logistics. And I say someone, it'll be a team of like 2-3 people or more, depending on the scale of the operation. And that's for an aquarium. Yeah, this fish will eat that fish, so we need to make sure they're kept apart. Dolphins are dicks and will kill everything and just be nuisances about everything. So you have to keep them separated from absolutely everything because dolphins are dicks. They're cool and they're adorable, but they're also really mean. And then on top of that, one would assume you're doing something to make money. You're doing all of that infrastructure, and then on the other side of it, there's something you're doing for money, probably tourism. So you're going to have all of the supporting funding for the aquarium. Again, probably tourism more than anything else. Some of it will be like donations and grants. Maybe you're doing fish farming on the side. There's lots of that in those types of aquariums. They'll have like one section that's like tilapia or something like all that. And they say dolphins are most human-like. Checks out, yes. Wow, Zomboid car overhaul. Not sure I like it. Could you imagine hyper-realistic driving in Zomboid? Like, it's already pretty unforgiving, but But no, that's just like keeping an aquarium. And that's kind of the whole point of it, is just you look at a job and you're like, oh yeah, you feed the fish from time to time and clean the tank, no big deal. And then someone goes through and like steps you through all of the infrastructure that goes into it, all of the different touch points and all of the different employees. There's certifications for half of it too that you have to make sure you're keeping up. If you're keeping animals, you also want to make sure you have your accreditations, like the AZA accreditation, which basically is I don't treat my animals terribly, is what the AZA is. Now I play some Aquarium Tycoon. Sup chat, sup Rual. Yeah, I haven't... There's been 2 or 3 different aquarium management games I've looked at. I haven't played any of them. There was one that looked good and ended up, from what I had heard, was not, and then there was another one that was, like, it was good but kind of limited is what I had heard. Like, it's one of those ones you play for some number of hours and you're like, okay, I've done it. I didn't hear any that, like, people gave glowing reviews, so that's the only reason, because this is before streaming. I was looking at all of them. That's actually one of the things that impressed Tomb when I played Planet Zoo. They have their generic like water providing thing. It's a filtration pad. Like she looked at it, I was like, yeah, I actually work on that exact machine. It's like, that's a filtration pad. They do not work at all the way this game is implying, but I get it. It's a game. But she's like, I can tell you the parts of that pad, like what the different things are. I'm running out of fuel. Okay. Well, that's not good. Considering I don't see any turns on this road so far as, like, exits. How long to the rest stop? I have no idea. 50's thrifty. So, I mean, basically we're just staying on this till we get the next exit that has a gas gauge sign on it. Or until we run out of gas. Whichever comes first. Car, don't make me slow down. Car, I really wanted to use that gravity for my momentum to save gas. You're ruining this experience for me, Car. Oh my god, Car, you're killing me here. Why are you going so slow? Am I winning, son? Not at the moment. My gas gauge is getting lower and I have not seen anywhere to get gas. And we're accelerating, which is not helping our cause. Am I playing Hydroneer today? Don't know. I definitely will play more Hydroneer at some point in the near future. I had a good time with it. This is a pretty... So, one thing that... Oh my god, please stop. We're passing. That is one thing, is certain gas gauges, it's not E that it actually runs out. There's a buffer. But this is a video game, so who knows? But I'm getting really nervous because I've seen no opportunity to get gas for a while. Now, obviously, I should have probably filled up earlier. Oh, that's a gas station sign, isn't it? Is that a gas station sign? Please. Please. I need this. There's no exit. Well, we got to see a gas station. There was no exit for me to take to go to it, though. Looks like there's a split up ahead. Oh, come on. Oh, I think we got a gas station on the right. There's a gas station on the right. We just got to get there. It's right there, chat. It's right there to the right. I don't know what the California law is, but in Florida I'm required to switch lanes and I pass the person in that situation if I can. I don't know what half these symbols mean. I'm assuming the green icon over there on the far right is the gas station. We found Santa Maria. Oh, please go, truck. But I'm allowed to turn right on red. That's... Stupid fine. Good for you, Strider. Why would you share that? And that dude just ran a stop. I mean, they got the stripe in the ground. They don't have the stop sign, but the stripe in the ground goes with the stop sign. Okay, what side? What side is my gas? Where's my gas gauge in this thing? Because normally, you look at your gas gauge. Do they not have the arrow on the gas gauge? On the gas gauge, normally you'll have a little arrow. How do I gas? How does one gas? There is not a get out of the truck button. How does one gas? All right, well, let's look at our controls. How does one gas? All right, we got steering, gearbox, suspension, doing that, beacon, horn, wipers, cruise control, random dashboard mode, yada yada yada, HUD controls, route advisor, assistance, yada yada yada, camera controls, walk mode. All right, so apparently there is a walk if I have a walk mode. Petrol station is purely decorative. No, you can definitely get gas. Attached, detached trailer. Garage manager, screenshot, reset head tracking, overlay activation, push to talk. There should be a green box with a gas icon above it that you should drive over. Oh, okay. So it's like I have to go to a specific pump or something. Alright. Well, hopefully I don't run out of gas trying to do that. There you are. This is gonna be a much harder turn now I've done this. Oh, you're gonna scrape? That's a 112-gallon tank. Okay. Trying to correct this a little bit. Okay, we're gonna sneak around. There, that's a better angle. So that way I don't trailer strike the gas pump on the way through. Oof. Went wide so I wouldn't catch that stop sign on the way through. Alright. The small atomic separation from the collision. Oh, we've already had a couple. I've only had like 2 1% damage dings I've done this entire time. But I did have once or twice where I was like coming up behind a car and it stopped moving. It was just like, oh no, and you're just holding the brake going, I really hope I do stop. So far I haven't rear-ended anyone, but we've had some pretty uncomfortably close calls. I'm still salty they gave me a running a red light fine, even though it was a right-hand turn. I mean, maybe I rolling stopped it, maybe. Alright, we're back on the highway. Oh, yeah, and they're like, do you want to use, like, manual? This one requires clutch and everything? Like, no. No, I do not. Nope. Most of my cars were manual early on. It's actually... The car I have now is the only car I had that was not a manual. But having not driven manual in a while, you know what? I'm pretty good with not driving manual anymore. Do they have no right turn in Cali? No, it's just the game probably just misread the situation. You can have signs that says, like, this specific turn is a no right-hand turn. Usually if there's, like, something obstructing your view or, it's, like, too busy of an intersection, school zone, sometimes they'll do that kind of stuff. The gas prices really hit you when you have 600-gallon tanks. Oh, I can imagine. Because that's the point where only $1 or $2 more a gallon, it would be absolutely horrific. Yeah, I'm just gonna let the cop do his thing, or their thing. Truckers should refuse to deliver anywhere outside of Texas. That's gonna be really bad for the Texas economy, considering, you know, they gotta sell stuff to other people. And then also, you know, Texas doesn't actually have much of a food agricultural infrastructure. It has some. So they're very heavily dependent on California for its food. That would definitely be a pretty horrible situation. And for that matter, Texas manufacturing depends very, very, very heavily on imports. You know, bring the material in, manufacture it, ship it out. Yep. It's kind of one of those things that, like, half the time when, like, this isn't what was being discussed, but, like, half the time when people are like, oh, like, this, you know, state X, Y, or Z should be, like, their own thing, it's like, well, no, like, there's so much interstate trade and all that that makes it so it's possible. Like, it's just, these days, you can't really operate in a kind of an isolationist mentality. Like, everyone depends on stuff from everywhere. Hey, how's it going? Like, one of the ones that usually comes up is there's the rare earth magnets. Almost all modern electronics depend very heavily on rare earth magnets, of which, if I'm not mistaken, there's 4 different varieties of them. In the US, we only have access to 2 of those 4 varieties, and they're the not as good 2. The really good ones are only available in 2 places in the whole world, and that's the bottom of the Indian Ocean, and I believe the Baltic Sea? I could be wrong about that second one. No, I'm sorry, it was the Indian Ocean, and it was the West Pacific Ocean. Like, there isn't a second place we can get them right now. Eventually we could find other ways of doing it, but because you can only get them from, like, getting towards the mantle, it's those very thin areas where it comes up that they mine it at the bottom of the ocean. It's absolutely ludicrous how they get them. But it is just their necessity for modern electronics to function. We could make not as good electronics without them, but it's just the way it be. It means whoever has access to those, you know, they have something we depend on. But there's a million resources out there like that, you know, this place or that place has that the other places don't have, or not in the abundance they need, or whatever. Okay, so I'm not taking that exit. I'm not taking this exit. Oh, I just ride through, okay. Oh, stop yawning. All you need to do is stick a piece of rare earth down there, and all the rare earth magnets stick to it? Yeah. I do think they actually use magnetism in the mining of rare earth magnets. Like, they get down there and I believe they use it for separating the materials. I haven't looked into the manufacturing that much, but I believe I remember reading that. That's a detail I would not swear to, though. Our character's yawning, but we're right there. Alright. Imagine living in a town named after Oxnards. There's if you ever follow, there's the oh, who was it? The Explorer. Oh, stop yawning. We're right there. Oh, Lewis and Clark, the Explorers. If you ever go and, like, follow the path they took through the country and all that, as well as the people along the Oregon Trail, and you saw what they named things, it gets fantastic after a while. There's places like Disappointment Valley. We took the curb just a little bit, don't worry about it. That curb had it coming. Yeah. Curbs out right. I know, right? It's so rude. But yeah, it's, you get to, like, some of the West Coast out there, and just some of the names start to get so incredibly harsh. And it was just them doing their, like, the whole exploration thing and just being so disheartened. Because, like, they knew that we had bought a lot of land, and they're trying to survey to see what we had actually gotten. Trying to find, like, the West Coast and all that. And just, it kept going and going and going, and just dealing with it. You must live in Florida. As I see, you don't have your turn signals on. See, I have to figure out the buttons for them, and I'm entirely too lazy. And I haven't been punished for it, so that's fine. But yes, actually I do live in Florida. I'm sure which is part of the joke. They really just don't give you enough experience to make it worthwhile. Where am I pulling this in, by the way? Over here? Oh, there he goes. Like, compared to the rest of the tire process, it's just like, here's the next no experience. Now, granted, they had the one where I had double trailers, and I was like, I would really like to do the double trailer. That, to me, would be fun, because I don't know how that would go. It would be terrible, but I'd like to try it. And they're like, nope, we're not going to let you. I'm like, oh, come on. Cool. Gained in our level. No, I don't think I knew that, but I moved to St. Pete about 3 years ago, and that's the biggest thing I've noticed here. Yeah, it's, the joke down here is that people don't turn their signals on, and that people from up north don't turn it off. I think it just kind of happens, period. Because I've noticed both behaviors, both having lived up north and down there. So my character was yawning all the time. Is that something? Because I don't see a go to sleep button. So, and it hasn't told me anything about sleep, but very clearly my character needed to sleep. They were yawning constantly. And so my fear is that I'm supposed to sleep now before I do more because they're getting fatigued. Which I assume is just because I did this ridiculously long haul. Like, I'm doing these long hauls and they're just getting longer and longer and longer, but the pay is getting good. The pay is getting real good, chat. 22,000 bucks. Come on, that's some hold Z key to sleep. I wish. Nope, didn't do it. Nope, didn't do it. Hey, Foxmouse, how's it going? Alright, well, I mean, I guess we just go for it. Actually, wait a second. Can I search, price per mile? That's what I want. Price per mile. Not price for the whole trip. Per mile. So we're gonna go from Oxnard to Reading. Excellent. Take the job. Okay, it is a little bit of a cozy place to pull through, that's fine. Alright. But yeah, so I am going to actually circle back to something I mentioned at the beginning of the stream. Not making a big deal out of it, but, you know, I do advocate for people with, you know, disabilities and neurodivergent conditions and all that kind of stuff. But, it was a thing that, as of today, I have been officially diagnosed as having ADHD. So it's no longer I'm, you know, undiagnosed with it. I am actually medically diagnosed with it now. What does that change the channel? Absolutely nothing. But, just normalizing it. Just mentioning that that is the thing that has occurred. Yep, knowing is half the battle. Like, I've known I've had it for, like, I mean, I've known that I've had it for a long time, but, you know, getting it official know, hey, being diagnosed and all that, like, it kind of validates it. Versus, you know, self-diagnosing and all that. There's definitely, people have different opinions on that kind of stuff. But, being diagnosed is definitely a thing. Yeah, I mentioned previously that it's very hard to get your diagnosis for ADHD. I'm kind of trying to glance over while driving. And it's mostly, it's not like it's difficult in the sense that the diagnosis itself is difficult or there's like lots of barriers or whatever. It's the symptoms for ADHD, the process for getting diagnosed. It's like someone was like, look at the list of symptoms and what if we made something that was hostile against all of these so that we ask them to do the things that are the most difficult things for them to do? So it's just kind of the, oh, going out of your way to go through the scheduling process to do all these things, which kind of just tapped on places that are usually the more difficult things. Organization, all that. But it actually went really well. What are the signs there that made you think of ADHD, if you don't mind sharing? So, one of the misconceptions with ADHD is that it's all about, like, people who, you know, can't stop moving, they can't, you know, they can't focus, they can't do this kind of stuff. And they could really latch mentally onto the hyperactive part of the symptoms, which are a part of it, but there's different variations of ADHD that not all of them have that. I'm using a keyboard at the moment, but I don't exhibit that side very much. Like I do get like, you know, kind of the restless like bouncing my knee kind of thing, but that's about it. And that's mostly because as an adult you end up doing what's known as masking, which is basically you're still dealing with the condition, but you've kind of learned to not hiding it implies that you're deliberately making a conscious effort to hide it, so much as just social pressures have gotten you to figure out ways to work around it or work with it, however you want to say. Cope would be a little bit of a different thing. Similar, so cope would be how you deal with like the stress of it and all that, versus masking would be more things that you do that make it hard to recognize the symptoms. But what happened for me was a lot of it was in my advocacy. I was working with a lot of other people who have ADHD, have been diagnosed and all that. And, you know, like you're asking me, like, what led to it? I would talk to them, and they would be like, oh, yeah, when I was a kid, X, Y, and Z, and this, that, and this. And I'd kind of sit there like, why is this person describing my childhood? And I actually had a friend who was diagnosed with ADHD just talking to me about, like, some difficulties they were dealing with that. And I'm like, you know, and it's like, you know, finally just the, like, is a camaraderie kind of conversation. It's kind of like, it's like I don't have ADHD, because it's like finally just the way they're talking is like, oh, you don't? It's like it's like I could have sworn you've been diagnosed. Or I was like, no. Like, oh well, you know, I don't take losing bets. I would literally sell everything and bet on you having it, and I would feel comfortable in that bet. And I'm like, oh. And so it's just a bunch of that made me start looking back that I had stuff that when you put in the lens of ADHD is easy to explain. Like, as a kid, when I was much younger, my parents would like literally clap their hands behind my head to try and get my attention, but I would be so laser focused in whatever I was doing, whether it's reading a book or watching a show or playing a game, that it's like they took me to have my hearing tested a number of times, because they're like, he's got to be deaf. Like, there's no way. Like, I'm yelling, I'm clapping my hands, and he's just not even noticing. But the moment you put something between me and whatever I was focusing on, like, you know, I'd, you know, like almost come out of shock, being like, oh, hey, sorry, what? Or if they like grabbed my shoulder and gave me like a little nudge or whatever, like, again, that would grab my attention. And it wasn't that I had a hearing problem, it was the other side of ADHD, which is the hyper focus, that you overly focus into something to the point of a detriment of other things. So like really ADHD isn't about hyperactivity, it's about a difficulty regulating your focus and regulating your motivation. And as they'll go saying, like, for me getting the diagnosis, like, I'm not looking to get medication or anything. That's not something that, like, I'm not looking to get Adderall or whatever. I don't even know what they use these days. Because I do mostly keep it well managed. But, there's a lot of reasons to want to do it. There's, for one side, there are unfortunately places that will prejudice against you based on these kind of things. It gives me some legal protections there where if someone is overtly doing things negative against me because of it, I have legal protections. Now, granted, it's usually super hard to prove and all that, but it's still good to have that. For treatment and all that, having the diagnosis means insurance gets involved where they actually will help you versus telling you to go fly a kite. So there's that there. And it's also, like, part of it for me, again, with my advocacy is being deliberately open about it to help normalize it. Let's see, what else do I have? So, for things that kind of led me to going, oh yeah, I probably definitely have this, is... like, I'd go to, social gatherings with family and all that, and I would just want to go in the corner and read my book or whatever my immediate interest was. I wouldn't want to engage with, like, friends and all that. There was just something I was more interested in doing, and that's what I would do. I remember having a great deal of difficulty. Like, when I was much younger in school, it was much easier for me because I found school very interesting. And so I was a near straight-A student, and then it got to be around the 4th grade that I wasn't as interested in stuff like algebra, and it was very much like extreme other direction that I would sit there and have everything else around me that could be a distraction removed. I would have my book, I'd be like, I have to have this done by tomorrow, where there was like bad consequences for it. Removed everything I could distract myself. And it was excruciating to try and get myself to be able to do it. Like, I would sit there with my pencil on the paper with the book trying to get myself to do it, and just could not get the brain to be willing. And I remember really struggling with that. And, and this isn't me blaming my parents. We didn't have the knowledge we do now, so just like I didn't have the knowledge to realize I was going through it, they didn't have the knowledge to know it was a thing I could be going through. That you would think of yourself as a failure, that, like, what's wrong with you that you can't focus, everyone else doesn't seem to be having problems with this, and you just beat yourself up over it and then realize, like, oh no, there's a reason. Like, I am operating in a mode that would normally work for a lot of people, but for the way my brain works is basically the antithesis of what, or antithesis for what it should be. Like, I'm working directly against the way my brain wants to work, and I'm, punishing myself for it. Let's see, can you tell me more about the types of assessment things? So, it depends on where you're at and kind of the goals of the doctor on your assessment. Generally, the first thing is you just schedule an appointment, and you schedule it with a therapist who does it. And it's the same kind of person who will do, like, whether you have autism, whether you have ADHD, depression, bipolar, like, it's going to be the same kind of people. And you'll have ones that'll specialize that this one specializes in bipolar, that one specializes in autism, this one specializes in ADHD. But generally speaking, most of them can give a diagnosis for a lot of the things and then would refer you to someone who specializes in that thing going forward. Now, that said, for a lot of cases, you can sit down and they'll talk through, they'll ask, like, okay, can you explain, like, they'll let you lead the conversation so that they're not seeding it, so that they're not, kind of, there's the whole thing about leading on a witness. It's the same idea, but with that, you don't want to talk someone into thinking they have someone. You want them to kind of tell you their end and then go, yes, that does align, or no, that doesn't really match. Then they usually will have you take some type of survey assessment thing. They'll answer questions around, like, are these things you have difficulty with? What about this kind of thing? Like, how would you weigh these? And below the surface, there's a point system to it that you score high enough on, and they're like, oh yeah, you probably, like, it's not you hit 50 points and you're guaranteed high have it, or if you hit below this, you guaranteed don't. But it's one of those things that they kind of do their interview. Yes, it seems they have it. They give you the survey. Yeah, that says you have it as well. Now, in some places, they'll take it a step farther, and they will interview 2 people that you have reach out to them, kind of thing. That there's usually, like, you know, a spouse, a close friend, a family member, you know, someone who would know you well. That isn't strictly necessary, and I actually went into that prepared to have both my wife and my mother talk on it. My wife for like how I am behaving nowadays versus my mother to cover like childhood. Since she tells me stories that it's like, oh geez, that is like super duper, like, you know, put a pin on it, that's ADHD. She tells me stories that I don't have memories of, such as again the clapping behind my head thing. But yeah, so I went through and I answered that question. I was expecting to have to do a lot more when they're like, no, you definitely, like, this is not a question mark. Like, you're definitely showing some pretty strong symptoms here. So, yeah, this is definitely in line with what we'd expect. And once you do that, then it's like, okay, well, what do you want to do? Like, we've determined that you have the symptoms, that we want to, you know, mitigate those, work with those, that kind of thing. You know, do you want to go on to start pursuing medication? Do you want to start working with what they call an ADHD coach, which is basically who's someone who who has an expertise in how ADHD minds work, to go, okay, well, let's try and figure out what we can to help you organize yourself, help you do these things to work with your brain as opposed to against your brain. Because that's where the difficulty comes in with ADHD, is there's an expected structure on a lot of things that does not work well with people with certain neurodivergent conditions. And so it's finding a different way of organizing it for yourself. So like giving just any planner to someone with ADHD is kind of setting them up for failure. It's just not how their brains work, versus there's different ways to organize planners that are more likely to be successful. And there's trial and error with all that. For me personally, I am pursuing the ADHD coach end of things, which I haven't met the person yet. Like, the diagnostic was today. And I'm going to be getting in touch with them in the near future to set up an appointment, see how it goes. And then I'll be touching back with the therapist does a diagnostic to see how that's all going in about a month. There's all that. Pine says, I come from a mixed race background, and my adult family members have told me that getting diagnosed as mixed race adult is nearly impossible. I have no idea how any of that works. I'd believe it, though. Brain Explode says, from what I understand, it's a chemical imbalance in your brain's reward function. I think that was my turn. Well, we get to see what happens at the GPS after this. Time to find things out, I guess. Okay, so cruise control doesn't kick in again once I've done this. That's fine. But, that sucks. I don't know when the next turnaround is. But, my understanding is when it comes to, like, chemical imbalance, it's not like you have too much or too little of things. It's so much as the things that would trigger one or the other are different. So for a neurotypical brain, it's much easier to say, hey, if I do not do this thing by that point, there will be consequences or there will be a reward, and therefore it's worth my effort to do it. And your brain goes, okay, let me give you that dopamine. Like, let me give you that hit to get you motivated. And then for a lot of people with ADHD, those kind of delayed things don't give you that dopamine hit. They don't give you the motivation. You logically understand that, you know, there will be consequences later, there will be that, but it's harder to get that motivation to kick in. And to be clear, a lot of these express differently with different people. You're gonna have people with different experiences, even. Yeah, alright, you come my way, you're turning. Good. I was hoping to see a gas station over there, but I did not see a gas station. So it can be very, very difficult to kind of give you the drive you need to get the things you need done in that manner. Even though you logically know you need to do it. And sometimes you can muscle through, but like I was talking about trying to study when I was in school, there was times you would do everything. Remove distractions, sit down, make it so literally all you have you can do is the thing. and just the brain doesn't want to engage. And that, you know, again, sometimes you can muscle through it, but sometimes the brain is just completely uncooperative, unwilling, so you have to kind of figure out ways to game the motivation to get that hit to get you moving. Yeah, your brain will literally like come up with stuff it wants to do on its own. And some of that stuff is like there's a method called the Pomodoro method that basically you kind of do like, and the amount of time can switch. But you do like 15 minutes of work, 5 minutes of fun, 15 minutes of work, 5 minutes of fun, and you can kind of do this flip back and forth to kind of give you that motivation go. So you're kind of like feeding yourself that little bit of dopamine, then using it to try and get some work, then feeding yourself a little bit of dopamine, then using that to work. You're kind of like popping back and forth. All right, let's stop here for gas. Because when we're not low, the last time got me real scared for it. And procrastination can be a motivator that when it becomes urgent, you find the motivation. But the problem is there's a lot of tasks that once it gets to the point of urgent, it's too little too late. And I'm 100% guilty of that one growing up. I'm a lot better about a lot of those things now. That's the reason why, like, me getting the diagnosis was not about getting hold of, you know, whatever medication, whatever thing. And there's I have no negative, no stigma against the medication, even though there are unfortunately stigmas out there because some of it can be very addictive. Oh, that's not what I want. Okay, we can save this. Technology double-edged sword, fair part of the issue nowadays. That's one of the hardest parts for me was as a software developer. If I was having difficulty like getting my brain to engage kind of thing. Getting my brain to engage. The issue was the thing I needed to work was also the thing that gives me entertainment. So there was a lot of difficulty in, like, you just need that one momentary lapse in, dang. $1,147 for gas. I mean, it's a 180-gallon tank. But ow. Oh, I need to turn my lights on. There we go. But yeah, it is the difficulty. Compartmentalized and tech-related jobs, I can only imagine. Yeah, it is, there's things you can do to help with it, but it is easy if you have just like that moment of weakness and you start like messing with it. Part of the thing is like, for example, when I was going to take the call, it's like I need to focus on this. It was closing absolutely every application on the computer, just closing absolutely everything. It's like all I have is the one thing I need for right now to deal with getting this all scheduled out and everything. If I have anything else over here popping up making noises, I'm just begging for a distraction. It's also one of the reasons why, when you're talking about people with ADHD as well as autism, that you can get yourself at the risk for addictive behavior in games. And the reason for that is, almost all those games, you do the thing and it immediately gives you feedback. It's immediately like, here is your hit of dopamine right now. So it just really makes your brain happy. So you wanna proverbially pull that lever again and again. It's also one of the reasons why these are conditions you want to be very careful about going to, like casinos and that kind of things. Is those are almost designed just shy to prey on it too. Alright, got no cars coming up. And pick up the speed. Let's see. So I was curious, is there a mission to transport some Coors beer to Atlanta in about 28 hours? Anyone who gets that reference, props. I will admit I do not get that reference. My understanding, unfortunately, this game right now just has like the southwest general area of the US that's in the base game, and then there's DLC that expanded to the most of the west coast and a bit to the south, like Texas area. But it doesn't go much farther east than that. My pops has talked about me taking. My pops talked about taking me to the casino too. So it is one of the things to just keep in mind if you are someone who has a tendencies towards addictive behavior, or you are having someone who has like ADHD again, is one of those things that it can feed that dopamine. So you are at a higher risk of being basically those things triggering the addictive behavior. It's not a guarantee. It's not like you get ADHD, you touch a slot machine and the hook's in or that kind of thing. It's just you got to be extra careful, extra vigilant. The same thing I would say if you have a family who has a history of gambling addiction, you would want to be very careful about those. Yeah, and exactly as yep, loot boxes, that's the entire thing. The thing that's really scummy about stuff like loot boxes, I've talked about this before, is going to conference talks in software development, and that they have talks entirely about different ways they can manipulate psychology to get people who would normally not buy these things to buy them, and to not only take advantage of addictive behavior, but to garner brand new addictive behavior, so people who have never had a problem with any type of addiction to effectively get them addicted to loot boxes. And obviously there's going to be successes and failures on their part, and not doing it ironically. These are talks like actually talking about how they can accomplish that ends, and it is really uncomfortable hearing people being like, oh yeah, we can get these people hooked, like they, you know, it'll require just short of a family intervention to get them out. And you're like, and that's something to be happy about? But yeah, as one of the things you can help with the gambling thing is exactly what they're saying. You have how much you're willing to donate to the casino that night, how much you're willing to give to the house. Bring that with you. Leave your debit card, leave your credit card behind. And if you can't do that, do something to like keep yourself from using it. Like whatever you got to do to make sure you don't hit the ATM to pull out more money. One of the things I used to do is there was some gambling boats who operated not far from here, and that used to be one of the go-to things early college, was you get a group of friends together and you go on the gambling boat for the night. And you bring, you know, like $20 or whatever you're donating to the boat. There's anything people think like the dead should be shot. I mean, the way I would say, those things need to be regulated. Like the stuff that deliberately is using psychology to create addictive behavior, that's kind of stuff I'm like, no, there should be laws that are real strict about that kind of stuff. And of course, the counter argument people have is like, what's the difference between marketing and that? And I'm like, I get it. It's a blurry line. But we should at least take the stuff that we can establish is past it and nail that, and we can worry about the blurry part later. Jen says, I've been to a casino once. That was enough. I got $250 up in slots. After 5 minutes, it was downhill from there. Oh yeah, that's usually, if you want to walk away with money and win, first of all, know that the house always wins. The odds are stacked against you. Literally, the casino would go out of business if they weren't extracting money from people at a very aggressive rate. If you do walk in and you get that lucky early win, wrap it up. Take that $100 or whatever you made, you know, smile, pocket it, you're done for the night. You beat the odds. And if you want to take advantage of, like, they have things where they'll like serve you drinks or whatever while you're gambling. Find like the cheapest slot machine you can, like the nickel or penny slots or whatever, and just sit there. You can sit in those things all night and not put away $20. Because you're only going a nickel at a time. It takes a long time for that to run out. The night driving this game is super realistic. Oh yeah, for anyone who's had to do like decent like road trips at night, this is the reason why this gets so dangerous. There's nothing to look at. There's nothing to engage your brain. You're looking at what effectively looks the exact same for hundreds of miles, and it is real easy to zone out. So, like, be real careful about night driving in real life. Like, it's not that you don't do it, it's just be mindful. It's even worse when it's foggy. Because at least, like, I can have some, like, little lights to look out in the distance. When you have that, like, fog where you can see, like, 30-some-odd feet away from you, but nothing else, it is real rough. I'll go sing Highway Hypnosis. I haven't heard of it referred to that, but I would agree with that assessment. Guy said, I went to with a casino with my grandma once. It wasn't my thing, but the loot boxes were oof. Yeah, and I've been pretty good about that stuff. I think one of the things that kind of hit me with the gambling boat thing was because already, like, everyone in the friends, like, you only bring what you're willing to lose. Like, that's everyone going in, you bring what you're willing to lose, nothing more. So it's kind of like everyone peer pressuring each other out of making bad choices. But we would sit there and it'd have, like, the high stakes slot kind of, like, raised up a little bit behind us. And there was this little old lady, and it was, I think it was, she would put in the tokens, and each token was like $50. And she'd put like $250 a go on this thing and pull the lever and then lose. And repeat it all night. And I was sitting there, you know, fresh out of high school, me going, that's a car payment. That's a car payment. That's a car payment. That's the rest of the car. And just seeing that person was doing, now granted, this, you know, this little old lady was like 90-something years old. She probably had money and had nothing to do with it, so not a big deal for her. But it was still kind of like one of those things, like, I don't ever want to be in the position that feels like a meaningful thing. Like, even if I had, like, literally billions of dollars, that, you know, shoving $250 into a slot machine as fast as I could would make no meaningful dent on my wealth, my immediate thought would be, what better thing could I be doing with this? You know, let me take my infinite wealth and build a children's hospital. Let me go through and, like, completely repave all the roads and some, like, you know, poor county roads that people are getting accidents on. Let me, like, literally fund a soup kitchen for the next 100 years. Anything more meaningful than that. Hell, a better use of that money would be standing on top of a building and just chucking it out into the street below. At least it would help a few people. Or cause a riot, A or B. Maybe both. Probably both, actually. I shouldn't say riot. It would create an event that people would get hurt. Because, not by deliberate, you'd, like, disrupt all the traffic, you'd create a whole thing. Yeah, I don't think... Have I ever bought a loot box? I don't think I've ever actually bought a loot box or keys for a loot box or anything like that. Not to say I haven't spent money on stuff that, you know, was a waste of money. Like, I've absolutely bought cosmetic items for games. But I wouldn't even call that a waste of money because I want to continue the support development. But I've definitely burned money on crap I shouldn't have. Because actually, one of the things was as I got older, like, you'd see, like, you know, some new, like, lightsaber, like, merchandise, like Star Wars merchandise, be like, I must have it, I really want it, that kind of thing. And I would pick up some of that stuff. But it wasn't until, like, realizing how much crap I had piling up from that, I'm like, oh, I don't need this. So it's kind of become a peer pressure between me and my wife to each other to, like, not buy junk we don't need. And I say only as junk, even though it's a totally collector's thing that I totally absolutely would love. But going, I know what's going to happen is I'm going to get this thing, it's going to look awesome, and then it's going to collect dust. And for a little while, I'm going to feel real good about it, but then it's going to get in the way. You spend way too much on mobile games? Yeah. Like I was saying, I'll redeem my free Path of Exile loot box. Get used to the thing and wonder why anyone bought those things. Yeah, like the loot boxes and a lot of the games will give you a free one or two or whatever. I'll use those because it didn't cost me anything. But the moment I have to pay for it, it's one of those things I try and go out of my way. And the big reason I'm successful in that is because I've been to those talks and I realize how horrifically manipulative it is. And then once you see that, even though you feel it working, like you get in that motivation, you're like, I see what this is, I know what this is, and I'm closing this game right now. It makes it says, I read an article about the mobile free play games and engaging their are really high playing customers to get them into exactly the dependent situation. Oh yeah, like to give you a peek behind the curtains, when you're talking about the marketing around those microtransaction games, they refer to their people they're playing as assets is one typically. You're not a person, you're an asset. Like one of the talks I went to was literally titled "How to Extract the Maximum Amount of Money from Your Assets," referring to people. Of which they break down your audience between minnows, dolphins, and whales. Minnows are anyone who pay like less than $5 a month, so $0 to $5 a month is a minnow. You're basically there to be engagement / cannon fodder / content for the whales. Dolphins would be anywhere from like $5 to $15, and the exact amounts will vary, but like $5 to $15. You get a little bit of money from them, not a lot. You care about them a little, but not really that much. They actually are kind of the least common customer base you have. And then you have the whales, and that's what everything is about. Getting as much money out of the people who are willing to just open their wallets and pour it forth. So that's your target audience. So you only support the minnows and the dolphins for the purposes of, again, giving the whales something to do. So if you look at like the games where you conquest, you're trying to give the whales what they want, which is a bunch of players for them to stomp all over with their pay-to-win transactions, and managing to keep enough of the minnows around to be stomped. That's the algebra behind it. And there's a lot of nuance into how they accomplish that. And you have all sorts of different ones, like Clash of Clans kind of thing, and I'm not accusing any individual company of doing this or not doing this. A lot of them do, but some are far more manipulative than others. But yeah, it gets real scummy. Because they'll deliberately give you time-limited offers to reduce the price on things to bring you in, but they always give you some freebies. So at the beginning of the game, you have whatever the limiting mechanic is, whether it's money or energy or whatever. They give that to you very generously at the beginning, so you can like play the game in what would be a fun and engaging way to play it. But then as you go, things get more expensive or cost more energy or whatever is the thing, or you have more things to use the energy on, that it stops being enough that you can just sit down and play the game. You end up running up against the wall with whatever their limiting factor is. And at first they'll be like, okay, well you ran out of energy, but here's this token for a free refill of energy. And they'll do that kind of thing. You'll give that hit that there's the token you buy to get your energy. So they're both introducing the game mechanic as well as kind of giving you that little dopamine bite from, oh, I was going to be all done playing today and not be able to play anymore, but they gave me the thing so I could play more. And they kind of do that thing to build that habit. And the only reason they publish drop rates loot boxes is because Chinese regulars. Yeah, there's Chinese and there's a couple places in the U.S. that are required to provide the odds. And Karen said, for real, I can't simply have any mobile games on my phone. It's so sad. Yeah, you can find mobile games that they are pay to play like right from the beginning. Oh, we're coming in way too fast. We're coming in way too fast. Okay, we managed to stop. That you drop your $5 or whatever it is, and that's it. There's no micro. It's much harder for mobile game devs to succeed where you pay up front when you're compared against a bunch of free with microtransactions. Because it's free, mumble, mumble, mumble with microtransactions. There's an article that said to avoid the term whale, and call them just VIPs and the VIP engagement matters. It was a talk about VIP engagement in the game for the casino industry. So exactly that. Yep. As people become more aware of, like, because again, that wasn't meant as a pleasant term. That was inside house calling them whales. And then when outside house started learning about it, they're like, no. They're VIP, or they're premier users or whatever. It's the same thing. It's the same thing. They're still trying to extract the maximum money, and you're the one they see as the sucker. And I was mentioning Raid Shadow Legends was actually produced by Australian casino company. Yep. Do they just call them Brandon Fraser? Yeah. There's a few. That's actually one of the reasons why people in the past have asked me about if I was going to try Kick. And don't get me wrong, that much better split on subs is very tempting and all that. But the reality is, one, my biggest issue is the moderation thing, which supposedly they've been fixing. I'm gonna kind of wait to see how it goes, but supposedly been fixing, because at the beginning they weren't doing anything, so all of the things that were deemed like super duper unacceptable on like YouTube and Twitch and other streaming platforms are getting on there. I understand they've started to rein that in, because frankly, no advertiser is going to be willing to advertise on a platform that doesn't moderate. And then there's legal concerns and all that kind of stuff. You know, copyright infringement, yada yada. But on top of that, the thing that's basically funding Kick right now is casino money. It was all those casino things that got kicked off Twitch, which gambling is still allowed on Twitch, for the record. It's just only very specific, you know, not regulated. I mean, it is regulated, but it's licensed? Basically gambling that has gone through the regulatory process and is on, you know, supposedly on the up and up, and all that is allowed on Twitch anymore. All that stuff that was just like random websites that are casinos, those ones are kicked off Twitch. And they found a home over at Kick. And they're one of the main sources of money for Kick right now. Because those online casinos found that streamers were a very, very lucrative advertising system. They were making buku bucks advertising through streamers. Because just the same that, like, as a streamer, if I play, like me playing this game, there's gonna be some number, I don't know what you're, oh, you're telling me to stop sight ahead. I was like, I don't know why you're flashing this at me back here. It makes sense. They're warning me that I won't have enough time to stop around this corner. But just like me playing this game, there's gonna be... I did not notice the red arrow in the middle. I've never seen a light like that in my real life, where it was the overhead lights and then a separate light in the middle for turning. This is Arizona? What is wrong with your lights, Arizona? Why would you have overhead lights and a separate turn lane light in the middle of the intersection, not off to the side? Telling me I'm not allowed to turn. I thought I saw the green arrow and then realized it's just a green light. It's fine. We'll just pay our fine. Oh, stop yawning. Where the heck am I going? I can't see. There. That's where I'm going. There's no bollards, right? Okay, cool. We're good. I mean, there's bollards over there, but no bollards right in front of the place. And for those who don't know what bollards are, they're the big concrete posts over there, those yellow posts. Usually it is a steel pole filled with concrete. You do not want to hit them. I have personally seen them in one of those embed itself like a good 2.5, 3 feet in the front of a tour bus. Okay, it's around back. Oh yeah, bollards are important. You do not want to strike a bollard. It will win. I don't care what vehicle you're in. It will win. You will be the one that loses. Oh, I need to go wire around this. But yeah, usually they're put in front of like grocery stores, restaurants, places where you have pedestrian traffic. No, I did not line that up well. Is that gonna count? Not gonna count. Alright, so pull forward. It'll back it in. Alright. That's the wrong button. Meant for the brake, hit the gas. Alright. Uh, bollards equals yes. Yeah, bollards are good. They're a really good safety thing. My comment is just they you do not want to hit them. They will win. 1 second. What? Oh, okay. It's nothing I need to deal with. It was one of my family members was texting me out of nowhere, and I wasn't expecting. It's like, what's this about? So I'm just kind of going hard on one of these. That may be a mistake, but the way I'm looking at it is the pay is solid. All right. That's got really high pay, and they go about 2 inches. It's 32 miles, or $32 to the mile, but I'm going all of like 2 inches, and it's done. I'm not gonna do that one because like, yeah. So the difference is 70 miles. It's gonna take me like 5 seconds to do that one, versus this one, which is a long haul. I actually like the long haul ones because you kind of get on the highway and just, you know, you'll switch highways or whatever, but it's kind of just cruise. So it's really relaxing. What? Am I just... Oh, is this... I forget what it is, where you have, it's not a rest stop. But you just have, like, one driver will drive, like, a truck so far, but because of the legal limitations on how long you're allowed to drive at a time, they'll have a designated spot where you pull off. You'll switch drivers. Like, you know, a different driver will take over, you go and hit your hotel room or go home or whatever the thing is. The next one takes up. I was just confused. I'm like, why am I on the side of the road? What's happening right now? Like 55. Warning, sharp turn. Alright, I'll back off the gas a little bit. Surprisingly, well, I mean, I guess we had a pretty big raid earlier. I was gonna say, it's like, actually, this is the highest viewership we've had in the last, like, in the immediate past. I was like, oh right, we did have a pretty big raid, so that's probably why. I was just, actually, I should rephrase that. It was the highest viewership without a raid. It's like, no, wait, never mind. Woe just dropped a raid. Again, fantastic content creator. Absolutely recommend. Am I playing with a steering wheel? Nope, I am playing with the mouse and keyboard. I actually don't own a steering wheel. I could see where people totally get into this, and I'm definitely not messing with my my phone real fast while driving. This is definitely not a thing I do. I am certainly not breaking the law right now by being a distracted driver. I'm dying in this room. It needs the AC turned up. Yep, there we go. We're just adjusting the AC. Hey, the follow. Welcome to the stream. And in real life, absolutely do not let yourself be distracted while driving. My ankle still is not 100% after a person struck a vehicle, as in because of that. Can you give mine my truck? Won't need it? Can I give you mine? My truck won't need it. I'm missing... Give you your... what? Phone? AC? Oh, steering wheel. Steering wheel. I see. Never mind. I've caught up. Whoosh. The point. I could see where people could lose a lot of time into this game. So, me, real life, does not like driving. Like, when at first I was like, when I first got, like, my learner's permit and all that, you couldn't stop me from driving. Like, I wanted to drive so much because just, you know, it's the freedom. You're not stuck at home all the time. Oh, come on, it was yellow. I'll take my fine. Is it I'd love to play something like Flight Simulator, but I need to go with the controls. Yeah, oh, if you haven't... For those who haven't played the new Microsoft Flight Simulator, oh boy, that is good. And it is amazing, the tech behind it. Like, genuinely, I could go to this little nothing nowhere town that I used to live, and I could fly down, and it wouldn't, like, the buildings wouldn't be exactly right, but they were mostly right. And like, why on earth would they have any knowledge of like this random high school in this random town? Does a population of why bother? And go, it's like, okay, well, like the cosmetics on the building are all wrong, but it's like it's the right shape. You know, sure, there's parts of it gets wrong, like the bus pickup area was all wrong, just like the way the building was there. But it's like you could very clearly see it was meant to be the school, and it was mostly right-ish. You like driving? There's no one else driving? Well, that's it. I loved driving, and especially when I had the convertible, it was wonderful. But I found that as I got older, my patience for driving got less and less, especially as I dealt with more and more traffic. And then on top of that, as I started being able to, you know, where my job went from in-office to hybrid to then just fully remote, I found the less I had to drive, the less I want, the less tolerant I was with dealing with the aggravations of driving. Not that I'd be like screaming on the road or anything, but it'd be like, oh, do you want to go to this place? Man, that's a 2-hour drive. No, I really don't want to. Like, the thing you're recommending sounds like fun, but in my cost analysis, the cost of driving there is not worth the reward of the thing on the other side. And that's the cost of, you know, dealing with it, not the cost of, you know, the price of gas and all that. It's also one of those things that when you sit down and you do the math of how much it costs to drive places, like you consider like the gasoline, the wear and tear, the tolls, all that kind of stuff. Even like, let's ignore the tolls. Just the gas and wear and tear. You go drive someplace like 100 miles away and you suddenly go, oh, that's like $30 worth of gas / wear and tear. You know, with typical, just as your like average car's wear and tear and gasoline goes. And you sit there and go, okay, so I'm gonna be stuck in traffic. It's gonna be not fun. It's gonna cost me $30, you know, for the commute. And then I get to do an activity that I'm also gonna have to spend $30. And you scratch your head and go, do I really want to drop all this versus not spending all that money and doing pretty much anything else? Yep, here we go. Passing at no extra speed. Here, I'm going to go ahead and accelerate a little bit. Don't do that thing where I start accelerating and then you start accelerating. Yeah, tap those brakes. Fall behind me, let me pass you. I don't really have a gauge for how close my trailer is, but I'm going to do this without switching cameras. Well, they didn't slam on their brakes and go flying back, so I think we were good. That's cool. I think this is the first, like, proper city we've seen. So we're in LA? I have no idea if this is what LA looks like. I could ask Toom, she's been there. But I've never been. Oh, no, this isn't LA. This is the way to LA. Sacramento's over there. Guess we're Sacramento outskirts? I don't know. I've also not been to Sacramento, so I can't answer that question. Do you know the way to San Jose? That's done. Phase Next says LA has been reworked this past year, I think. Oh, that's cool. I didn't know they were doing that. That's neat. I'm enjoying how incredibly relaxing this is. I'm also enjoying watching in the rearview mirror as trees stop existing behind me. Like they get out of render distance, and that amuses me greatly. Just kind of wink out of existence suddenly. Trip economy, we're getting a whole 6 miles to the gallon. Not 16, it's 6. Nice. That is horrifying, but probably checks out. I'm all spoiled with my, like, 40-ish miles to the gallon. It'd be a shame I got to replace my car not too long. The model I have has a known transmission defect that, about all I can do to fix is just put in another, you know, transmission that has the same defect, so it's kind of at 100,000 when that transmission fails. I'm just gonna have to bite the bullet on that one. Not excited about that idea. Hopefully that won't be for a long time. It was, alright, you take it easy. They were dropping in. Yeah, as Ford was working with a, dual cam, I don't think is the word. I'm not a super, like, I know how to repair cars and all that, like, I've done lots of work, but when it comes, like, the difference between turbochargers and that kind of stuff, I don't know what I'm talking about in that respect. I know you're like regular mains. I've done transmission work myself in the past, but I'm not an expert. But my understanding was the transmission, instead of having like the one cylinder with all the gears on it that you're switching between, it has 2 of them. That it kind of slides from one gear to the other and back, which is something that's a feature in a lot of really nice cars. But this is a more affordable car, and it was their first time tinkering with that idea in an affordable car, and it wasn't all good news. Like, the gas mileage was amazing, considering it's just straight gas. It's not even a hybrid, and it gets over 40 miles to the gallon. But, you know, unfortunately, early iterations of stuff has problems. I also don't know what I'd want for my next car. I do know I want, whatever car I get in the future, I want an electric car, personally. But I haven't kept up with what's what there and all that. It's one of those things I won't worry about doing my research till it's time to get one, because fortunately, streaming doesn't mean I have to worry about if my car breaks down, how do I get to work on Monday kind of thing. Like, it'll mess with stuff like grocery shopping or whatever on the short term. But, you know, when that happens, I can take a day or two to do my research, figure out, like, what I want to get, all that kind of thing. You want to tell you, Chandra? Gotcha. For me, the thing I was running in, this is like way out of date information I'm giving right now. The last time I had looked at electric cars, like, you have Tesla, that's well known. Kind of like the new player on the block was the Nissan Leaf, so that dates it as being like 5 years ago or so. And it's kind of the thing that a lot of the cars that had the stats I wanted were all in like the area of like SUVs, but I don't really like SUVs personally. Like, I like small cars. And so it's kind of one of those things that'd be a compromise decision of what do I care about more the stats and performance or the body style. Yeah, no, I'm familiar with the indestructibleness of Nissan trucks. Alright, so pretty soon we're going to have to stop for gas. The next gas station we see, we're going to stop. You're saying, I like SUVs because you can see better. I would imagine you can see better than them. For me, it's always being a very small footprint vehicle. That when people are being chaos on the road, I can do a lot more to maneuver around it, kind of thing. Like, I feel a great deal in comfort in that. And then also, like, when you're looking for, like, parking and all that, it's probably a thing that's a carryover from working downtown, as well as, you know, when I was a college student on a big campus, where parking was horrifically, like, just horrifically bad. That having that tiny little car, you'd see that half a spot that someone left where they, like, parked over the line. You're like, guess what? I can still work with it. I can work with your non-existent spot. I've also done that one. When you have, like, the person in, like, either, like, a big van or truck, usually, you know, really oversized vehicle, and they just park terribly, so they park, like, all the way up on a stripe. I've absolutely been that person to just, like, snug my car right up, like, make sure I'm in my parking spot, but, like, make sure they have no room to get out. And be like, you're gonna wait for me. I don't do that anymore because I'm too concerned about people damaging my car when I have that. But, you know, invincible teenager, invincible 20-year-old. I was like, this person wants to be an absolute jerk? No problem. I can be a jerk too. And I have had that person where they just stood by their car and I, you know, walked up and they're like, you know, start screaming at me. I'm like, hey, I'm in my spot. You're not in yours. And I know where the car next to you is at. And you did not need to do this. Like, you're just kind of reserving 2 spots for yourself. I did not want to slow down, but I got a lot of people passing. Alright, let's switch over. Yeah, my car is 14, 15 years old. I've had it now. Something like that. Over 100,000 miles. I've definitely got my money's worth out of it. It's not the highest mileage I've had. I had one that got over 300,000 miles. And then it need a, its engine block need to be rebuilt, and I was like, you know what? No. And the answer's no. It's just no. I've already rebuilt this engine before. I'm done. I have money now. I don't need to keep limping this poor little Honda Civic along. And to be clear, I bought that car, and it had over 100,000 miles on it when I bought it. And the person I had it before had rear-ended a school bus with it. And it had a, it had the word for a female dog keyed in on the top of the car from the previous owner. The hood was spray paint gold. It had a blue trim, and it was that really ugly bronze color that was super duper popular in the 80s. It was a real winner for a first car. The price was right though. Hey, Longclaw, how's it going? The price is right. It was well within the budget of a high school kid. It was basically nothing. Man, I did a lot of work on that car. Well, I was passing really fast, and now I'm not. So I'm feeling a little guilty about it. Not guilty enough I'm going to get out of this lane. But guilty in general. Oh yeah, that car, man, the work I did it. I rebuilt its transmission. We're talking, I took out the transaxle because the person who owned it drove like a complete jerk. Like it had just torn up the transaxle, like chewed up the gears and all that. And we actually went and re-welded material on it and remachined the axle. So we didn't buy a replacement part, we remachined it at my father's machine shop. I know I'm running out of fuel. I haven't had a gas station in a long time. I've been watching. Oh, that's a place. Alright, I need you to... Alright, we're accelerating. Truck, I'm coming on over. Figure it out. Figure it out. I'll have to catch up with Chad in just a moment. This is one of the downsides when I'm turning and all that. I gotta watch what I'm doing. Alright. Huh. Where's the sign that says if I have clearance or not? That's like, you know, clearance not under 12 feet or whatever, so I have to actually consider that. Okay, so let's see. My sister and I shared our first car. It was 14-year-olds when we bought a little Opel Golf for like €200. We drove it for another 4 or 5 years. Solid investment. Oh yeah, I don't regret buying my car at all. It was a piece of junk. But I mean, like I said, I got an extra 100-something thousand miles on it after the 100,000 miles it already had on it. So I have no complaints about what I got out of it. Do not enter wrong way. That sounds like a suggestion if there's no cops around. Oh, you saw nothing. I did not completely murder that wrong way sign. So you swapped your tank cart? I know a number of families that let me in. That's right, you little sports car. This is my road. Oh, €2,000? Gotcha. L swapped. But yeah, so that sneaky switch to first person camera. Oh, I like at the beginning I was playing nothing but like the third person camera and people were like, this is weird. I was like, okay. I mean, I had to adjust the sound because like the engine sound inside the cabin was like, my god. I understand it's probably realistic, but I don't want to listen to that for long hours. Like a little engine sound is nice and kind of can be cathartic, that's another word. Can be, what's the word? Not relaxing. I mean, relaxing's on the right path, but there's a specific... I need to stop speeding. Along the line of relaxing. Like white noise does it to you. I'm blanking on it. It doesn't matter. It can have a certain thing to relax and all that. If you posted a link, Darth, or something that got mistaken. Calming. There you go. Yeah, it can be calming. That's a good word. But when it's like really loud, it's like, alright, I don't need this pounding on my head though. But yeah, no, that car, I drove it for a long time, and I bought it for $300. To give you an idea of just what kind of shape that car was, I bought it for $300. And it immediately needed a bunch of work on it, because again, the previous owner had rear-ended a school bus. I don't even want to know what that ticket must have cost that person. Because I can only imagine rear-ending a school bus full of kids, if passing a school bus when you're not supposed to is easily getting close to $1,000 fine. What does slamming into the back of one, you know, that's gotta be horrendously high, you know, high ticket. But, so I got that. I replaced the hood because it wouldn't latch close. I replaced the place where the hood, like, we actually, alright, so I need to go to the weight station. We actually had gone to a junkyard and had them cut the front off of another Honda Civic. And then took the one we had where the frame was and cut that off, re-welded it all up. What about the school bus backing across the thing's hood? Okay. So I'm assuming I go to the right? Yes. I don't see the green thing that says, okay, stop here. Yeah, I mean, that's person probably getting fired more than anything. Oh, it's trying to tell me it's like 15 miles per hour as I pass like 4 parked squad cars. Okay. Alright, so we're not going to try and gun it onto the highway. Alright. Go, 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 go. Please let me in. Please let me in. Don't be this way. Please let me in. Thank you. I mean, you didn't really let me in. I kind of just took it, but... But yeah, so I did... Oh. That's somewhat satisfactory. Oh, that's a different truck. Never mind. I was about to say, it's like, was that the same truck who just wouldn't let me in, getting pulled over? Because I can get on board with that. But, so we, like, cut the front of the car off, re-welded the frame up, replaced the radiator because it was smashed, replaced the hood because it was all warped out of frame shape, replaced both the front fenders, replaced there's a little trim above where the radiator vent is, but below the hood. Got all that, bent the latch for where the hood attaches itself back into shape and re-welded everything there. Like, it was a heck of a lot of work. I had to replace the master, what is it? The master clutch cylinder and the slave clutch cylinder. I don't even remember what those, like, there's one that's like the main pressure and the back pressure. I don't remember how that worked. That was one of those ones I didn't know well. Again, not a car expert. We had to replace, there's a plate that lifts the gearing off for when you're switching, so your clutch has a plate that lifts stuff off to engage and disengage it. We had to replace that plate because it was all chewed to bits. To give you an idea how much this person drove like a jerk, when we opened up the transmission to do that, the transmission oil was sparkly from all the metal shavings that had come, like all the metal dust and shavings that had come off from how much they ground the gears down. And for the record, that's not supposed to happen in normal use for any meaningful amount. Like, genuinely, if you don't drive like a jerk, a manual transmission should last for a very, very, very long time. Maybe not the entire life of the car, but like you'd maybe rebuild it once in the lifetime of the car. You know, we did stuff like brakes and oil and all that, sure. Yeah. We had pulled open the block and redone all the valves. I don't remember what happened that we did that. I remember there's... Oh, I think the car kept stalling out because one of the valves was sticking or something. Like, I don't remember exactly what happened that led to that one. But we were... there's like the only time I ever had the car actually let me down was with something with one of the valves. And I even still got it from point A to B the 1 or 2 times I had to. But it was definitely not running right when that happened. Like, it would hesitate and stall and stuff. And that, like, we did that for all that time, and then I didn't have to do any major repairs for a long time, but then eventually, because the transmission and the valves were like the inexpensive way of repairing it, the valves started to needing repair again. And it was just like, you know what? Like, by then I had been working for a number of years, like, actual proper jobs, and I was like, no, I need to not be depending on this car that's a ticking time bomb anymore. Like, I'll buy something. You know, still bought used and all that, but... You know, that car had 300,000, I was like, this is just gonna break down again and again, it's just gonna get me in trouble. So I sold it to a friend, who then replaced the engine and rebuilt the back so he could attach... Was it a Dodge Ram engine? He put some, like, big truck engine in the hatchback part of the car and directly mounted it to the axle for drag racing. It was amazing. And it was only, like, a year later that it ripped the entire axle free of the car. And then he bought another hatchback and did it again. Oh, people with money. I used to have video of that. He actually had it on like YouTube for a long time. You just saw like the Honda just go boop, and then everything drag out from underneath it. It was like he went over a speed bump and just left his entire rear axle assembly behind. All right, we got the cone. Yep, as I say, we had the cone. Ah, overheating. That'll do it. Out in the hills and mountains on a hot sunny day, overheating will happen. That's we've talked about how like technology changes. It's one of those things you don't think of that much. If you go back to the cars, like when like driving in the 80s, so cars that are from like, you know, 50s and 60s and that you'd have like a hot summer day and you'd be on the highway either like in Florida, and, you know, Toon would talk about like going through the mountains in California, that you wouldn't go very far and you'd see like a car overheated like every half mile or so. That just, they could not handle the heat. And it was just a thing that was like everywhere. You'd see all the cars overheated, pulled off the side of the road. And nowadays, it's like, it's certainly cars still overheat. But it's like, you know, you'll go an entire trip and you might see a car off on the side of the road that's overheated. It's those like little things that you don't think of. Like just how common that used to be and how it's just not as nearly a big of issue anymore. And if you don't know why I'm not passing, I'm in a truck lane. That there's no passing here. The trucks are required to be in this lane. They tend to do that a lot in like really hilly and mountainy areas because trucks really struggle with a lot of the elevation, that it can be problematic if they're taking up the lanes. So they kind of put them in their own lane. And then you'll usually be the outside right lane because they'll have, I forget what they're called. They're like runoff lanes that when you're dealing with a lot of elevation, you have a risk of brakes failing. And so the idea is if your truck goes out of control, your brakes have failed you, that you just have what's effectively a giant ramp that you just kind of aim for it as you're downshifting, and let gravity slow you down. And I can only imagine the absolute terror it must be having to, you know, go to the emergency runoff lane. Because those things, they go up like 35, 45 degrees, because they're not about you taking them with any grace. They're 100%, we need to, you know, strip you of all momentum as fast as possible. I didn't want to crash. I couldn't stop. So I realized I was in the turn lane and I was trying to stop, but it wasn't stopping fast enough, and it's gonna hit the barricade, and I was trying to slow down enough that I could let that truck pass, and I failed. It's fine. It was just like $1,000 we lost there because it gave me 2 dings from it, it looked like. Besides, let's look. What is the damage? See, it's 1% damage. I basically didn't do anything. We scratched paint. It's fine. I didn't realize, because I haven't had a GPS that looked like that the arrows all turned to an angle to show me I was supposed to switch lanes. I didn't notice that till we were coming up on the exit. I'm used to it having like a big arrow turn left or turn right indicator. Explain that to insurance premium. Well, that's the thing. You don't claim the insurance. For scratched paint, you don't claim the insurance. You keep your record clean. You save that money on your premiums. You get a Sharpie and you fill in those little black, like the little spots in the black paint that got scratched so you can see through now. Or if you're real fancy, you go out and you buy like an actual bucket of paint or whatever sprayer paint. I don't know what they use for cars. You know, clean off the rough edges and use the proper paint to fill it in. It's a really crappy thing. Unless you're talking like significant damage to your car, it can be much more cost effective to just pay out of pocket to repair it than to pay, or than to have the insurance cover it, only to then turn around and have your premiums go up. Now, if you go and you get like hurt or something, get that insurance in there. You paid into that thing, get your money back out. That's what it's for. That's literally the entire idea of insurance, is you're gambling against yourself. You're saying, I expect at some point this to cost me more than it's going to cost me right now. Or like, there's a good chance of it being that way. So you pay into the pot in case you need to cash out. It is one of the reasons I get really annoyed when people are like, but some people pull out more money than they put into insurance. Like, good, they won. That's the idea. You're taking the risk that all people have and you're spreading it out evenly through all the people so that we all pay a little bit less to, you know, not be the victim of, you know, horrific expense. Not to say that insurance companies don't absolutely screw us, but... Hey, we're about to be heading to Arizona. Which is a lot like the middle of California, but sandier. But yeah, for those who are like, you've already switched off Hydroneer, because we did do a stream yesterday where he spent probably about almost like 80% of the stream on Hydroneer, because I had wrapped up State of Decay 2, which took like no time at all, because we were basically at the end of a run. And then the rest of it, we played Hydroneer. I do think I'm going to circle back to that, but it is one of those games I think it's not one I'm going to be able to play a lot of on the channel. And the reason for that is there's just not a lot of people looking for Hydroneer, I don't believe. It is something I'm self-conscious about right now, is just being better about strategic decisions on the games I play, because, you know, I've been enjoying while things are slow on Twitch. We're in that slump going into the summer before it really picks up. So I've been playing a lot of games that don't make strategic sense. But I'm gonna need to make sure to capitalize while people are all like hyped up for all the new games to try and, you know, try and do what I can to keep the stream and dream alive. I'm excited, chat. Doom is picking up dinner. It's gonna be here soon. And I'm really excited about that. I still think I'm gonna take like the 5-minute break I do whenever it comes to be dinner time, just to welcome her home and do all that. So we'll do a round of words on stream when that happens. What's for dinner? We are eating the prestigious, unquestionably 5-star Taco Bell. Jay saying, I hear the numbers are down for a lot of streamers. Yes, there's a good number of things going in. That's pretty normal for entering the summer, that the numbers do dip. Because, you know, a whole bunch of people get out of school, so they're out, you know, going on vacation. Yeah, a bunch of people that summer vacation is when they vacation. For a lot of places, it's way nicer to go outside. So people are doing a lot more outside activities. So it's just kind of like a bunch of that. So it is definitely not, like, it's not that, like, Twitch is like really messing up per se, it's just the normal flow. That said, you know, every year, somehow I had a feeling it's not, yeah, usually when Tomb is picking up food on the way home, that's gonna be Taco Bell. There's not a whole lot of places that would be super convenient for her to pick something up. Plus, while Taco Bell is absolutely, quality-wise, like grade D food, it tastes really good. So you know. Sometimes you just... Hey, it's really rude. Sometimes you need to eat something not caring about the, the quality of the food. Alright, we're not far from our destination. Like, I wouldn't be surprised up here in the next, like, exit or so is our exit. Yeah, but like I said, once she gets home, I'm gonna stop for 5 minutes, hang out with her. Because also, where I talked about earlier, the ADHD diagnosis, like, she knows about it. Like, I already, sent her text and all that, but it happened during the day while she wasn't here, so I'm gonna kind of fill her in. That was actually one of the things that surprised me when I was talking to the doctor and all that, that they're like, what things I could be doing right now to help with it. And they're like, okay, so there's been, well, it's not like, what's the word? It's not been fully verified. There is a lot implying that not having enough zinc, magnesium, iron, B12, and vitamin D, those things, tends to exacerbate things, which is the first I've ever heard of that, so I don't know how good, bad, or otherwise you think, because, like, even by the doctors, like, this isn't something that, like, we've properly vetted yet, but there is initial research that is implying that. It's like, okay, so make sure to be getting enough of those things, which I assume would just... I'm willing to bet the vitamins I already take probably have all that stuff, but go through and verify all of that. I switched lanes because you slowed down, and then you stopped slowing down. That is real life me on the road. That is one of my pet peeves. When I have my cruise control on, and I'm coming up behind someone. It's like, I'm going to overtake this I'm going to overtake this person. Let me switch lanes so I can go ahead and get in here and do that. And I start passing them, and they speed up. And I'm like, no, turn on your cruise control. This is the whole point. Choose your speed, stay at it. You only switch if something's in your way and you gotta slow down or whatever, or if you're, like, turning or something, or, speed limit change. Something that justifies you changing your speed. Like, just use your cruise control. It's what it's there for. It makes everyone's life easier if you do it. Okay. Are you turning or going straight? You're going straight. Stop yawning. Hey, my I need to sleep icon is bright red. It's one of these intersections. And the problem is, for a lot of the cars, I can't see their blinker on the other side. So I can't trust that they're going to turn. Plus, I don't trust drivers to actually use their turn signals in the first place. We've discovered San Diego. Stay green, stay green, stay green. Yeah. I need to stop speeding. We did just pass a police officer. I'm getting tired. Hey. Hey. Ice cream man. I had the right of way. I wonder how it's going to simulate, because, like, they simulate the whole, like, you need to sleep and all that. Like, I assume they wouldn't do anything, like, really over the top, like have you fall asleep at the wheel and you just crash. I could see them doing a thing like your vision would, like, black out for a second or two and then come back, that kind of thing. Oh, sounds like Tombstone. Give me just a second, chat. I'm right there. All right, give me a minute, chat. I'm going to go ahead and put up some words on stream. I'm going to take a quick 5-minute break, and I will be back in just a couple of minutes. So thank you so much for everyone's been tuning in, has been lurking, chatting, following, subscribing to the bits, hosts, the donos, and the raids. It all helps, and I really do appreciate it. I do hope you've enjoyed the stream so far, and I will be back in just a minute trying to get the words on stream up. Just taking a quick, 5-minute time to eat kind of break. Welcome my wife home, do all that stuff. I do stream for 11 hours, so sooner or later, gotta eat. Oh, come on, give me my information. So copy link. And let's get that going. For those who haven't played Words on stream, it is a good time. Pretty straightforward game. What ends up happening is you get a bunch of letters presented on the top of the screen. You can type in chat to guess what the words are, so I can go dice, and it accepts it. And you'll also notice if I type in another word, if I can find one, nice, it doesn't accept it. And that's just the big thing I try and point out, which is that the blue bar in the middle slowly goes down. Once I have correctly guessed a word, I may not correctly guess another word until it passes the lock. And that's just kind of the way that works. You can get as many words wrong as you like, but it's just when you correctly guess word. And you'll probably want to play, because if you don't play, what ends up happening is just game over and it's no fun. So you'll probably want to participate. Anyways, I'll be back in just a couple minutes after I do a quick stretch, welcome my wife home, and all that good stuff. So thank you again for tuning in. Okay, and I am back. And when we game over, we'll get back to the game. Sorry about that. Was just catching up with Tim. Oh, Tim is currently here playing as well. Man, I was just catching up on I mentioned that there's a diagnostic and all that here, diagnosis and all that earlier, so was just kind of catching her up on all that since we hadn't had a chance to speak since then. All right, well, in the meantime, I'm gonna eat a little bit of my food, so I'll be right back. Oh, and for those new to the channel, basically the way this works is when we game over is when I'll get back to the game. So let people like play out the round. Ranged. Ooh, fake G, never mind. You got baited. Never mind, Zidian saying it's not a fake G. The G is good. The G is good. Is it the N? Yeah, it looks like it's the N that's the fake letter. So it's the N that's the fake letter. Okay, the hidden letter is O. O is the hidden letter. And I'm pretty sure the fake letter is S. Hmm. I've been really good at picking out the hidden letters. I can't tell you how many times I've gotten on the first one. All right. One moment. Sorry about that. Drum. Is the next one they don't show? No, it's 19. 19 is the one where they stop showing the guesses. 19 is where things escalate dramatically. Ooh, okay. That is a lot of vowels. All right, so both the R's are good. That implies one of the either the A or one of the E's is fake. We don't know that there's three E's, so we don't know that the A or the E is fake. Like which one of us? Oh, the A is fake. The A is fake. I see what you're saying. V. I have no idea how to spell it. It doesn't matter. It's done. It's over. It's all ogre chat. That's at least a really good word at the end there. That that last one came in hard. V as the hidden letter is pretty brutal. Okay, so for the final scores, we have in first, we have Tilt Jedi, followed by Dragon Repairman, then Akumer, then Zidian, then Empty Tomb, Kalaria Star, Roz Rain, myself, Haliz, Illicit NZ, El Goso, Moriarty, CK Hawk, Le Trapper, and Darstrider. So let's go ahead and get back to the game now. One moment. You got the big one? You did. Sorry. That came out of nowhere. What? Oh, there we go. It's like, why don't I have a UI? Oh, I have all the options here. All right, so we're still in the middle of driving. It's fine. We're at the last mile. Everyone knows that nothing bad happens at the last mile of your journey. Tequileria? Oh, is it just one of the businesses on the side of the road they didn't notice because I was focused on the road? All right. Let's get this in position. All right. They're just not offering enough XP for parking. Yay, we made a bunch of money. That's why it's advised to remove your seatbelt last month. For the record, the actual statistic is you are more likely statistically to get an accident within a mile of home than anywhere else. Now, there's a lot of argument to be had there, whether it's because that's where you spend the most time or a whole bunch of other things. From now on, you can purchase your own trailers and upgrade your own paint to match your truck. Your trailers can be stored in the chosen garage. They can be useful for drives and used by your drivers to increase profits. To manage your trailers, manage a trailer manager. Right, that's the thing, Elgo. So it's the reality is it's where you spend the most time. But there is other factors that also go into it, like if you're having a really tough drive and you get to that last mile, you'll have some point that you're like, this is like like you've gotten to like that last point, you're like, hey, I'm home, I'm here. Like even when you're not like pulled in and parked, you get around that last turn to your house and all that, people can let down their guard on their driving because they're just fatigued or whatever. But it's kind of a whole bunch of those things. It's one of those things that they imply it one way, but it very much kind of goes differently. That's a pretty high price. That's fine. Ooh, that's a trek. All right. Yeah, especially if you're tired. Well, that's the thing. Like you're doing the thing like you're slapping your face to try and keep yourself awake. And you get the last, so you're like, I'm here, and then you doze off and hit a tree or something. All right. I say I did not at all check my surroundings. Okay, this one big journey we're going on. We're going in too fast. Okay. I was like, there's no stop sign here. If anything, technically the fact that they have stripes in the road would imply they're supposed to stop for me, which is an interesting thought. This looks a lot like the California I know. A little bit more deserty. Yeah, there's more cactus here than I'd think. But this is, I believe, we're in South California right now. Like not near the coast, but inland. The whole side of California? I mean, maybe that's a bit much. But that's what I was talking about earlier. California does have a little bit of everything, so there's a speed trap there. That's why the movie industry's here. Whatever topography you need, you can just find pretty much almost all of it here. So the hill on the left makes me think of what I remember seeing in California. The one on the right's a little bit too rocky sandy. Except volcanoes? I mean, like, if you're looking for, like, open-top, billowing smoke, yeah, you won't find those in California. But if you're looking for giant, volcanic-looking mountains, you can find some passable stuff. I'm not really understanding the easement that was in the middle there, that it was actually paved and everything. Looks right if you're going to Palm Springs or Vegas. Yeah, this would be like southeast California. Or northeast Cal. Well, I mean, not northeast, but like, yeah, still southeast. California does the thing where it kind of scoops. So you can definitely see driving from South California north towards Nevada. Or east towards Nevada. You had to hit up your buddy, Mr. House. Yeah, so it's looking like the sleep icon. Now we can pass you, you're stopping. The sleep icon here, so it's looking like what happens is it starts grayed and it slowly fills up blue. And then eventually turns red. And then when it's red, it's like, no, you have a problem, like you need to get off the road. I'm assuming with like the sleep mechanic, you just kind of pull off to the side of the road and you go to sleep, or they have like specific places you're supposed to sleep kind of thing. Because I've seen the bed icon for like a hotel or whatever. Oh, I need to finish this one before I get too far into that. And time to start ramming cars? Why would I ram cars? I'll damage my own vehicles. Now I have to pay for repairs. You're mistaking this for, oh man, what was that game? It's going way back. Was it Bad Mother Truckers? But it was another game about getting semis and shipping stuff around the map. Except for your car would take damage for bumping other cars, but if you chain bumped into cars, you get increased amounts of money for doing so, and eventually you could get upgrades that like fully repair your car and all that. It was absolute shenanigans. It was like a completely ridiculous car, or ridiculous game. You'd start hitting cars and go, highway hoedown, hick from hell. Bad Mother Trucker. Where you can play as Cletus, or Sally Mae, or I don't remember the other ones. Was it Sally Mae or was it Sue something? It doesn't matter. You had like 4 characters you could play, and they were all tropes. Start ramming cars? You're not allowed to ram cars in NASCAR. It's against the rules. Those fighter jets that just flew over us? Where are we at now that I'm seeing fighter jets zip on past at low altitude? Ontario. Alright, Death Valley is that way. Headlight usage offense? What is my headlight usage offense? Really? I don't know if I had my headlights turned on or not. I shouldn't need my headlights at this point. The sun's not below the horizon. Huh. Yeah, it's whatever. I'm being paid like 20,000 something to do this. There goes the fighter jets again. Or no, is that a helicopter? What? Yo, you're a fighter jet. It was moving like in a weird way for a fighter jet where it just kind of like turned sideways, and so I was like, what? An hour before sunset, or an hour after sunset, and before sunrise. Take them away, boys. Yeah, so I'm not entirely sure if it was because I had my headlights on or off. Because if it's off, I'm gonna go whine to someone because what? If it's on and like it's blasting my high beams during the day, I'm sure there's got to be some law that says like, hey, don't go blinding people with your high beams in the middle of the day by driving up on them. Why am I seeing nothing but police cars out here? And fighter jets? Like, where are we, like by some like military base or something out here? You drove into GTA? Yeah, we've accidentally gone too close to the secret military base, and now we're at 5 stars instantly. Because everyone always wants to steal the fighter jet, and then you get in about 5 minutes later, you're bored of the fighter jet because, like, I mean, it's cool and all that, but you can just about, you know, do flybys, and that's about it. But I mean, getting the fighter jet is where all the fun is. I think I can. Truck is really not liking this hill. You have to manually ship? You can choose to. You have a choice of simple automatic, where it kind of just handles everything, which the game said, if you're going to play a keyboard, this is what you want. You have the more advanced automatic, which means you have to deal with, like, drive, park, and reverse and stuff like that, but, you know, it does the gearing. And then you can choose, there's like a simple manual, which is that you just kind of like, you choose when to switch gears. And then there's an advanced manual that's like, don't do this unless you have like peripherals that give you a clutch and everything. So we chose simple. Because honestly, to be fair, simple automatic versus the advanced one really only matters when you're like trying to do the trailer. That's about the only time I'd ever reverse. Versus sitting here being like up one gear, up the next gear, up going up a hill, down a gear, up going down a hill, up a gear, like doing that whole nonsense, I would not want to do. It'd be just the whole time, every hill, just like bringing it up and down as you slow down and speed up and slow down and speed up. It's a thing that's rough for anyone who's driven stick in traffic. It's really aggravating. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. Like that's like honestly the one I really don't miss. Like driving stick is bad enough in traffic. Riding a motorcycle can be real rough in traffic. It's just really aggravating to constantly be up and down shifting and then putting your leg down when you have to stop and then getting the motorcycle back up and then up and down shifting and going through the whole thing. Again, you're like, please, like, just go. Hello. Hope things are going well in Huntsville. I'll get that hydrate here in just a moment. Advances would allow you to shift without needing a clutch called floating gear. Basically doing by pure RPM. Yeah. That said, I don't care enough. I mentioned earlier in the stream that, like, until the car I have right now, all my past cars have been manual. And I remember being, like, all into that. These days I don't care. Like, automatic transmissions have gotten good enough that what little gains you get from having contextual information and being able to switch, like, from having a manual, you lose them with how incredibly efficient automatic transmissions have gotten to being able to switch precisely at the right points again and again consistently. The days of manuals being where the gas mileage is at is just not there anymore. The tech has advanced. Now, for like the whole feeling like you're in control and all that, I can totally understand that. That's still a thing. But I don't honestly care about that enough. Convenience is awfully convenient. I really don't like this road. Like, no passing the whole way, cars not going the speed limit. Little tiny 2-lane road. And it looks like we're on it for a while. We're getting pretty close to being able to buy our own truck, too. Hey man, the road didn't ask you to drive up, but here we are. This is fair. We have adaptive cruise control in the game. That's pretty awesome. Do we have the, I was about to say, do we have lane recognition? Because that would be like the thing I would want the most in reality. I don't have this and I never had it on a car. But the feature where it can recognize when you're coming out, like when you're getting out of your lane, and it'll just auto-correct you. Like, that's the place where so much of our tech does really good. Like, I don't think we're gonna see the full full automatic driving for a very long time. But all those little things like parking assist and, you know, lane following assist and all that kind of stuff is wonderful. Lane assist is brutal on your hands. Oh, does it just like jerk the wheel on you again and again? That's fine. You know, late correction in my car too. I get really super anxious when you're in tight construction zone. Oh yeah. Have the extra peace of mind. Yeah. So like the lane assist, the way the most of the time I see it, it's not the car drives itself. It's you're just driving, and if you start to get to the edge, the wheel kind of just starts pulling you back. Like for example, if I'm riding the outside stripe, it'll actually kind of like correct by like turning the wheel slightly to get me to not ride the edge anymore. That's usually the way I've seen it implemented. Or if I was riding the yellow stripe, it again, you know, it'd kind of try and correct me closer to the center of the lane. But I'll leave you alone until you get towards those edges. At least, again, the versions I've seen. There certainly could be other versions. What? 70 miles per hour? I can go 70 miles per hour? Heck yeah. High beams, it is time. I've been waiting this moment for so long. Come on, truck. You can hit that 70. We'll get there yet. Maybe we'll get there. I'm trying real hard with this truck, and it's getting stuck at 65. Can we get a 66? This is the point we strike an oncoming semi, and just the, you know, the screen fills up with the middle. It's just like, you have died. Yeah! Using gravity, we managed to barely pull off 70 for a few seconds to set our cruise control. It's 70 miles per hour, eastbound and down, load up and truck. There's not gonna lie, the 70s truckers fad was probably one of the silliest fads in the last century. Oh, we're gonna drop not just a little bit, we're dropping to 45. I mean, granted, we're going uphill, so I'm dropping speed anyways. Eh. I mean, it's fair. We're going to a stop sign. Spartacus saying, it's playing Project Zomboid and started getting a red error message in the bottom right corner of the screen. So I actually saved log back in, my entire game is corrupted. The crops are all gone, the zombies came back. Like reset default. Oh, and I know this is the typical question, but I assume you're running mods. Because it sounds to me like there was some, a mod that messed with the map had a problem, and the game didn't know what to do with it, and therefore, you know, here you are. No mods. I've never seen the error message in the bottom right that didn't involve mods. And usually a lot of them. Why is my truck taking so much to accelerate? Like, I have the pedal slammed the whole way down. Am I going uphill? I can't really tell. Just chilling it off? Man, that sucks. You're going uphill. I was gonna say, it definitely feels like I'm going uphill with how the thing just like, oh, I've tried so hard. I keep being like, I should get gas. I'm like, nah, I'm still at like half a tank. It certainly wouldn't hurt me to get gas. Speeding violation? Whoops. Speed trap, it dropped to 35 on me. Would you seriously cool it? Oh my god, stop slowing down. I mean, I get it, we're going in the middle of the city. Texas, you're the worst. You're like, everything's bigger here, except our speed limits. Those are tiny. Alright, I think we make a quick gas stop, because it should be enough, I think, if I gas stop here, that, I won't have to worry about it later. Please go forward. Thank you. Let's see. They need to have crazy speed traps so they can fund their town services because they don't like income tax. Yeah. We've had that discussion here about Florida. It's like, you have no income tax. Like, no, they get us in other ways. Tax man's still getting his taxes. They just made it a little bit more complicated. Like the tolls we have here. Oh boy. And I think we have, is something like the second or the third highest cost to renew your license. Yeah, your sales tax is really high. Yeah, ours isn't that high. I think it's 6% in most areas, and then there's a couple places it goes to 7 and 8% here. The place they get you here in Florida is just a whole lot of like little things, like $100 there for this, you know, $60 there for that, $80 here for this, $30 there for that. So it's not even like your little percent on sales and income. It's just all these like little fees and taxes on everything you do. Where you look at like your property stuff, and there's just a billion little like nuanced little things in there. It said 7% here, and your property taxes are bonkers. Yeah. Well, that and the other one we have here is the insurance stuff is just shenanigans. I'm trying to go. Let's see. Yeah, that's one of the best schools. Yeah, I mean, there's that the thing. Property taxes here, I do appreciate the father. My school district set their own property tax, which is quite high, but it's really good school. Yeah, that's the thing in the county I'm in here. We have we opted to give ourselves a surtax for both our libraries and our schools. And like individually it's basically nothing, but collectively it's a whole heck of a lot of money that they've done. That in the state we have some of the best schools and some of the best libraries. There's like one little really nice spot kind of in the middle of a whole bunch of stuff. Yeah, no, I agree. It's one of the things that I personally, there has been one of the most sound investments we've ever made is in education. That generally speaking, for every dollar we've spent in education, we get at least 2 back. You know, you gotta wait a long time, but it almost always has had a good return on investment. Pay almost $2,000 more a year in property tax. It's only like 5 miles away with this, with the quote-unquote same house. Yeah, I can see that. But it's one of those things that you're gonna pay for one way or the other. If you don't pay for an education, then there's gonna be all sorts of negative effects that happens, like less competitive economy, poorer quality of care, poorer services, that kind of thing. So it's in your best interest to do the prevention by helping with education than trying to fix it after the fact, kind of thing. Think of all the avocado toast you could buy with $2,000. Low-key, I don't like avocado. It's fine. It's actually like really healthy, and having the memeing and how expensive it is, it's like really not that bad. But it's one of those things that I'd have people like, you all need to stop spending your money on your, fancy coffee, on your avocado toast. Like, man, I know like 2 people who get into fancy coffee. I don't actually know a single person like they're really into avocado toast. And for the record, that whole meme about the avocado toast thing comes from a politician in Australia who is disconnected from reality and just making crap up. Yeah, it holds. Actually, was it a politician or was like a business leading? It was someone in a position of authority. I can't remember what they were though. You never got the hype around guac? Yeah. I think the hype around avocados is it's good fat. And it's a good source for good fat. Versus like half the other time, your source of good fat are like a giant mound of nuts. There's just not that many sources to get a lot of your good fats that you can get a good quantity at once. So for people trying to work on their cholesterol, it's something that is arguably pretty decent that, isn't eating a fistful of nuts. Australian real estate millionaire? Gotcha. I remember it was around, I don't know what the law is, it doesn't really matter. There was some law they were trying to work on over there. And that was the triggering event. It was one of those like laws that gets very political about people who have money versus, like old money versus new money, I guess would be a better way of saying it. Being an Australian real estate millionaire isn't impressive. It means you own 2 houses in Sydney, or 1 really well-located house in Sydney. Yeah, That's actually one of the things is when you read stuff like such and such millionaire, and it's like, you know, honestly, these days, someone being a millionaire is actually not that impressive. I mean, certainly good for him and all that, and I'm certainly not a millionaire myself. But, like, as having them be some type of, like, person to aspire to be, person to look up to, it's like, no, that's a pretty low bar. That's like, that's like going, and this person who, what's the word? In high school. In high school, when you're like on the, like the better of the sports team. Varsity. That's like being a varsity player in high school, being like, this person who is a varsity football player in their local sports team is like, what does that mean? It means nothing. It means nothing. It's cool, it's impressive, and all that, but it means nothing in the real wide world of things. Again, cool for you, maybe you make something of it, but like, I'm not gonna listen to you for fiscal policy. Like, if that's a credential you're leading with. It would be like, I'm an expert in education. I got my GED and or high school diploma. Like, okay, I mean, cool, but like, that bar's not that high, man. I mean, good for you on getting it. That's still something to be proud of. But, you know. Another speed trap. High school varsity football player advises investing in helmets and cleats. The only word I care about in viewers: billionaires and broke. Sleep otherwise. Yep. Oh my god, please, light. It's like in the real world where you just sit at a red light going, man, I wish I was doing anything that wasn't sitting at this red light right now. Okay. Red light's mainstream interaction time? Yep. No one's trying to pass me, so I'm just gonna scooch on past you. Come on, green. Come on, green. Oh, don't make me stop. Oh, You, come here often? Ma'am? There's apparently a cowboy club over there. You need another suggestion, something like Project Zomboid? That is the problem with Project Zomboid, especially as a streamer. There is no games like Project Zomboid. Oh, I hate these speed traps. Like, literally I got tagged for it and immediately went up to 35, which would have been fine. That's the real problem is Project Zomboid is a very unique game. And so you can be like, well, another survival game, just generic survival game, or another zombie game, but without the, you know, survival elements being nearly the same. Or another game where combat is more, what's the word I want to use? More, methodical. There's just not another game that hits those same marks. And the reason that translates as a difficult thing as a streamer is you do move your games around a little bit if you don't want to like burn out or be, you know, at the mercies of games going in and out of favor. And if you have a game that there's nothing similar to, it's very hard to switch up your games. Versus if I'm playing something like RimWorld, for example, certainly Dwarf Fortress is different, but there's a lot of similarities. Or if not Dwarf Fortress, there's a bunch of other games kind of in that niche. None of them are RimWorlds, certainly, but there's stuff that's similar enough you could probably pivot okay. Or like if you're into Call of Duty, you're a big Call of Duty streamer, that, you know, you could switch to Battlefield and it's a different game, but it's close enough there is probably some overlap. Or if you're Path of Exile, that last Epoch, or whatever other action RPG, that there's stuff very similar. But then you got Project Zomboid. And there was just nothing like Project Zomboid out there. At least not that's any good that I've seen. I've seen a few that are trying to like copy the model. Most of them it's because they're too early on. They're not developed enough yet. But a lot of them are pretty rough. We had one we did during that was Steam Next Fest that a whole bunch of people were really hyped for, but really it was pretty bad shape. But again, it was bad shape in the this is super duper early access. Like maybe it becomes good, but right now it's just not there yet. DayZ. I mean, but a big part of DayZ is versing other people, in my experience. And then you go in first person as opposed to third person. And then I felt, and this is trying to go, like I didn't play a lot of DayZ, so my memory might just not be there. It felt like a lot of DayZ was less on the individual survival and a lot more on like looting, scooting, and all that kind of stuff. Like I don't remember there being like proper base building or anything in DayZ. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm going by memories that are many years old on that one. And people would also say like 7 Days to Die, but I'm like, that's really a lot more arcadey around it. A lot, like there's survival elements, but felt very different. Okay, and I do see the stretch. I'm probably going to wait to do the stretch until we either hit a traffic light and I need to stop, or we finish the delivery. Either or. But yeah. But I would say DayZ's different enough that, again, both zombie games, both survival games, but like that's kind of the overlap and that's kind of where it stops. There's not another game I feel like really hits the vibe of Project Zomboid. Gotta keep your eyes on the road and your hands on the wheel. Yup. Zane saying when grasping for straws, DayZ overlaps from straws. Agreed. Now there's definitely a good handful of games that overlaps at that level. Like I would say another one, like if we're just trying to choose anything even remotely similar, the games that stand out as being even at least the slightest bit similar to Project Zomboid is DayZ, obviously very different game. 7 Days to Die, very, very, very different game. And State of Decay 2, which is also a very, very different game. So none of them are really good matches. Why am I just endlessly... Oh, we're going downhill, aren't we? I was like, why am I endlessly accelerating? Yeah, and there's none that are isometric like that. Like I said, there's been a couple games that are in progress of being made that are trying to hit that. Like, what is it, Z-Zone? There's a game, something like Z-Zone. I can't remember the exact name. It's definitely not that style of game, but it's kind of like doing like a zombie. It's like doing like a CDDA, Cataclysm Dark Days Ahead, meets what is the other one? Zero Sievert. So it's like kind of Project Zomboid meets Escape from Tarkov-ish, sort of, if you really kind of blur the lines at the edge. But then again, I would not say that's similar to Project Zomboid. Zero Sievert was weird. I liked Zero Sievert. It was kind of like 2D Escape from Tarkov, but instead of having sweaty, you know, competitive play to it, instead it was going for like trying to put a lot more difficult enemies as your opposition kind of thing. So I felt that was pretty good for me. The big thing I've had is they haven't had like a proper content patch. Like I think they did some patches to up the difficulty in that, but I don't think, have they even had like a content patch, like new maps and all that since that the sniping turned me on? Oh, I wouldn't use the snipers. I didn't like the sniper rifles in the game. We're saying Zero Sleeper was fun to watch, but didn't like playing it. That's fair. There's a number of games like that. I actually, earlier on in the channel, when Project Zomboid had already picked up, but still pretty early there, I had a number of times that people popped in. They're like, "Oh, I love watching Project Zomboid, but I don't like playing it," which I get. It can be very slow to play it. Shh, it's okay, man. But no, I guess I probably should do the truck parking, shouldn't I? Rest violation incoming. Let's say they have a rest area right here, and I don't think I can. I mean, I probably could push the character to getting there in time, but I probably should. Oh, literally, it's just the shoulder over there. Okay, I didn't realize that was it. I mean, it makes sense. That'd be fine. Just pull off onto the shoulder, like that's a big expanded shoulder area. But we blasted Pyatt at 70 miles an hour, so I won't be going there. Trucker life, yep. That's fine. We're flying through these miles pretty fast, so I do think we're going to get there before we get too tired. Irving Hubble puts this game up with all the expansions. Yeah, I don't have any of the DLC. I can definitely see the appeal of this game though. Like absolutely see the appeal of this game. Like there's just something about kind of just end of the day, you hop in, you do one of these runs for like 10, 15, 20 minutes, whatever you want to do. You know, it's not particularly intense. There's not a whole huge amount of, like, if you just want to say get in the car and go, you can do that. Or are you driving this slow? I'm also having a good time streaming it, and it seems to be doing pretty well for the channel. Which, the reason we decided this was, one, it was suggested yesterday, and something else won the poll, which is fine. I actually had a lot of fun with Hydroneer. Okay, it's actually got us with a red icon. Do I push it? I don't actually have a clue what the limitation is. My assumption is as we get tired, like, it'll start to do a thing where, like, fade to black and fade back. I don't know how they simulate needing to sleep in this game. Like, what the end consequence, because my assumption is all you'd have to do is, like, fade the black and back and just make it longer and longer, and it'd be impossible to drive like that. You think it's just fines? Interesting. Like, is it a fine if a cop sees you, or is it like a fine just period? You pass some fence, like, you're only supposed to drive 8 hours, you're at 8.5, here's your fine. No, guessing based on watching for 5 hours? Gotcha. Yeah, because, well, in real life, the concern would be you falling asleep at the wheel, getting in an accident, that kind of nonsense. This doesn't seem like the kind of game where it's like, you stayed up too late, you totaled your semi, and you broke your ribs. Watch Julian, Choco, and Reed plays as well. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, it seems to be there's like actually quite a few people into this. Because like I said, it did cross on the list of things that my little thing was like, hey, you have enough of viewership, you can get strategically well positioned in this game, and it's got, you know, a decent enough audience to give you growth opportunities and all that. There's a literal live DJ for a couple hours too. Oh, there's like a live DJ like on one of the radio channels. Because I know the radio stations in-game, you can tune them in, like at least Euro Trucks, I mean, you can tune them into actual radio stations in that area. Because I remember finding that, like, really amazing. So what I'm assuming happens is one of those options is that live DJ you're referring to. Or you can drop in a URL or however it works. I don't remember exactly how it worked. Because I remember doing Euro Truck Simulator, spawning in Germany and choosing some random German radio station and being tickled on how much I could or couldn't remember. Because I opted to not do the radio out of DMCA concerns, considering, you know, the radio would be through the same channel as the game's audio. So even if I wanted to do the split channel thing that a lot of people do to get around DMCA, I wouldn't want to do that because, like, it is the game audio, it is going to go on the main channel that goes to your VOD, no matter what you do, unless you, like, kill the VOD entirely or something. It's a viewer request radio for, like, 20 hours with a couple of DJ sessions. Twitch meets the VOD? Yeah. Well, that's, for those who don't know how DMCA works on Twitch right now, if you are playing a game that has DMCA unsafe music, the first thing it'll do is it'll detect if you're playing something, and then when you have your VOD, it'll be muted. Now, technically, if you know your partnered affiliate and all that, technically, if someone really wanted to, they could come after you for breaking copyright. And that, you know, the muting the VOD and all that wouldn't protect you. So, like, if I started, you know, playing Disney music and then Disney was like, I don't like this person individually, they could come after me for the copyright violation. You know, regardless of what the VOD does. Now, that doesn't really happen. Like, I can only see that really happening if, like, you were a super big name and they wanted to, like, you know, push it or whatever. But, it's not that no one's ever had a copyright taken against them on Twitch, it's just super duper rare to the point of not a thing. And also on Twitch, there isn't any type of, like, audio muting that applies to anything but VODs yet. There has been, not on Twitch, but on other platforms, there's been tinkering with trying to add the audio signature detection thing that they use to check for copyright on videos you upload, and make that work live. And I suspect if that does ever happen, the pressure from the groups who lobby for stuff like DMCA will probably be able to go after companies who don't implement it to show that they're not in good faith following DMCA. So there's a good chance that someday that will be coming as a thing. That, you know, just you know, having the VOD channel won't be enough. Now, is that going to be in the next 5 years? I have no idea. But it's one of the reasons why I don't play, not DMCA safe music on the channel is just... I don't know what, check. Oh, there you go, way over here. And it may be a thing that never comes to Twitch, for the record. But we all just use what information we have and make the best decisions we can based on that. Alright. So, another cool $18,000, $21,000. Heck yeah. And we've already maxed out our long distance options. So, if I were to go for the economy fuel, I could potentially get to the point that I just don't even need to pick up the gas along the way. Now, these other ones does mean I can increase the amount of money I make in general. I'm going to start going for the high... Well, actually, dangerous goods demands well-trained professionals, standard, yada, yada, yada. So that opens more types of options I can get. So the thing I don't know is the weighing of the different value goods. I know the high value cargo just straight up gives me more. Like these are going to just give me more for deliveries. These are the fast deliveries. These are fragile deliveries. These are high value. The fuel economy means less filling up with gas. The thing I don't know is how much this is going to affect it. The assumption would be if I am shipping dangerous things, there is a significant amount of significant amount of increased like payout, and I also assume the fines are worse if I do stuff. I'm gonna go the high value for now. How close are we to buying a truck? Where's our money? All right, so we probably got one or two good missions, and we can get our own truck. Okay. Ooh, look at the pay on you. So that's 28,000, but the pay per mile is not great. That is 28,000, but the pay per mile is really good, which implies this one is a much shorter drive for the same payout. They're still going to be long. Well, that's an inconvenient route. Then I'm going to have to go that far south and that back north. That makes me curious if we had the Utah map, if it would cut through Utah instead. 28,000 should be enough to jump us directly to buying our own vehicle. Okay. And, even though they know we have a ridiculously long drive, they gave us 1/3 a tank of gas. Those jerks. Alright, sorry about that. And now let's see if we can get ourselves up to 70. So there's a good chance if I can put a little bit of distance on this, then stop for gas will be good for the gas. This one, being as long of a journey as it is, and the fact that it looks like it's going to wind as we get along the way, what might end up happening is I might actually have to have the first time we have to sleep along our way to the route. We'll see. What also makes me curious is one of the big aspects of this game is that you can, buy a bunch of trucks, and I'm under the impression you can buy a bunch of drivers as well. Have other people doing deliveries as well as you. So you can sort of start getting a passive income as well as your own trucking. But I never drilled into that. Okay. It is interesting to think as well, like, again, real life me does not enjoy driving anymore these days, but, like, very genuinely sounds like, oh, you want to drive 2 or 3 hours? Someone's like, no. The answer's a hard no. But just in the game situation, it's like, yeah, I've been spending the last almost 6 hours driving trucks. This is cool. I'm enjoying it. But I mean, I think a big part of it is the novelty of just like the destinations and all that. Seeing areas that isn't where I live, so it's not just the same familiar territory again and again. We get the whole money number get bigger side of it. And then even when traffic is bad in the game, it's like 3-4 cars. It's not like on the real road where, you know, you're stuck in a gridlock of hundreds of cars and just going, man, this sucks, I can't go anywhere. And being hot and miserable and all that kind of stuff. If things mess up in real life, you know, it can cost you hundreds to thousands of dollars or personal injury. Whereas, like, you sit there and you're like, you get a speeding ticket in this, it takes half a second for it to happen. And you get, like, this fine that's, like, a trivial amount of money compared to how much you make. It's just not a big deal. I noticed there was voice over IP support and everything, and that they also had like the CB radio and all that. I'm assuming what can happen is if you sign into the game, like make an online account and everything, you can drive around and they'll be like, you'll be instanced with other people who have their own CB radios so you can talk to each other. Like I don't know if it's one of those things that you like you invite friends or it's just random instancing or how it works. I assume it'd be there's gotta be like some not necessarily invitation method, but that you can run into people that you've approved of or whatever. Because I could certainly see people trolling this game where they see you on the road, just, you know, run you off the road, that kind of thing. You know, knowing they're causing you a great deal of hassle. Yeah, looking at the speed we're going and how fast things are ticking down, it's almost like that's, I mean, it's going to be longer than 11 minutes. It's almost like 11 minutes, 23 seconds. Like you see the time go down like every other second or so. It's really not that bad, considering we've done something like, what is it, 6, 7, maybe 8 deliveries now? Or saying that does sound like something people do. Oh yeah. Ah! That's on me. Like, I need one of you to move. This is my fault. I accept this. But I need one of you to... That's right. Back up. I was busy worrying about traffic coming that way that it didn't strike... Oh my god, please move. Well, that's gonna cut into our profit a little bit. That was almost 2,000 bucks. Because the first strike was like 1,200 and the second strike was like 700. Luckily, it's not my vehicle, so it's not my problem. Other than the fact that it takes my money. Alright, I think the next gas station we see, we're going to stop for it. Because like I said, for as long as the drive it wasn't as windy as it's going to be, I have that sneaking suspicion that if I'm able to like push this gas refill out a little ways and then top off, it might be enough to get us the whole way through. It might be our first time we're going to have to fill up twice, but we'll see. Alright, one thing I think I'm gonna do next straight away, I'm gonna see if I can quickly set the cruise control up and down buttons. Alright. Let's go to keybinds, cruise control. Because there's no speed increase, so speed increase plus, speed decrease minus. It doesn't seem to be actually increasing. Oh, it literally maxes out at 65. It makes sense because I've been having the vehicle like really just holding the gas, and I was just getting tired of holding W the entire time. Or what would be W, it's actually comma for me. No, period. Period for me. I mean, there's the same button, never mind. But the point was, is like, I don't want to just sit here and hold this button the entire time for like 10-15 minutes. Stretch. It's fine. What could possibly go wrong with me stretching? Because I forgot to do the stretch that Mori already redeemed earlier, so we're doing it right now. It's fine. Who cares about a little bit of shoulder? Oh, I'm starting to adjust the road. Yes, stop. Stop. Okay. Oh, that's interesting. I've never actually seen them do this, but that makes sense. Basically make a temporary set of road lights to deal with the back and forth. What I'm used to is you have two people who have flags. So you'll have like one over here on this corner, and they'll have like one flag that's like stop, and then they'll like turn around the other way and they'll be like, you know, caution. And so what ends up happening is the two communicate where like one has the caution flag up, the other has a stop, so that, you know, the traffic trying to go one way isn't moving, everyone else goes slowly to avoid the construction. Then the one with the caution turns theirs to stop until all the other cars get through, and then the first one turns theirs to caution. So you kind of ping pong back and forth. That's pretty cool, just having a traffic light. You can just, you know, spring up there that I just assume it either's on a timer. It's probably on a timer, I would guess. That every X amount of time, they like pop it back and forth. So no gas here, just sleep. I know, I've been watching for a gas station for quite a long time. Hey, Cookie, how's it going? He has Wendy's burgers. Nice. Yeah, for those who didn't see the shout out for sending Cookie. Fantastic VTuber, definitely worth checking out. Plays a variety of games. Likes to play a lot of modded games. Like likes to play, you know, modded Skyrim among other things. RimWorld, whatnot. I'll tell you, that sounds good. Check him out. Played, was it Stellaris I saw you playing not that long ago? Yeah, it was the new update for Stellaris I saw you play not too far long ago. We might be in trouble because there hasn't been a gas station in a long time. Oh good. It's only 85 miles to Junction I-15. No city listed, Junction I-15. We may have made a dire mistake not picking up gas before we got here. Because they even made the comments like, I'm at about a third of a tank of gas, let's go a little ways, then we'll top off, and then I should only have to do one fill up. Future me, fill up when you get the chance. In playing the File Off stream, forgot how long the game takes. That's actually been that's been the thing for me for like a while, is with games like Stellaris. It's like, it's an amazing game, and people are like, you go to stream? It's like, no. I kind of want to, but like, I would need to collab or something to keep it going, because one, the game takes for absolutely ever. And two, it's got a lot of downtime, and this isn't a bad thing. For playing it on your own, it's really good. But for streaming, it's tough. The only people I've been able to see stream Stellaris really well is either one, their own individual content is like super duper really good, or B, they do the thing where it's either them playing with another person in multiplayer, or, you know, there's two of them kind of hanging out, and it's like the banter between the two of them. Philip, when you get the chance. Yep, that's what I want to do, but there hasn't been a single gas station. I'm hoping this isn't one of those ones where it's like, next gas station, 200 miles or whatever it is, that you get like out in the middle of nowhere, Texas and all that, and you're just like, fill up now, or you won't have to worry about it. Better hope the whole way is downhill. And how much a pain it is after a war to go through the upgrade and make the colonies you want better so they don't revolt. Yeah. Like, and that can be fine, again, when you're playing on your own, like, just on your own time. It's a hassle, but you go, okay, you know, let me just pause the game, go through my winnings, count my winnings, and all that. But when you're doing that on stream, it's like, hey, watch me spend the next 2 hours of the stream just going colony to colony to colony, being like, no, build that, and then build that, and build that, next colony, and that, reassign those experts, you know, each and every one by one. That's actually one of the things I appreciate from Bannerlord too, is being able to go, hey, this castle, yeah, you're in charge of dealing with this castle. I don't want to deal with it. Use this game to relax. This is actually my first time playing this one. I played a tiny bit of Euro Truck Simulator, but this is my first time playing this one. Like, I've already gone farther in this one than I did with the Euro Truck Simulator. Especially when, like, 30 planets of the last Galactic War. Oh, yeah. We are in really big trouble with our gas. I have not seen a gas station in a long time. Why are you not moving? Was that it trying to warn me, saying, hey, you're just sitting here? Press M for the map. Okay, there's literally one around the next bend. Okay. I mean, that's basically what I was waiting for, is when the next gas station was coming up. It's just we were on this, like, desert road and there was nothing along the whole way. That's okay. I mean, you don't run off gasoline, you run off the fumes, right? So I should still have a whole tank of fumes, right? Right? That's how that works? Oh, another speed trap. I may have braked a little too hard there. Oh, had to go through the other way. Interesting. It makes sense. B is air brakes, smoothie, but... noisier but smooth? It'll work both ways. Right, but arrows. I am doing terribly. Alright, so let's see if we can start causing problems with that. Okay. Okay, and I need to use restroom here remote, so we're going to fill up the tank, which we'll never financially recover from. And I'm going to quickly pop in the restroom and I'll be right back. It's fine. It's only $805 to fill up a tank. All right, give me just a moment. I'm going to quickly use the restroom and I'll be right back. I'll go ahead and put up the away screen so you can watch some most likely Project Zomboid clips in the Meantime, all right, I'll be right back. So thank you again for tuning in. That's not the button I'm looking for. That is. I guess another objective for us would be to convert the gas station into a forward base. Like, it's not gonna... No! Come on, not again. Okay, it's a scratch. Well, that's the first zombie injury we've had in this character. I am so tired of zombies standing perfectly still on bodies. That's the only reason I'm not doing it right now, is I'd be like, I have to look up the information, like, know the implications, like, if I'm giving someone access, what am I actually giving something access? Like, if I give them access, is it, like, full bore? Yep. And you'll be proud that, Pankpro, I actually have started as of yesterday, so we'll see how it actually works out. Actually... I'm being trolled by my wife. Because the idea with the, like, years later is just almost all the resources would be gone. And... Can I make this work? Okay, that's another zombie bomb. Yeah, so what you saw there was what's known as a zombie bomb. Basically what happens is when you have indestructible windows and doors that zombies bang on, okay, then
and I'm back.
What can happen is the zombies can get piled in a little bit tighter than they're supposed to be able to, and you walk up and you go, oh, there's like 5-10 zombies there. But when you get close to them, they kind of like just rubber band out in all directions. That one wasn't that bad, which is why I didn't mind, because I'm like, okay, there's not going to be that many on it. Okay. Yeah, so you're sitting there, the truck clip. Is it the one? There's two of them. There's the one truck clip that is the one going down towards Rosewood, where I'm just driving, so it just goes. And then me just going. And then there's the other one where I'm doing the thing, like running around the zombies. I jump in the van and race around the corner and immediately turn it outside, like literally like 5 seconds later. I have both those clips in there. Why are you not showing the truck in the screen? I'm on the right scene. Truck Simulator's still there, I promise you, games. Hey, let's try the switch the scene. That button didn't work. Let's try tabbing out of the game. Doing this and doing that. Do you want to find the game? Ah? You were just working. Huh. I mean, the game's running fine. Let me go down here. We'll just switch the game capture real fast. Capture specific window, and we will switch you to Truck Simulator. Okay. And there we go. I shouldn't have to do that, but it's fine. Oh yeah, no, and people suggested the loan earlier. generally speaking, like, it's one thing in a game, like, there's definitely games that are, like, intended for you to take a loan. That the game is like, oh no, you need to open your first business, but you only have $5,000. You're going to need at least $15,000 to open the business. Go take a loan, i.e. big ambitions. And then there's games that's like, well, there's loan functionality if you want it. And I generally find, well, certainly there is the argument of you take a loan early, you can increase the speed at which you become more profitable faster, and then, you make up for, like, the interest catches up a little, the overall you win more and you lose. But I find a lot of games, just like in real life, you take the loan for the quick money early, and then that loan just absolutely just comes back and, like, bleeds you the whole rest of the time until you finally manage to pay it off. The loans didn't look too bad in this one, though. It looked like it was 1,000 something a day for a $100,000 loan, I think it was. So you'd get like $23,000 and take the loan and buy your truck. Is the way it looked. Well, I need to come over real fast. I wasn't expecting that random bus to come to a stop a bit. Ah, it's Road Ranger. I don't know what they call those other places, but here in Florida we have a program called the Road Ranger program. Okay, that's not what I was expecting. Road Ranger program. And it's just cars that they deal with whatever situations on the road, like you see over there. You got a car that looks like it's potentially on the risk of catching fire. So they deal with stuff like towing cars off the road, dealing with flat tires, that kind of stuff. But their job is just like drive up and down the highways looking for problems. It's a good program. They only introduced that maybe 10 years ago here in Florida that I can think about. And it really improved a lot of the traffic because, cars that would otherwise sit around all day waiting for like some tow truck to have the availability and yada yada, they would have the Road Ranger get them cleared off the road. And a lot of times it's like minor stuff like overheating and that. They would just pop up, top you off, get you on your way. No real expense to anyone else except for maybe if you had like supplies they had to use. Because it was seen as valuable enough to take the expense to get you back on the road versus leaving the road, backed up and kind of hurting all the local businesses by the fact that their main route for business is kind of backed up. Strider.exe is shut down. I'm assuming that's saying that you're falling asleep. If so, you have yourself a good sleep, Strider. If not, then I misread the situation. Green. Oh, it's not gonna turn green. Not time. Oh, I tapped those brakes a little too hard. That's the horn button. Right. People said it was B. And I don't use a QWERTY keyboard, so it's like, B is the air brake. Let me try the B. Which is apparently the horn button. It's B for beep. Oh, what is the song? It's by, what is it, ASDF? Oh, it's Bam Bam Goes the Lamb. No, it's Beep Beep I'm a Sheep. It's basically a whole bunch of stuff that rhymes, like, but it's as if animals are making those noises. I remember sitting there, like, me and Toom were kind of like, jokingly, like, talking to my younger brother, who is the one with my niece and nephew, and just explaining the song to him. He goes, "Please don't sing this to my daughter," because she was at that age where she was learning like You know, the cow goes moo. The dog goes woof. The kitten goes meow. The robot goes beep boop beep and stuff like that. And he's just like, please don't confuse her right now while she's learning this by going beep beep, I'm a sheep, and all these other things. Cow goes, "Hi, yes, I am real human. Want to do skate sports?" Oh, ASDF. For those who don't know it, ASDF is just completely a series of non sequitur, like, little videos. So, like, Robot Chicken, where, like, you know, you'll have, like, a 2-second clip that's supposed to be from one thing, and a 2-second clip from some other thing, and they just kind of bounce around like that. I'm gonna have something that, like, play on stuff from past ones and that kind of thing. So it's really good for just chaos. This is a really weird route through here. Oh, right, because the main highway was blocked, so the detour is taking me, like, right through the city. Oh, you ordered a mini lightsaber from Hacksmith today? Excellent. Don't hurt yourself. Hey, Wildane. You tap those brakes, and Ned's like, no, start going again. It's like, no. I need a minute. I'm a semi, not a somewhat responsive, you know, race car. My goal is to get to speed, go a long way, and then stop. With as minimal changes as acceleration as I can get away with along the way. How's it going, Wowdane? For those who don't know Hacksmith, they're a group who's been focused entirely on making real-world lightsabers. And the way they do them is they do plasma sabers or whatever. So it's basically a glorified plasma torch with a lot more science around it. So you wouldn't want to just swing and slap something with it, but it does mean you can kind of, you know, cut through like steel and everything with it. But just the silly nonsense they do. But their goal is to make a legitimate lightsaber. Is the end goal. What does the one ahead mean? It's a literal flame blade. Yep. What does the one mean? What is the one? Okay, whatever the one was, we reached it. I got an achievement, Powell's Trail. Okay. I see the Arizona sign, and I can only think glory to Ostraka. Or Straka. You know, papers, please. My mouth is being unwilling to pronounce it. Because just as a like bright light coming thing, it looks like that. But yeah, those lightsabers are ridiculous. They 5:30 a.m. coffee, kitty, sleeping in bed, nice dream. Life is good. Excellent. Happy to provide. All right, increase the cruise control for 65. Highsmith also made several sci-fi weapons and tools from pop fiction. Parts of Mandalorian armor and Iron Man's. That's my oldest nephew a brand new lightsaber for dueling. Neat. But yeah, so they make these butane. It's like it's a butane torch kind of thing, but it's like ridiculous. Like it's doing a flame that's like super duper long to simulate the lightsaber and all that. And it's funny because they've like started their design with like the giant backpacks and all that, and they've been trying to like, you know, gradually get it smaller and smaller down. that they did what's effectively a lightsaber pike that Cookie sent me a video for earlier. But they do believe with custom parts they can get it down to about 2 feet long for the handle. And so, like, a 2-foot handle, I'm like, okay, that's close enough to the actual size of a lightsaber. An actual lightsaber is like 18 inches, 16 inches, which is a pretty good one. They made a proto-saber, yep, they did. But it's funny because if you actually look at the Star Wars lore, I actually don't remember how much of that lore is still canon or was decanonized. Any Road Ragers in this game? Not Road Rager, there's Road Rangers. Which are people who, you know, if they see cars broken down, their job is to just help out however they can. But no, they don't have Road Rangers or anything. In a coincidence, they're following the lore of the Star Wars Saber production. Yeah, that's what I was trying to remember. Is that lore about like having the backpack lightsabers and all that? Is that still canon or is that former canon? Because it used to be canon, but I don't know if it's been recanonized or decanonized. Because Star Wars canon is really complicated like that. Because I know the original mention of all that was the old canon, but there's a lot of the stuff that was old canon that they made it a point in something new canon to talk about the old canon to recanonize it. Like almost everything in the I'm blanking on his name. Dave Filoni. Almost everything that Dave Filoni is made, it's like the man's on a mission to recanonize everything he can. Okay, we just had to go and have our truck weighed in, make sure everything's on the up and up, and on our way. Dave Filoni. Dave Filoni is awesome. Get it on the highway. 75. Get back in the highway. 45. And then 35. Alright, Semi, I need you to pass because it looks like I'm going to be making a left turn ahead. Yeah, no, that's exactly it, Strider. But that's the exact kind of stuff that Dave Filoni does. So he doesn't like want to trap whoever ends up taking whatever new aspect of Star Wars. Doesn't want to trap them into doing a certain thing. But like he'll make a reference to Revan, or he'll make a reference to this. You know, be like just basically like, oh yeah, there was, you know, the Gray Jedi Revan, and that'll be like all the farther, just like a throwaway line some character will say. And that all it takes to make it make it canon again. And I appreciate that because that was the big meltdown in the Star Wars community was when they made the new trilogy and they decanonized so much that it just really alienated people. Let's see, I feel like making actual sabers would be highly improbable due to the hand wavy crystals there. Well, I mean, that's the thing. Like, an actual lightsaber as presented in the Star Wars universe wouldn't make sense. Now, a tube of stuff that you could burn through something rapidly? Sure. A tube of stuff that you could burn through something that bounces off stuff? Like, you could actually have, like, you know, lightsaber fight kind of thing? Probably not. Could be responsible to Starkiller's armor getting teased for Andor? Maybe. Oh, for Andor? Yeah, I think Dave Filoni was the director for Andor. I could be wrong about that. Revan is no way Grey Jedi. So, if you're looking at which lore you're talking about, like what part of the lore, they present Revan a bunch of different ways. Revan was Jedi, then he was Sith, then he was like Jedi-ish again, and then it was like, F all this noise, you know, you're both wrong. And they presented that as either Grey Jedi or as just like his... I mean, he had his own, effectively, faction that he formed. But they gave him different titles depending on what canon you read, or what you read after that or saw. Mostly read, because after that there wasn't a whole lot that wasn't in the books. I think the closest thing we had in stars? Yeah. I mean, have to have a solid core, both collapsible and heat-proof. Yep. And all over the road. But that's the thing, like, currently in the new canon, Revan exists, and that's as much as we have. All of the rest about Revan is old canon. The only thing we've established is that Revan exists. You know, does he still have the thing where he was both Jedi and Sith at different points? May or may not be, like, that is not established in new canon, I believe. But yeah. Cookie saying, Revan had a great development as a Sith, but the Redeemed became Jedi with a good ending. That I believe is the canon thing. So the thing is, the I don't believe KOTOR is canon anymore. Well, no, the Grey Jedi in the past canon were Jedi committed to the balance, so not light or dark. Hence Grey. Which, I mean, certainly the thing you're stating is also true. But the point was they were neither Sith nor Jedi. There was something in between. Yeah, I know. That's the whole thing. But like I said, I want to say it was, who was the one that called him a Grey Jedi? Revan, that is. I want to say that was the Sith called Revan a Grey Jedi in, the MMORPG. Not the first one, the second Star Wars MMORPG. You find what's effectively the cult of Revan. Yeah, no, Revan is ultimately, in canon, he's considered, you know, gray, somewhere in between. Because it's not canon more, so it doesn't matter, but basically, Revan is a Jedi who turns Sith, who turns Jedi. There's a lot of stuff I'm skipping in there to avoid spoilers. Yeah, Cult of Revan was the whole thing, was they're not light side or dark side. They are effectively like, there's balance. There's a time and place for both. And they're opposed to any one of them that gets too much one way or the other. So like if the Sith start taking charge, the Cult of Revan would act against the Sith. If the Jedi got, you know, way out of line, then the Cult of Revan would act against them. Which they have reintroduced the concept of Grey Jedi. The vague concept of Grey Jedi is canon again. Just not who was and wasn't. Ozzy haven't already done KOTOR? I know. Like, that's a thing. Like, right now with that kind of thing, like, if we like, oh, no spoilers, so it's like, I mean, to be fair, there's a certain point that, like, if someone's like, no spoilers for Jurassic Park, I'm like, alright, let's be real. If you haven't seen it, you're not going to. Or, like, you kind of forego that. That said, I still try to avoid spoilers and stuff, or if I am going to give spoilers, I try and do the whole thing as like, hey, I'm about to give you spoilers for whatever. Obviously, I'm not perfect about it, because sometimes I say things like, oh, right, that's probably a spoiler. But yeah. That said, KOTOR. The story is amazing. The gameplay is... it's alright. Like, if we're being genuine here, it's alright. It's not bad. It's not amazing. It's passable. But, I mean, you're really playing it for the story. And it is a heckin' good story. And I won't do the spoiler, but it's definitely one of those games that you play through, and if you haven't had it spoiled for you, it is quite the good time. You personally love the Love Talk by HK47? I gotta remember a lot of that. There's a lot of good one-liner slash one-off conversations between the characters in that game. That's actually one of the things that makes me curious. So what they got going on at the Writers Guild right now, I haven't played the truck game all night so far. Yep, so far. But that's actually one of the things that makes me curious. So if the writers strike going on right now, so I think like the last time, for those who weren't here for it or don't remember it, pretty much almost all content got pretty awful during the last writer's strike. Like there was movies that came out that people were like, man, that movie was not good. And the director would come out and was like, yeah, I wrote it myself. What'd you expect? All the late night TV shows, like, doing all sorts of stuff, like, you know, spinning their wedding ring on a desk because, like, hey, this is what we're doing tonight because I don't know what else we're doing. We don't have writers. Kind of wondering how that's going to change a lot of stuff, like, so obviously as a streamer I don't have a writer. So I do wonder if, like, as the content, the quality bar dips, you know, with the writer strike going on, if more people turn towards streaming so far as content and all that kind. Spinning wedding ring on this, it wasn't an expression. It was a literal thing that happened. It was, I think, the Conan O'Brien show that the writers went on strike, and so he was still doing his show, and he had no material, so he's like, he took off his wedding ring and he spun it on his desk to see. I think it's like the world record for the longest someone had spun a wedding ring or something, and he was trying to break it because there was no writers, so he was trying to ad-lib and get through it all. Honestly, during the writer strike, his was one of the few good shows to watch. You just got your $2 in PGA golf? Feels so good. Nice. Then most people will never be able to do it, though. Yeah. I mean, that's certainly a thing. It was basically him trying to fill... He had ones where he just, like, wandered around the office and harassed his coworkers by, like, just... He got an amp and electric guitar and just started walking around his office and just, like, at inappropriate times, just, like, started blasting music to the rest of the office. Like, you know, people on calls, some of the other coworkers, because there's nothing they could do because they had no writers. So they were playing, like, Rock Band, so, you know, started playing his guitar over Rock Band and getting in the way of the screen. It was just doing all sorts of stupid stuff, anything to try and entertain. He was more human than us meatbags. Give him credit to know the relationship, how to make it work. Yeah. Yep, I agree, Cookie. Mostly because, like, the initial demands weren't bad or anything, and the pushback was basically no to everything. No to everything, and we would have a meeting, was pretty much the response. So I'm like, okay. It's supposed to be a negotiation. Kind of how this works. Writing is hard. It's a reason why content sucks when there's no writers. No yawning. I keep looking at the not the speedometer, the mileage on our truck, and just noticing that this truck supposedly has 446,000 miles on it. And I mean, I guess that's normal, but my brain, having consumer cars and all that, sees that number and goes, lies. Straight up propaganda. Now granted, if you're driving almost nothing but highway miles, your car will actually last way longer. Just the stop and going that really kills your car. Versus get to speed, set cruise control, wait. Okay, I was not expecting them to slow down that much. The tech bros are all thinking they can just use algorithm-based things to movies. So, yeah. So the big thing for me with like the whole thing, because I've worked on AI, not for producing content, but I've worked on AI for just to demonstrate the concept of AI for teaching and all that. The thing is, it's still going to be taking existing parts to make a new thing, which means it's still going to have those existing parts, and it cannot in itself create new, you know, parts. This is not how computers work. I did not check. I didn't get a chance to check because I may or may not have been going too fast. So you still need those base people coming up with the new ideas and all that. And one of the other problems is a lot of times you're talking about artificial intelligence when it comes to generating stuff. Especially if they're using the outcomes of their own stuff as something to measure. Generally speaking, what happens over time is the AI starts to produce more and more and more of the same thing. Because it creates the thing and then measures the success of the thing, which is the only thing it created. Which then, it, you know, it makes the same thing kind of again. And so what you'll probably end up having in long term if that continues is you'll start finding the variety, the nuance, the variation you see in content getting narrower and narrow. It's kind of like when you compare like a AAA studio. Do you keep an eye on your fuel at all? Yeah, my fuel is over there on the far right. It's at about half tank. I have more than enough fuel to reach my destination. Like, my character's yawning because he's sleepy, but I should still be able to make it to my destination before that's a concern either. Well, the program is good, but the way they are used wrongly. Yeah, I would agree. Like, the argument is that they're being transformative, but they're really not. Like, it's an algorithm. There's a difference. Yeah, no, I'd be in support of that kind of model, Sended Cookie. If, for example, you know, when I go to make a commercial product, like I'm making a movie, let's say, and I use an artificial intelligence, and it's going to grab all these assets or whatever, that I would have an obligation to pay some volume of money, which would of course be like negotiated and figured out by law. Like, when I say negotiated, legally set kind of negotiations that said you have an obligation based on the amount of content you can, like, what this has in your art or whatever, that you have an obligation to chip a thing over for anything automated. And I'd say anything automated being something that anything, like any step of the process was automated so far as creating the content. So they can't like weasel their way around by it produces it 90% and then an editor, you know, gives it a spit polish. I'd still call that automation. Because when we get royalties involved kind of thing, then that makes it, you know, a whole different situation. Because that'd actually help out artists, because you can put your stuff online for free. And when they consume it, it becomes a revenue source. And of course, also make sure that they have the right to refusal and all that kind of stuff, because that's pretty typical as well. That when it comes to offering my license for you to reuse and all that, that I can say, go fly a kite, and you don't get a choice about it. I don't want to stop to rest. We're almost there. Okay. Alright, Page is the city we were driving to. Which for a city in the middle of absolutely nowhere, maybe I don't know, maybe Page is actually a pretty big city. I genuinely don't know. This is some pretty backed up traffic. Okay. Trailer damage? Oh, I must have caught the pole. Whatever. Okay. To be, yep, we see it on the edge of the map. Right about to be there. Alright. Man, I keep an eye on your sleep and all that. We've gotten pretty dangerously low in gas before. The one that got us in trouble, which is actually this trip, the gas tank started at 130. I'm like, okay, if I just push this gas a little ways, then I do a top off, I should only have to do the one fill up. And then we almost didn't make it to the gas station. Luckily we did actually manage to take back. Okay, so after that semi, we should be good. But so far, we haven't run out of gas yet. There, and that's our destination, the big lit up building on the left. So it's Gallon Oil is who I was delivering. Alright. Yeah, I don't care. Not enough XP for me to care. Cool. And we got the achievement, Cha-ching. Alright, high value goods are worth even more. Okay. So, I'm saying 123 now. I still wish I could see what the prices were. Was that one delivery 6 hours long? Oh no. We've done like 8 or so deliveries during the stream. 8 or 9 or something like that. So for that 7 hours, we've done a little bit better than one delivery per hour kind of thing. So it does take a while to do a delivery. Like I would say a lot of the so you can choose the length, and I've been choosing the really long ones. But it felt like the shorter deliveries were like 15-ish minutes. And then the longer deliveries are a little bit closer to like 45 to an hour. I don't even know where I am on the map. Is the world pretty accurately scaled to real life? It's shrunk down. Like the general scaling makes sense, but it is reduced in size total. So like when you see like the mile markers and all that, it counts faster than it would. And even like the minutes for the travel time, it gives you what would be like a realistic travel time. So it'd be like, oh, the travel time in this one's 11 and a half hours. And then you drive, it ends up being like, 20 minutes or so. So it is compressing that. Okay. So I can get my own truck for 116,000. That's gonna wipe us out pretty bad. Okay. So what does this even do? So the chassis. So I can upgrade the chassis. I don't really know the importance of these things. Okay, so you can get one that's got like 2 powered axles, so more better off-roading a lot. Because I'm watching the stats over here. So effective wheelbase, like that one makes the wheelbase longer. Yeah, so the 4x, I can get another 4x here. But not gonna worry about that. We're gonna go cheap on it. Probably just torque in general. Yeah, we got the stats over here. But like the torque here, it's not changing. It also could be mostly cosmetic with the exception of the 4x. I don't know how much I would care about the wheelbase. We'll leave it alone. Now certainly we go for a much more powerful engine. We have ultra shift engines. Oh, that one's really good for hills. Oh, I see. Nah, that's fine, I don't care. Alright. You're gonna charge me extra to paint my car? You don't... Come on, man. As much as I'm spending, throw it in. Oh, I guess like all of them, they have a cost, and there's only a slight difference. Alright, fine, whatever. Oh, I see how it is. You make the one that's vaguely orange the most expensive one. Oh, I can do a custom color. It costs way extra, though. That's fine. I'm too cheap. I can't do... Oh. Can I cancel that? I wanna unselect that, please. How do I not? Okay, let's back out here for a moment. Gonna go back in here. Yeah, and so they just get more and more expensive. Okay. So I'm not gonna bother customizing it. So I have 123, and you're gonna cost me 116. Sure. Thank you for buying your first truck from us. Please come again. Please note, all trucks bought here have regular insurance paid already. Cool. So I'm assuming I save a whole bunch of it money that like I get more per profit for delivery because now I'm not borrowing, renting / whatever the equipment they're maintaining. All right. So it said we're tired. So we have a recruitment agency, and I can hire a driver. You don't have any slots available for a new driver. Please upgrade one of your garages to buy one. That's fair. It's not like I'd be able to afford it. We have a garage manager that can do a whole bunch of stuff. So the average daily profit is 25,000. We have our truck, our trucks here. How much does trailers cost? Okay, so the trailers start at 30,000. Fair enough. But how do I sleep? Okay, it's 180,000 to upgrade there. How do sleep? Looks like there's a bed really close to us. What did I hit? That's not fair. There's an invisible wall. Thank you to follow. Welcome to the stream. There is an invisible wall between over there. As you do, you buy something new, and then half a second later you've damaged it. I know. I'm trying to go into this parking lot where I see a bed icon. I'm gonna see what happens. Getting some rest. Cool. All right. So then comes the next question of, how does one do new jobs now? So earn money for your company by using your own truck to load the freight and deliver safe and sound. Complete world trucks delivery contracts using your own equipment. A record of these deliveries is stored in your World Trucks profile. I don't know what that means. Okay. So the question is, does this mean I now need to drive to those places to then carry the thing back? I mean, the pay you're offering. Oh. Yeah, so I'm here. That's there. Let's go by um origin. What I'm trying to figure out is how I can say I want stuff close to me. I want to grab the stuff that is as near as possible and then go from there. Yeah, so the ones that are those are definitely the far ones. So let's try well, it's going to be origin. So that's the origin over there. There you go. That's a good one. So far as how far away from it is. So we're looking for Stockton. Okay, so I could grab this one. So it'll pay out really well. I start very close by, and it'll be a hiking drive. Set as GPS. Okay. Click on town where you're at. Oh, well, I haven't technically accepted it yet. Let's see. Right, click on the town where I'm at. Ah, okay, so it shows me stuff leaving from here. Okay, so let's change ours to price per distance down from here, so I can grab the beet harvester, and we can go for it. It is a little interesting because the implication with this is that we have to use a little bit of our time driving to where we're going to pick up our goods. Whereas before we kind of just wink wink magic teleported there. But at the same time, if I choose stuff nearby and we just take whatever the best contract from that area is, that won't be too bad. Then the assumption is after this, like, we'd buy our next truck, or we'd buy, like, an upgrade to our garage, get ourselves another truck, get ourselves an employee, send them out to do stuff on our behalf. That's probably late game, though. Not late game, but later game. Whereas, like, I think my next investment would be buying the trailer. Means you have to back in to attach a trailer. That's not that bad. The harder thing is dropping off trailers. Because backing in, I just have a big rectangle. There's that big, like, there's the V in the back. Like, distance might be a thing. I'm not too worried. When we had our first mission, the tutorial one, I'm like, yeah, I'll back this in. Got on the first time, clean and smooth without any problem, like, just dropping off a trailer. Because I made the comment, I know how, like, I don't drive trucks and all that, but I've done lots of stuff in the past where you have to deal with the weirdness about you've got something on a pivot that isn't motorized itself behind you, trying to, like, go the opposite way of what you expect. I've dealt with that plenty. So it's not too hard for me to get my mind about trying to line it up and then, push it back without having an angle on it. And if you do have an angle, doing the weird thing where you go the opposite direction. We're going west to Sacramento. Yes. It's weird, Chad. It's almost like this accelerates way better when I'm not dragging a big heavy trailer behind it. I don't really understand. My brain was reading the first part of Sacramento as sarcasm. You should get up to speed and then attach the trailer. Ah, yes. I expect nothing to go wrong with this. Alright. Oh, it's gonna feel so different when we put this trailer on. It's gonna go from, wow, look how peppy we are, to, oh, right. This is the sadness that is dragging heavy things behind us. Oh no, look at the miles we're putting on our truck. We have 31 miles on the odometer. Might as well get it replaced. It's not worth anything now. The rate that value of this truck is dropping off is a whole experience. Oh man. We've already put 25% more miles on it. Is this really 55 out here the whole way? This place sucks. I want to go faster. They're like 65 unless you're a truck. Hey, SUV. SUV was like, I'm merging in on this semi. This will absolutely go well for me if they don't notice me. This certainly wouldn't result in my headlight usage fine. This is why I need to get a truck that has like automatic headlights or something. Eating into my profit margins. I'm not even making money right now. I'm literally driving from place A to B to get my cargo. Just leave your headlights on all the time? I'm on board with that, Elgoso. I just, when I start the truck, it turns like they're turned off. And I forget to turn them on. I have no qualms. If I don't get penalized for leaving them on, leave them on. You know, Rual, you kind of look like a trucker. Okay. That's a new one. I don't see anything one way or the other because... Hey, SUV, come on. Now I just need a trucker hat. So worn out hat advertising cigarettes or something? Like an old school, like Marlboro? I can't words. Either like a Bud Light hat or something like that. You're like 5 years of drug use. Too early though. Yeah. Um. Okay. External contracts. I still know that. So freight. All right. So here's the contracts we have at this location. I can go for 15,000. I mean, I'm going to do the one that's paying almost double as much per mile. Yes. You're about to set for heavy haul. Review your current truck to configuration and make sure it's up to the task. Where is heavy cargo? I mean, I don't know if it's up to task. We're definitely not set for heavy cargo. A 4-year ham sandwich, it's still good. So, optimize for heavy cargo. So we're definitely not... Like, that's the thing. It's saying, like, we have heavy cargo. It's not saying I can't do it. It's just not saying it's optimal. But, like, this doesn't tell me what I actually require for it. Like that's the thing. We definitely have a crap stat for heavy cargo. I'm just going to see what happens. Your trailer is ready to be loaded in the loading area. I think the orange stats are too low. Well, we're going to find out. Yeah, that thing is actually bigger than we are. Well, yeah, this is probably fine. That's fine. The thing is so much larger than we are. Ah, chat. This might surprise you. Our acceleration is not good. Why don't you just drive the beat? Or is the beat the only way? I'm enjoying it. We're taking a truck that was not adequately designed for a heavy load, and we're using it anyways. The performance is not good. The acceleration, how are the brakes? Those exist, I guess. Yeah, go. Go. Okay, stop at the stop sign. We can make it. You can do it. I think I can. I think I can. I think I can. I think I can. What happens when you optimize the dollar per mile and not the dollar per minute? This is the exact acceleration of every truck in front of me on the ramp. Yep. We can get to the speed limit before the turn, chat. We can do it. Maybe. I'm trying. It's a maybe possibility. We're working on it. We'll get to that speed limit. Don't you worry. Only 20 more miles per hour to go. Oh, I need to start braking. I realize that it's accurate to trucking in American, but the conventional cab body style for trucks in ATS. But I really prefer driving a cab over trucks in ETS. Okay. Are you actually turning my way, or you pretend turning my way? Okay. hit the cop. Well, I mean, the problem is the cop's passed now. There is no way I'm turning around and anything with the cop. That's, from what I have gotten to ride with various, like, large vehicles, which is not often, like, one of the things that bothers me the most about, like, riding the large vehicles is when you're, like, sitting on top of the wheels. So, like, the rotation is kind of, like, right below you. That bothers my head. Like, I can drive it just fine. It's just not comfy. It's like, this is not how I want my car to work. I want my car to generally go into the direction of my tires, not, like, me to go in the direction of the tires. Yeah, this is fine. This is fine. Oh man, I'm just thinking if we hit a hill, or am I gonna be able to like go up a hill? When the center rotation behind you, you said, yeah, that's basically that's what I was looking at. The center rotation. What's behind you is like it's really kind of not comfy. There was an Econoline van my parents had that it was enough forward that it felt like you're driving a semi where you would turn, like the wheels were almost at the same distance you were. And it was just really a bad thing. Alright, so I believe I want west. Do I have it clear on this side? Yes, I do. Oh no, we're struggling to hit 50 miles per hour. So today I learned where the game was like, make sure you're equipped for heavy load. It's like, I don't know. The bar's kind of small. But I don't know what's good, bad, or otherwise because you don't help me quantify it. The game... Oh, wait. Are we going to hit the speed limit? Yeah, speed limit, chat. We've done it. It'll be fine until you hit it. That's what I'm thinking is we're going to hit an actual, like, proper hill. And it's just going to be all downhill from there. I mean, but not really. It's going to be uphill, which is kind of the problem. But for our circumstances, we'll all be downhill. 25-mile-per-hour hill climbs. Got to switch it down to the very first gear. Ride it as hard as possible just to get any up. Hey, Sumus, how's it going? What? Like, I get that I'm 1 mile... Oh, wait, I can do that. I get that I'm 1 mile per hour over, but is it really that bad? You know what is really funny? By the cars driving to the left, and they just piss off the other cars. I may have done that a number of times earlier. Okay, so the far right ramp is not the ramp I want. Then, oh, never mind, this just goes over. Okay, that's cool. I'm having a nice, relaxing evening driving trucks. And to clarify, oh, you can't see the payload. Driving a payload I have no business dragging in my budget truck here. That the game even warned me, was like, are you sure you want to get this? And my response was, I don't know. I am missing important information about trucking to make an informed decision on that aspect. And as such, we are sciencing. And the science is, our acceleration is, hoo boy, not good. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. At least your brakes are good for it. I mean, are they? That's a lot of mass I've got pushing me. That momentum is going to be a little bit to overtake. That's the one where you hear the brakes absolutely screaming. Our cruise control is still set to 55, by the way. We've dropped to 40 at the slightest incline. We'll get there. It'll be fine. Does cruising control downshift in this? I don't know. I think so. Where's the destination for this load? It's not far. That's part of the reason I took it. It was a fairly close load, and then the price per mile was really good. So it's 120 miles, but the miles in this take, you know, it's multiple seconds. At speed, it's been about 1 second per mile kind of thing. This one, it seems it's about 2 seconds per mile. It's looking like, kind of, ish. So it shouldn't be too bad. All right, SUV, I need you to pass me. I'm really happy I set where I could adjust the cruise control incrementally. That way, when I go and I have to do that and I like lower my speed to 30, I can just be like, cruise control back on, increment all the way up to 55. You'll figure it out, truck. Ascension Cookie's going, yo, mama's so fat, she used the wide load truck as her car. It's okay, Beat Harvester. Ascension Cookie didn't mean it. Ascension Cookie didn't mean it, Beat Harvester. It's okay. I love the scaling of this game. You'll drive past an intersection and it's technically 1 mile long. Yeah. That was, I was asked about the scale. I'm like, okay. Like, proportional to other things, it's good, but proportional to, like, itself, it's just they take everything and squeesh. But I mean, they have to. I wouldn't even want to consider... Oh, look, when we go downhill, it really speeds up. And it's weirdly harder to control. There's a real distance mode? No, I'm good. I mean, I'm happy they have that. That's kind of cool functionality. But no, I'm good. I don't need to play the game where I literally have to drive 12 hours to my destination. That would be something I would do as, like... That would be one I would definitely have as, like, kind of a, just, like, not... What's the word? Like, as a redemption. I see University Avenue, and it makes me think of driving downtown. But, that's something I could do is, like, you know, someone, like, donates enough money, or we hit some major milestone, and they can make me do a drive in real time, and we would do a stream of one drive. Canadian ice trucking would be fun. Yeah, there was, what was it, Snowplow, not Snowplow Simulator, Snow Runners or something like that? Oh, toll booth. Aw. Do I have any toll? I hope I do. Okay, a $25 toll. I mean, I guess I'm a semi. Never mind, that's actually probably fair. You ever played Mud Runner? I did not. Yeah, SnowRunner is a blast, but most trips are short distance. Yeah, my understanding is a much smaller map. Like, much smaller map that's far more elaborate. Oh no, this is bad. We're at 20 miles an hour and we're losing speed. 18, 15. Come on, you can do it. 15, come on. Come on, you can make it. It's just a bridge. 14. Oh, come on. Okay, we're starting to pick up speed again. It's an automatic. I can't downshift. It's an automatic. You hit the gas and it figures out. Or it doesn't. There's electronics functionality? Sucks. I have no idea what you've just said. Oh, it's San Francisco. Okay. Oh my god, this bridge. Please. It's 50. I'm picking up a line of people behind me. And I got the pedal to the metal. It's almost I'm gonna say it, chat. It's almost as if this truck is not well equipped to handle this. The people can go around you, and they are. Hey man, you want to haul more cargo than that. You're not gonna make any money hauling nothing. I understand you're probably going from point A to point B. Oh good, it's downhill. I can handle downhill. We call this gravity assist. I'm kind of scared it's gonna go back uphill. Rip deadheading. Yeah, just sticking your head out the window. Get whacked by a bug or a bird or a rock or something. Oh no, I was like, oh, San Francisco. I just remembered. San Francisco in real life is hilly as heck. Oh, sorry, didn't mean to ride the curve that hard. Oh, truck with no load equals dead hang. Ah, I don't know this trucker lingo. Yeah, no, I forgot that this thing has it has a weird second pivot in it. And I forgot about that second pivot. So it's almost like having a double trailer, but not quite. My speed is 20. Don't worry, I'll get to that 30. Just give me a little while. Please don't make me go up the S road in the middle of San Francisco, okay? Okay, right? Needing more weight distribution? Yeah. So, what is the lesson we have learned in this one, chat? What is the lesson you think I should take away from this experience? Please stop. Okay. That this was a good idea. I was gonna say that I learned nothing. That everything turned out okay. Stay away from Francisco. Yeah. Lesson: more weight. ATS devs are dumb. I mean, the actual lesson learned was I took a very heavy load vehicle or heavy load payload on a vehicle poorly suited for a heavy load payload. I'm also wondering, where am I going to be using a beet harvester in San Francisco? Where am I taking this and why? I have questions. You aren't the problem, the devs are. Ah, I see. That's good. Shipping yard? Okay, a shipping yard might make sense. I was just thinking, it's like, wait a second. There's no farming on San Francisco. Not meaningful farming. Eesh. Go. Go. Please. Go. 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 You don't get paid to ask questions. You get paid to harvest the beet. Oh, the beet harvester. Oh, my bad. They're trying to improve the efficiency of the mob. I understand. The old cement boots, they just don't scale very well. Oh no, it's an actual hill. No. Not like this. No. Please. I'm gonna pretend in this canon we have a family, and they need to be fed, and oh god, we're dropping to 15 buttons. Or 15 buttons. 15 miles. Oh, wait, we might be speeding up. We're gonna make it. The speed limit's 45, and I'm struggling to make 20 happen. Oh good, it dropped to 30. This is like slightly less embarrassing. Good, I'm most of the speed limit now. Would you look at that? Yeah. Imagine trying to get home at 2 a.m. in the morning and getting stuck behind this. See, that's when the double lines start becoming more suggestion than reality. I've not actually done that or needed to do that, but that is one of those things. You eventually do hit a point where you say, this thing is a hazard on the road. You know, there's a certain amount of leniency when the road is obstructed. I don't know what that leniency is. I'm not a police officer. But I'm willing to bet if you got stuck behind this for several hours and decided to eventually just go around it, there's a good chance the police officer would use you as an excuse to also go around it, pull you over, and to say, let's be fast. I'm giving you a warning. Go, 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 go. Don't wait. We can't. Go. Before it catches up to us. Keep that momentum. Yeah, you're more likely to get hit staying behind this truck than going around. Oh yeah. I'm pretty sure this truck would, like, if you didn't have the trail car, I forget what they're called, you'd have thing. When you realize the average stoplight is 10 minutes long. Please stop. Please stop. There you go. We're here, chat. What you don't realize is we are the single most efficient trucking operation in the world. We will tow more weight per horsepower, as in the minimum amount of horsepower, than any other company around. I am not fighting with that. I like it's like, I can do anything. No, no you can't. You are not allowed to. We will not allow you to park this. It wasn't going to let me. It was grayed out. It didn't give me the choice. Current company job offers. Does current company mean the place I'm at right now? So let's see. Where is it? So in these games, if I remember correctly, the time dilates between in town and on highway. Yeah. So I'm assuming that's where I am now. Oh no. Oh good. The pump jacks are less ridiculously heavy. But I kind of want to see what our limitations are here. Because for as horrendously awful as that was fun. Does anyone know how much that last payload weighed? I didn't check. Like, is this significantly more in line or less? I feel like it's in line. That's less. Okay, new upgrades available? Oh. Okay, it's just saying that we've leveled up, so we have more truck options and all that. That's fine. All right. So click on the world map. Let's zoom in. So I'm honestly really between all three of these. All three of these are kind of around me that there isn't one particularly closer or farther. I mean, there are, but they're within such a small amount it shouldn't matter too much. Great. Okay, so here's a harvester. So the harvester was 44,000. Okay. So if we look at Santa Cruz, what does the star mean? High value cargo. Yes, please. Give me that high value cargo. immediately strikes the harvester I delivered. Hey, you know you've got... Hang on just a minute. Alright. I'm not going to tell you how to live your life here at HMS. You currently have a convertible parked out in an unlit area with the top down. The boot is at least on. And, like, no one around? No one see a problem with that, right? Anyone? Put your top up. That, my friends, is how you get a wild animal in your cabin of your car, shredding it to bits. Yeah, no, it's one thing when you go in for a little while, that's fine. Like, I get it. You go in, you're grabbing a bite to eat, you leave your top down. Fair enough. I gotcha. But that is a person who is working their entire shift for the night and just leaving their top down for all the critters to go nomming on the bits of the inside of that. Alright. So... let's go ahead and head over. It's not a super... actually, it was a decent length delivery. Alright, well, maybe I'll see another place to top off the gas and sleep. Because what we'll do is we'll top off the gas and sleep before we take off. Unless it's too late and I've already passed the last place to do that. Oh, man. This truck performs entirely different when it's not dragging a heavy load that it was never meant to carry behind it. Free convertible? Yeah, no, for the record, I used to own a convertible. And I had a soft boot as well. But yeah, like, absolutely, if I could go to the bar where I could, like, you know, not necessarily keep a constant eye on my car, but, you know, if someone was messing around with it, it wouldn't be hard to spot it, kind of thing. Or there's enough people in the area that you didn't have to worry about it because someone would notice something's not right. But I'm thinking you're in the middle of nowhere out in the outskirts by some warehouse where you've got all the rough green around you. Hey, I got plus 80 XP for driving around 100 miles in free roam. Okay, so I think my character is getting sleepy, so the plan is we're going to top off our gas, we're going to go hit those beds and sleep, and then we're going to pick this thing up and do the next thing. I'm used to that trailer and how heavy it was, where I just held the gas and I didn't have to worry about speeding at all, and I keep accidentally speeding because of it. That said, the number of times I've been places here in Florida where, you see the, But, it's a right turn. I'm allowed to make a right turn on red. That's fine. Of course, the cop is like, that is fine. A fine in your pocket. Oh, right. Well, actually, that's curious. So, clearly I have a gas cap on the right side. I can see the giant gas tank underneath there. But weirdly, I have, like, a mini gas tank thing on the left of the gas cap and, like, nothing else. Oh, yeah, there's how you park. Right there, kind of just blocking both lanes. Absolutely. I mean, I guess I just paid them $344, so they're probably gonna let me get away with it anyways. What am I being fined for now? What am I being fined for now? Oxygen pine, 3,000. Oh, that's just the sound. Okay, okay. The first one is a fine that I don't know what that was for. But yeah, that one, okay. Cool. Oh no, I turned off the truck. It was the right on red, which is the one I didn't get. I'm like, but I'm allowed to turn right on red. Unless that's something that I've been blissfully unaware of my entire life, that trucks are not allowed to turn right on red, which I don't believe is a thing. I haven't had to use my turn signal at all. I may not have stopped the whole way. It's like, it may have felt like I stopped, but just kind of didn't. Oh, that's where I need to be. Back it up. 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 All right, freight market. Well, I mean, that's a better offer now. This is probably a mistake. That's totally up the mountain. I know. I was thinking that way. It's like, this is absolutely going up a mountain. I don't know about this one. 2 hours versus... Yeah. Yeah, I think we do this one. I'm a little scared because you can see this is clearly a mountain path, hence like the zigzag and all that. This one might not be as bad. For those who don't know, like California has one mountain range kind of on this side and another mountain range on that side. Yeah, no, so it's trip time. You have 6 versus 9. So this is 50% longer. I'm just real scared about this mountainous area up here. Like, we might hit, like, I think we're gonna hit some hills up here. We are gonna hit some hills up here. Oh, this is gonna be bad, and I know it. This one's a lighter load, though, of the two of them. This is a really curious payload. Like, it looks like weirdly... like, all the weight is on one side. That is a really weird payload. How long is that payload? Oh my god, that payload goes on for days. Alright. Okay, this feels way better. I'm actually still accelerating at a meaningful amount. Not like that first one where the game was like, yo, really, you should really reconsider. I'm like, should I? As he now try to catch a ride in the little gap of the payload. Just like slowly elbows in and just surrounds the car. Okay, so this one shouldn't be too bad. Couple of minutes. Like that's the thing. You know, you sit there and you look at the thing on the, you know, the GPS. It's like 5 hours and 56 minutes, 280 miles. And you're going, oh my god, really? And then, you know, 10 minutes goes by and you're done. You're like, oh, okay, that's not bad. That was my turn that I just blasted past because I was looking at the numbers and not the arrows pointing me. Tell me where I can U-turn. So far, I believe that's only the second time I have fully missed a turn. I've definitely had once or twice that I also was, like, almost missing a turn and creating a, traffic situation, correcting my ways. Oh, please don't make me go forever away to just U-turn. Yep, we need to not miss our U-turns. 50-mile U-turn. That's what it feels like. You might actually be right. I don't remember what our miles were at with the last one, but it looks like it jumped a lot. Gross. I was also looking if there was a gap in the barricade over there if I was going to actually be able to cut across, which I shouldn't be able to. Like, that's the kind of thing you can imagine. You did this once in real life, and it was like a 30 miles off course. So the worst one I ever had, and this was like, you know, night driving, foggy roads, you really couldn't see kind of thing. But there was a road that, like, the main road kind of does a bank to the left, and then the right lane banks off and goes to right. And they both go to the coast, but the problem is they go about an hour distance away, and that right off turn, there is no U-turn, and there is no, like, side road to cut back. So if you take the wrong turn there, you're putting yourself out about an hour from wherever you're trying to go up north. And I did that one time, and I was very upset over the whole thing. Because it's one of those, it was late, it was dark, it was foggy, I just wanted to go home and go to bed, because I had been working the whole day. And that's probably what led me to not, you know, like, taking the wrong turn, just following the lane. Because it's foggy to the point you couldn't see that far ahead, so you're kind of just, like, following the stripes. And just went right off with it. Hey, police officer. You see nothing, 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 you see nothing. And U-turned. I got struck by a semi. It's fine, it was just the payload. It's not my truck, I don't care. I just didn't want to go another, like, 30 miles out to turn around. Meanwhile, we bring in our, you know, our high-value cargo that's got a big chunk out of it from some semi slapping into it on the highway. It's fine. We'll get paid. We'll ignore everything. I notice we still have our high beams on, which is perfect. I knew for a moment, like you didn't turn your blinker on or anything. I was like, you're gonna just merge in front of me at the last second. Okay. No more Project Zomboid? No, I still play Project Zomboid. But I do variety channel. Like, don't get me wrong, I played Project Zomboid quite a bit. It's been a little bit since I played. No, actually, I mean, I played, was it last week? I did a little bit of multiplayer towards the beginning of the week. But yeah, no, I variety. We actually had the talk earlier on the stream that it's actually pretty hard if you're doing, like, Project Zomboid. It's hard to, you know, play other games that you can meaningfully pivot to, just because Project Zomboid is such a unique experience in a good way. But there's nothing like it. So no matter how you pivot, it's just not going to be a goodish match. It's just like an okayish match. So that gets real tricky with the variety thing. That said, like, I still play the game, still love the game, but I mean, right now we're just kind of everyone's at the, like, Build 42 waiting room. Okay. Well, there's Sims 1 that's pretty much half a product. I mean, you're not wrong. Modded gameplay waiting room? Yeah. I haven't seen very many mods that I've been, like, excited about. Like, I had a few I played back. Like, I remember enjoying the Cryogenic Winter mod. That was a lot of fun when we did that. We've done your Cursed CDDA. I can't tell you how many times we messed with that. My record is still... I made it, oh, was it like 2.5, 3 weeks, something like that? Was the longest I've gone in that one. And then, like, the worst thing is, like, I was stable, everything was good, and then I just dumbed. Like, just straight up dumbed my death. See, once you're in Project Zombie, you don't even sleep well. Play all day, all night. Yeah. I mean, when I first, like, started really getting into it, I would go, like, really hard. Yeah, I wish I could remember how long I survived. There was one Cursed CDDA run where I got rid of the cold, got things stabilized, got situated in the area, and then it's just, I was dumb in how I approached a house and got grabbed when I shouldn't have. And again, I mean shouldn't have as in I played poorly, not shouldn't have as in the game, you know, nonsense kind of thing. Went in like I owned the place, and the zombie corrected me. I'm trying to stop. There we go. You basically got to the point you knew you were past the hard part of the run. That is not that you got careless so much, as you weren't as worried, and just didn't think through my actions. Truck Simulator seems relaxing. Oh, it is. I'm very much enjoying. Actually, when we started the stream, I was like, yeah, I'll probably do a couple of you know, runs. That'll probably be good. And I'm like, no, I'm just really enjoying the relaxing gameplay. Like, I don't envision playing this like long term on the channel or anything. Like, I don't think we're gonna have like a week long of me playing Truck Simulator or anything like that. But this is actually a game I could see playing off stream. You know, start a video encoding where I'm kind of captive audience waiting for it to encode. And, like, that's literally, like, nowadays, that's when I'd play, like, something like Sunhaven, where I would knock out a day. If it's a short video, then I get the next one edited and get that one encoding. If it's a longer video, maybe knock out 2-3 days. Really kind of depends on how long they are. Like, that's... I'm looking forward to doing the editing for Subnautica, for those, when we did those ones. And when I say editing, I mean very lightly because I don't have the time to do proper editing. But I'm already dreading the encoding on that. Because that one, I'm probably just going to upload an entire stream at once, which will be like 10, 11 hours of content. I don't expect many people to watch those. But unless I, like, hire a proper editor or something, I just don't have the time to cut it up more. You play Albion Online these days? Just hopped on to check your stream? Gotcha. Yeah, no, I've been doing a lot of variety. Like, the big one we did for, like, zombie-esque games, we did the big State of Decay 2 update the other day. Literally, we wrapped that yesterday. They massively overhauled that game with that update. The entire Plague Hearts and Infestation mechanics get completely changed in how they work. And in my opinion, for the better, because it creates a whole strategy around, you know, being quiet to not wake up the hearts as something worth taking the time to do. Because if you go in there and you wake up all the hearts, that feels like it's one of those things that get out of hand really fast. Because just one heart was putting a decent amount of pressure on me, on dread difficulty. Like, it wasn't so much pressure I couldn't just go out and take out the heart, but it's one of those things that I could totally envision if you get a second heart activate at the same time, that they would just be shutting down your outposts as fast as you're trying to retake them. Though, for those who don't know what they changed in State of Decay 2, so the new update is called Heart Attack, as in play on the words with Plague Heart attacking you. But they made it so when you start the map, the hearts are dormant. So you still have zombies and hordes and special infect and all that around, but you're not going to deal with any sieges at all. The infestations, I believe, are completely disabled as well. And what ends up happening is that you start operating in the area of the hearts, which they seem a little bit more spread out than they used to be, then you run into the issue where you start making noise around the heart and eventually you wake it. And then when you wake the heart, it starts spawning hordes that will move towards buildings and infest them fairly aggressively. And then, you know, it can reinforce existing infestations to rank them up. And so, like, the level 1 infestation kind of reminds you what the infestations always were. You know, a couple of screamers, a bunch of random zombies, no big deal. But I saw a tier 3 infestation, and it was something like, it was like 3 screamers, 2 ferals, and a bloater, and then random zombies, and it's like, oh, actually, that's pretty scary. That is not one to be taken lightly. Because normally the strategy with the ferals is you want to pop them before they can get at you. The moment they start coming at you, you just quickly pop them and get them out of the way. But it's kind of the same strategy you take with the screamers, is you pop them before they can scream. And so what ends up happening is you have 5 targets who are not going to be next to each other, because why would they cooperate with you in any meaningful capacity, that are now, you know, you want to hit them all, like, right on the get-go to stop them, but you don't get the chance, so you're going to have some that are running around like the screamers drawing in zombies, or the ferals just cutting loose and having to deal with it. And so it's like, okay, that's pretty intense. But then they can also spread at your outpost, and if they do, it shuts down your outpost, so you stop getting the benefit of it. And then if they do manage to set up infestations near your base, they can create what's called a siege infestation, which triggers the new siege mechanic in the game, and that's just... they throw a bunch of zombies at you. I have heard, unfortunately, the sieges are still kind of not that bad, which is a bit of a bummer. But, like, having that whole, like, campaigning of the zombies, like, shutting down your outposts is bad enough. There's not many bases you can make self-sustaining that don't depend on outposts. Which means if you did let them just go wild, you'd end up having problems where you wouldn't have enough food or whatever. So what I'm going to quickly do, because I need to take a 2-minute break, and we're about to get hit with an ad, so I'm going to quickly take that 2-minute break real fast, and then I'll be right back. So in the meantime, I'm going to go ahead and put up, you know, the away screen with clips, and I'll be back in just a minute. So thank you again so much for everyone's been tuning in so far. That would be it. You got the clip? Yep. That would be the one. So everyone is here. We just beat our all-time record, which our old record was 111,220 zombies. So we have exceeded it by one. And we had done that in 1 year, 2 months, 8 days. So we beat that quota, like that record was about 2 in-game weeks. Yep, Superman Complex probably got us. Yep. I knew I should have backed off. And that's that. Because the idea with the, like, years later is just almost all the resources would be gone. And can I make this work?
Didn't want to quite get bullied this far to the side. Oh, that's not good.
Well, I didn't expect to bump into the same zombie twice. That's all it would have taken, was because if I wouldn't have bumped into it twice, I felt like that was pretty under control. And yeah, so we have maximum pop. Okay, so save that, do this. Next. Rough start. Do you want to change anything? I don't really feel like changing anything, because usually the moment I open that can of worms, I spend 10 minutes trying to figure out what we're even doing. Alright, so let's see. Okay, and I'm back. Sorry about that. Let's see. Okay. We'll get back to it. The ad's still going, but that's fine. Alright, because we got place to go. Gotta make that money. I imagine this game gets really interesting with all like the DLC. So being able to go up to like Washington where things get way, way denser green. Texas where, I mean, honestly that whole south area just looks like what you see out here where it's, I mean actually it's kind of green over here, but it's, you know, dried out, deserty area. Which is probably the reason those are the parts of the map that are all implemented, is because a lot of the topography for a lot of that is kind of the same-ish. But it would be interesting, because driving all the way to North California got like the redwood forests and all that, you would assume that it'd get dense with trees and whatnot. I imagine a huge amount of the effort in the game goes down to map. Just taking the time to implement map to making it look as good as possible. Having more places to go. Because I'm having like the hazardous shipping, long-range shipping, high-value shipping, different trucks, all that kind of stuff. Like it's based on realistic trucking, so I couldn't imagine there would be a whole lot of room for, you know, implementing just more and more advancements. I mean, I can see them adding like the different, you know, different support for like different advancements in cruise control and, you know, stripe following, so like that kind of things. All right. Now we gotta hydrate. Alright, looks like we're going towards Reno. Unfortunately, got a car kind of in my blind at the moment. Alright, well, never mind. I'll go. You look like you're going to try and overtake me, and then you didn't. I assume if you were just, like, careen past the car there where they've got the road closed, you'd just get fined. So I wonder how bad the fine would be if strategically it makes sense to just be like, ah, heck with it. Alright, so I want to take this exit. Use it as a point to turn around. So I can go the other way to then take the next one. To circumvent where the, circumvent where the road was closed. The exit was closed, whatever you want to call it. The on-ramp. Okay. And back to cruise control and on the correct road, going the correct way. I do like that they have like random roads closed. I'm assuming there is like RNG around that where, you know, each trip like day it goes, okay, there'll be an accident over here. Okay, this person will be pulled over there. Okay, that ramp is going to be closed. They kind of just RNGs on the path, different things that you have to work your way around, circumvent, whatever. Okay. I can see losing so much time in this game. Like, it's just a very relaxing game. I imagine this is kind of the same thing with like the farming simulator, the same kind of like relaxing thing of just, okay, it's time to do this step in your field. You just do your zigzag back and forth in the field doing this step. Okay, you just finished that step. So then, you know, you do the next step, you zigzag through your field, you do the next step. You know, oh, the stuff's grown, you zigzag through your field doing that. You know, you'd have to rotate a couple of fields, so it's probably the same thing if you have the thing you're working and I just kind of cruise along. This feels like it'd be simpler, though. Because, I mean, ultimately, once you get your trailer and all that, it's just drive. Was deeply upsetting. I liked when we were going the speed limit. And we're in that situation now. Oh, I could sneak over here. Could you not? Ugh. It wasn't shifting the way I want to. Yeah, that's on me. I ended up downshifting real hard, and I slowed down a whole lot. My bad. That wasn't the intention. I wanted to overtake this truck that's struggling to go over 20 miles an hour up here. Yeah, and I'm pretty sure I like literally got in front of a cop who's running their sirens and blocked them. Oh, you're not running your sirens. You just had like your strobes blinking on your headlights. Okay, fair enough. The point is I've still already left the other truck in the dust that was in our way. Because they're making good time until then it's like, oh man. Soda Springs and Norden. Okay. No vehicle on my right, so we're just gonna go right on over. Tappy tap them brakes. Hold the brakes and panic. There we go. Okay. Alright, we're almost there. There'll be time to drop off another payload. Get paid. Yeah, well, I think it's safe to say Hydroneer is not happening today. Because I just checked that, I was like, oh man. Like, we still got plenty of time for stream up. Like, nothing like that. But, as well as things like, oh yeah, we're at the point where, you know, outside of switching to a game that's short format, you know, like 30-minute rounds or whatever, it wouldn't make a sense to really switch. At least it doesn't seem, like, not to me, it doesn't make sense. Surprised it's a 35-mile-per-hour road. You killed a sign in the turn? Oh, I didn't notice. Hey, that sign knew where I was going. It knew what was up. Like, what are these posts on the side? They look like they want to be lights, but they're not lit up. I mean, maybe they're just reflectors? I've not seen something like that before. Rock slide ahead, narrow bridge. Apparently took trailer damage from catching the edge of the bridge. We're doing good. Yeah, it's kind of a cool mountain road. It's a shame it's not daytime, so I can't see whatever the view is, because we're definitely like doing like a windy mountainous road. So I'm like actually wondering if you could like see off the cliff into the valley or something like that. Or not really. Oh yeah. We're almost there. Are you having me deliver along the road? That's fine. I'll take my money. Okay. So, we gained a level. Give me more money for high value vehicles. It does seem like the thing if I just want to keep investing in this stuff. Alright, so. We have only one stop here. Is this literally I'm taking it back? No, I'm taking it someplace else. It's literally the thing I just dropped off as the only option here. To take it all the way down to Arizona. But it pays well. And that would be enough I can buy my own trailer. That is one heck of a windy, mountainy road, though. I am assuming this is skirting the mountains. Like, here would be like the mountain range, and you're just skirting around the edge of it. I mean, I would sit... Well, here's what we can actually do. Instead of for the same company... Oh, that's not... Hang on. Great. It's also the one that pays the most. Alright, good enough for me. Sure. It's literally grabbing the exact same thing I just did. And taking it on to the next place. Okay, then. Alright, so we will need to stop for gas, and my character will probably need to sleep. The gas probably needs to happen sooner, the sleep not as soon. I was not expecting the speed to drop to 25. Alright. Still a shame that I can't see anything because dark. Like, this game, I feel like, is a game that the day-night cycle makes sense. I was getting pretty annoyed at the day-night cycle in Hydroneer. But I mean, I would argue that the ambiance atmosphere is one of the main aspects of this game. Alright, I didn't see any gas stations along there, that's fine. I do have a vehicle coming, figure it out. There you go. I like that's like 43 miles of state line, not 43 miles to Nevada, just the state line. You figure out what state, that's on you. And they actually do that on real signs too. Sometimes they'll tell you like what state or city you're going to, and sometimes it'll be just more, you know, leaving whatever state or whatever. Alright. So what I do think is going to need to happen is our character needs to sleep. So I think the next time we have a rest stop on our side of the road, where that I can get to easily, I'm going to have my character stop. We'll top off the gas while we're there if we can, and we'll rest. I'm also glad this game, for having a sleep mechanic, doesn't just be like, you can use coffee to counter it or whatever. Because that's always one of those things that you feel a bit weird about in games, like, oh yeah, I could just drink a coffee and suddenly it's like I don't need to sleep. Like, it can help a little bit, but it's not sustainable. You can't just never sleep ever again by just coffeeing up. Alright, pass into Sierra County. Plus, when we sleep, we should wake up and it'll be daytime. Yay, we're in Nevada. It's surprising, it looks like exactly as California does at night. And by that I mean I can see just the road. I wonder if a game like this feeds into the misperception of the size of things. So like and also Euro Truck Simulator. Because it's a thing that happens both from like people here in the US going to Europe and vice versa, that people assume everything is nowhere near as big as it actually is. You love that you're still trucking? Yeah, I had a good time with it. Because like it's a thing that people will go, oh, yeah, I'm just going to go to the U.S. and I'm going to visit, you know, Florida, and I'm going to go to this place in South Carolina, I'm going to go to that place in, you know, Georgia. And you kind of stop and go, I think you need to understand how big the places you're talking about are. Or like, I'm going to go to these different places in Texas. I'm like, hang on, you need to understand that if I overlay this over this place that you're from, the place you're from is tiny by comparison. And it's not me making an insult on that. It's like, you have to consider the fact that most of these states are bigger than most of your individual countries. Now, that said, it also works in reverse that there'll be people here like, oh yeah, I'll just drive from Germany, I'll go over to France, and I'll do. It's like, hang on. You need to compare this. That's like saying, I'm just going to go to Florida and Washington, D.C., and this other place. Things are bigger than you realize. Or for that matter, Australia is no different, where it's like, people are like, oh yeah, I'll visit this major city, and that was like, no, you have to understand, like, that's multiple states of distance apart. It big. Alright, so there's gas. I don't see a place to sleep, which is a bummer, but we're gonna go ahead and hit it. We're gonna go visit Reno. Gonna hit up the casinos. And by that I mean we're not doing that. We're just gonna go to Reno. Yeah, there's a bed over there. Alright, so we're gonna go ahead and... Alright, our light is green. Go, 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 go. Please go. Oh, let me... Why would you do this, SUV? I mean, I did it, but I'm gonna blame you for it. Go real wide, go real wide. We're still clipping it. There we go. Perfect. As intended. Top off the tank. I saw where we paid, and then I heard the sirens. I'm like, but I'm not doing anything. I know, yawn, yawn, yawn. We're working on it. The beds are over there, and by that I mean it's just a place where I'm gonna park my truck for 2 seconds and take a nap. Because we got a long way to go, and much longer than I think we can get away without sleeping. Let's drive over the curb a little. It's fine. We've already banged up the trailer a little bit. Who cares? I mean, probably the customer. The customer probably cares a whole heck of a lot, but you know. That sounds like a customer problem, not a me problem. Where did the sleep place go? Oh, there it is, over on the left farther. I was like, it turned the camera. I was like, wait a second. The place I'm heading to disappeared. Still don't know what this thing is. Like, is this the platform when they're doing road construction that like they pull it up, they hydraulic it up to like put up, you know, over road signs that are like permanent fixtures, like the really big heavy signs or traffic lights kind of thing? Is that what this is? Okay. Alright, so got a place I can pull over here that I can supposedly sleep at. I'm assuming it's this lot here. Well, that is not what I wanted to see. Alright, Alright, that's fine. turn radius, like, turns on a dime. It happens to be a particularly large dime. Talking like 30 or so foot dime. Well, look. This is not going to improve my situation. Look, I really want to make this work, but you're gonna have to cooperate with me a little bit. Bang it hard. That's my strategy. I've cursed myself by putting that in the... Oh god, what's happening? Yeah, that's, That's how that works. Physics got a little weird there for a second. All right. And we'll just jump this curb real fast. It'll be fine. Actually, we'll cut across the grass over here. There are so many police cars racing around out here. I mean, it's Reno. Hey, the follow. Welcome to the stream. I was say, I've gotten several times where it's been like, ticket for red, right on red. I'm like, but that's not how that works. Not how that works. You can write unreaded, like, unless it's otherwise specified. Unless, again, some state law I'm unaware of, which is possible. Oh, right. I was like, why can't I see what my cruise control is? It's like, oh, right, I'm not inside my cabin. Alright, we'll just go ahead and go around this. So we're all rested, we're all gassed up, and on to the next destination. You wonder if trucks have different right on red laws? I could potentially see that being a thing in certain states that, maybe there's states that they cannot write on red, or you can only write on red on certain styles of intersections. That is one of the things that when you get to a lot of stuff like commercial licenses, there are additional rules that trucks do have to follow that other cars don't. Like, I remember the rules around passing in a truck are much different in a lot of places. There's areas where even though the posted speed limit will be like 70, a truck will be locked in at 55 as their max speed they're allowed to go in certain areas. There's a whole bunch of stuff that trucks have to deal with, which is why, they have their own special license so you don't just use your regular one. What they are, I don't know, because I don't have a commercial license. Oh, we can go faster. Right, we're not in California anymore. I get to go 70 when it's post 70 in the truck. Not that it matters. This truck doesn't go 70. It goes 65. That's the speed it goes. Oh, good. Ellie, we were here before. It's a total speed trap. Or maybe that road to the right is going to the Ellie. Because I don't want to go to Ellie. It dropped to like 35. For like one intersection. Okay. You're implying I should merge to the right lane based on this endless series of arrows pointing to the right lane. Ah, exit only over here. I mean, if you think you turn on your speed limiter in the settings, you're making limited slower speeds like real life. So, I don't think I have the speed limiter turned on. I mean, right now it happens to be a speed limiter. We can check in our settings. That'd probably be under controls. Nope, that is a whole lot of stuff not turned on. All right, gameplay. Oh yeah. When we started, I turned on was the governor. Advise speed warning. Keep heat. Heavy cargo warning screen. Yes. A random road events. Oh, you can turn up and down the random road events and detours. That's fine. Time zones. Okay. Show cutscenes, inverse mouse. Auto center. Truck speed limiter. Boom. There we go. I'm not used to this style of GPS where it's just like the arrows and it's like switch lanes that way, switch lanes this way. I'm used to like the GPS itself having like, you know, it'll do the whole like, you know, merge left. Turn right in 0.5 miles on Point Sienna Boulevard. Turn right and then immediately turn left. Do a figure 8 and dab. Pretty sure the GPS is like, let's see, like this is to screw you. Yeah, because it's so easy to, you know, not notice the, you know, the lanes. Like that's the thing. I would expect, like, it's got the arrows basically they're telling you, hey, you know, shift lanes left. I'm like, okay, that's fine, but like, give me more info. And I'm willing to bet there's absolutely got to be a mod out there that's like, okay, make the GPS, you know, like name a brand GPS, like a Garmin GPS, I don't know. I haven't had to worry about GPS in my car in a long time because phones have GPSs in them now. Well, GPS navigation, I should say, not GPS specifically. They got, what is it, SGPS, RGPS? Can't remember what's technically called. The one that combines, like, satellite and all that stuff. Now remove the UI and only use the truck's dash. Storge, it's 2 a.m. Do you know where your Crunchwrap Supreme is? I mean, my tacos I ate. Now, I don't think I'm going to actually turn on the voice, because I think that'd be pretty annoying for people watching. But it's more like the GPS HUD or whatever UI you want to call it. Like, in a car, when you have like the actual GPS you like put on the dash, they usually are more than just what you see here. There'll be like a left arrow, right arrow, like a U-turn arrow, that kind of thing. Versus just like having weird green arrows laid on a red path. Look at those mounds. I know, right? Look at those vehicles not going the speed limit. Okay, Bam, are you on a wheel? Keyboard and mouse? I'm on keyboard and mouse. I don't have a wheel. Alright. Come on. I wonder if a lot of people turn up or down, like the various road obstructions and all that. Because I feel like if you turn those off, it would get, it'd get kind of dull. But I can also see them getting kind of annoying. 5-0 got him one. Yep. Looked like someone being like, hey son, do you know what speed you're going? All of it. All of it is what is going. They'd permanently turn off the detours because sometimes they screw you and the next highway junction is far. Yeah, I noticed there was one we had there pretty bad. Most of the other ones have not been too bad. All right. Oh no, we're about to cross our first 1,000 miles in our new truck. Well, we gotta get a new truck pretty soon. You blinked your headlights. Are you trying to tell me there's a police officer ahead? Because that's the thing people do. Yuck. It's Yosemite National Park. Well, to the right, like it's not right here. It was a sign to Yosemite. Oh, being stuck behind them. Not a good time. It is interesting to me also that, like, you're on these back road, well, not these back roads, you're on these, like, highways that cross the state lines and go really far. And it seems like most of the vehicles are semis, but that actually does check out. They don't actually end up with that many people just driving back and forth over the state lines. You'll have some. You know, people going to visit family, people who have, you know, are commuting between different job locations and all that. But there's just certain roads out there that are mostly trucks because they're just, you know, major shipping lanes. Make me downstep my cruise control. Be ashamed. Oh, that is a bold move, bus. Can I peek? Can I peek? No, there's a hill there I can't see over. Can I peek over that hill? Okay, right here I should be able to see around. I think I can. I think I can. I think I can. Go. I'm actually trying to pass. Oh, this was not the time to do it, chat. This is definitely not the time to do it. I can see nothing over this hill. Forget the speeding. We're just going for it. It's fine. I started the pass like, oh no, we're approaching a hill I can't see anything over. This is just hoping it works out. I'm trying to go. Why are you not going? Please go. Oh, there you go. You're stuck downshifting. I get you. Yeah, some motorcycles. Yeah, exactly. You go to the hill and just, you know, some tiny little coupe or motorcycle or something. I mean, to be fair, moving those kinds of speed, like 65, 70 going one way, and then you assume the same going the other way, it's not exactly like the semi's going to be doing too well either. Like, don't get me wrong, the motorcycle or the coupe or whatever is going to get it way, way worse. But the semi is not walking away without some pretty serious damage. There is no winners in a crash that is a combined speed of over 100 miles per hour. There's just the loser and the one who lost a little bit worse. Hey! Thanks so much for the raid, Canadian Mounting. Give me just a moment and I'll get you. Actually, do I have someone who can give a shout out for me? If not, I'll get here in a minute. I do hope you had yourself a good stream. And I will ask, what were you streaming? But welcome in, raiders. We'll see here if the shout out happens in a second. Yep, driving across the desert now. Making our progress. Stream played up? Excellent. Played up's a good time. We've streamed played up a good time. A couple of good times. Absolutely chaotic. Alright, I'll get you a shout out here real fast. That's not the buttons I needed. Alright. Thanks for your interaction? Yeah. But yeah, looks like they've also been playing League of Legends and Solaris as well, so that sounds like your jam. Maybe check it out and see what you think. Good times, all that. Yeah, no, I like that. We also have I've done collab and played up before. Like we did that with Undead Baron at one point. That was good fun. We got ooh, what was the command? Is it both bad? Exclamation mark both bad from that? That it plays, you know, us getting some pretty terrible options and a reaction to it. Oh, I can't remember. I think it's exclamation mark both bad. It just plays like a little audio thing. I've been trying to like I want to get some more audio clips like those kind of things for commands. Like I think we also have for hype trains, I think I have like a train command that plays a train whistle. Not a super loud one. What are you hauling? It is some kind of road thing. I don't really know what it is. I'm guessing it's the thing that you have like over the top of the road when you're like replacing street signs. So you know you take it there, they hydraulic it up, and then you have like the sign, you know, stabilized on it so you can get the supports under it and do all that kind of stuff. But I don't really know. It's a thing. It's a high value thing, so you know, it's a thing. I'm being paid, so I don't ask questions. Is it tougher than the double trailer? Honestly, I don't think... Did I even damage the double trailer at point? This thing I've damaged, because I've actually done 2 of these in a row with this. Which, because, like, weirdly, I took it to one place, and then they immediately gave me another one to take it to another place. And I've definitely damaged this thing a little bit. Versus the double. I think the reason why this one's been worse is it's much longer than a lot of the trailers I've towed, and it's rigid, so there's not that pivot in the middle like the double trailer. Okay. They don't give you an escort for large loads? Nope. Oh, sorry. Because we've definitely had the thing where I started to turn and SUV just like went right in the gap and waited, and they're like, what do you want me to do other than smash your bumper in, apparently. Alright, so you gotta slow down to the speed. I guess large may be different than wide. Yeah. I mean, my assumption is the game just doesn't have the logic to have a person follow you around to do that kind of thing. Alright, we're traveling through another speed trap. Gotta love it. This has been quite the hike. Oh my god, it's a 4-lane highway. Let us go faster than 35. I mean, oh, we're going into downtown. I guess that makes sense. It's just like, it's 4-lane highway, please. If we're going into the middle of town, sure. Okay. 25? Never mind, that's inexcusable. Yup. This is the special transport has escort, but they're moving like large helicopters and things of that nature. Everything else is wide load banner flashing lights if you choose to mount them on your truck. The special transport DLC. Oh, okay. So there's that's actually an interesting idea for DLC because like the extra maps sound pretty good, but like DLC that adds payloads that have like really wonky stuff to deal with them. It makes me wonder what else kind of special transport is. Now, you know what they could do for special transport, and like a good one that makes sense is there's parts of California where they do manufacturing for the space program, and then Houston is the headquarters for NASA. I could see them doing the thing like special load of having like a rocket, you know, an SRB or something like that. Solid rocket booster, for those who don't know what that is. So having like a highly volatile rocket that you're moving around. Because unlike liquid fuel rockets where you fill them up at location, solid rocket boosters are always full. SRB, windmill blades, yeah. Okay, I mean, as long as it actually has it, because like that's, to me that was like the first gaming. It's like, okay, you've got California, because at first like, oh yeah, you could do stuff with the space program. Then I was like, well, no, the problem is, you know, are you gonna drop to 35? Why would you go to 70 for like 2 miles? Come on. But that was the thing, is like, oh right, you could have them, you know, drag all the stuff, because there's lots of things like the spatial and that they would, I mean, the spatial a lot of times would take the plane over, but there's lots of stuff that you would drive from like Texas to Florida, from Florida to Texas, from Cali to Texas, from Texas to Cali. Shipping rocket boosters is easy. You light them up. This is true. Okay, we're allowed to go 70 again. Except it's about to drop to 55. For the turn. Okay. That does make me curious. If I buy my own trailer, my assumption is I wouldn't just like take my trailer to one place to drag everything with it. I get it there, then I would turn around and, you know, if I wanted to do something more exotic that needs its own trailer, I wouldn't just leave my trailer behind, because I'd have to go back and get it again. And I can't imagine you buy like trailers and leave them all over the place. You'd probably leave your trailers at a garage or whatever. Have 2 or 3 trailers and then, you know, rotate them out as needed. Like different style of trailers, I mean. You only own trailers if you have set routes, in my opinion. That's the thing, it's like, You'd have to have like some series of routes that you do regularly. Like you go to like, I don't know, I'm gonna just say cities. You go to Modesto, you pick up a bunch of vegetables, then you drive over to Sacramento, then you pick up something there, and then you circle back to like, a third location that you drop off the next thing. You do that kind of situation. Yeah, you got nothing, cop. You didn't see me speeding. I mean, you have your own trailer, you take it with you, you pick up the freight for that type. But if you want to pick up freight with a trailer provided, you can leave it at your garage, yeah. At least in European Truck Simulator, I use trailers for hired drivers mostly. There's a job finder for freight. Gotcha. So it could be like you specialize in doing a certain style of freight. And then you take your trailer and do that. Because the assumption is then per job you make more money, but you kind of limit yourself, to a specific style of stuff. Which means I assume the big things would be a flatbed or big closed container would be the two big ones. Because those would be the most versatile in what you can carry. Anyone ever brake check in this game? Pretty much. It's not like brake check as in like, insurance fraud kind of brake check. So much as you come around a corner and then there's just traffic backup and you go, oh god, you just slam your brakes and just kind of hope you stop in time. So far, I haven't rear-ended anyone in that manner that I can think of. We had one or two super close ones where it's like, no, please stop. Not that I've not damaged, I've definitely damaged stuff, but it's mostly been clipping people with the trailer kind of damage, not coming up behind someone and just smashing through them. Even, like, this was a long drive, but this feels like it's been longer than our other long drives. And I think it's because it's been a lot of these slower, windy roads and how many towns I've had to go through and drop the speed. Why is this bus going so slow? I don't know, it hates fun. PS5 just got an update, so now it tells you the percentage of your game is completed without you having to head to achievements. Neat. Alright, so we're going to Beatty. Oh my god. Ugh. I got brake checked enough and downshifted that I slowed down too much. And then the speed limit is a whopping 25 miles an hour. Woof. Slow down. How dare you drive through this town that fast? You, got a little hot dog place over there. Got a bakery, theater, some apartments that look like utter sadness. If I were to define apartments that look like they're probably miserable, those apartments specifically and individually. And it's not because they're on top of the store. Like, mixed zoning is fine. But it was like wood panel outside. And it didn't look like it was in good shape or anything at that. They definitely look like apartments that haven't had proper maintenance done in literal years. Okay. Yay, we get to go 70 again for probably 30 seconds before we hit the next tiny little town that drops us back down to 25 miles an hour. That seems to be the entire thing, is this route along the mountain's edge here. It just has so many tiny little towns that slow us down. They added a bunch of stuff to the catalog, like, what's that Game Pass? The few of the best, that caught my eye were, probably Conan Exiles, so Conan, 3 Tomb Raider games, the recent Ratchet & Clank, Bus Simulator 2021, MXT, but they don't do a selection. I mean, nah, well, like, Conan Exiles is pretty popular. The Tomb Raider was always popular. Now, granted, when was the most recent Tomb Raider? That's been a while. Like, that's what, like 2019, 2020 was the most recent Tomb Raider? Am I just fully off base? Was there one, like, just, like, a month ago that I just forgot or something? Or was unaware of, I guess it'd be more accurate. Do I have to go to the weights? I bet you I have to go to the scales. We drove across state lines. I'm pretty sure I'm gonna have to do it. No? Okay. I didn't get the buzz go to your scales, so... I debated stopping for gas and rest. I probably should have, but we're past that now. Hey, look, hot air balloons. All right. Getting to go 70 and watching those miles tick away rapidly now. Like it's like about a mile a second, give or take. A little less than a mile a second. No, no road work. Don't slow me down. Don't do it. We're making good time suddenly. Finally. No. Don't those say the slower speed limits? Oh, actually, it's going to be worse than that. I'm going to have to tap my brakes and come to a stop and... Ugh, I mean, it's 55 at least. Could be worse. Never mind, it's 45. Okay. And it's back down to 45. And now it's 70. There should be a law at how fast roads can change their speed limits. I understand it's a video game and they've compressed all of this in space-wise, but still. Alright, now the ad break's over. Yeah, so it is one of the things that, unfortunately, the reality when it comes to the ads, and this is coming from someone who's had to not sell ads, but purchase ads in the past. Not for the stream or anything like that. It was for a company I worked for, and I wasn't the one actually facilitating the purchasing so much as working with the purchasing department, or I guess marketing department, I guess is the more technical term. They were purchasing ads. You get the idea. We were buying ads. The reality is, unfortunately, the more disruptive ads are, so like the more they just take you out of whatever you're doing, it's almost seen as the ad is more valuable. So like the more captive an audience, it sucks. But that is kind of the way that marketing works. Because if I can ignore your ad and keep enjoying whatever it is, the ad is seen as less effective. Which it is, if we're being honest with ourselves. If you have no choice but to watch the ad, I've hit you with the ad. Versus if you can kind of like just, you know, the ad gets out of the way, you can kind of just ignore it. It's less effective. And what that means is how much the advertiser's willing to pay to have the ad run. The more I know I'm going to have a captive audience, the more I'm probably going to pay to do that. Now, I'm not saying I like it. I don't. But that is why the ads are doing stuff where like they mute the audio and all that, so no matter what, you have to hear the audio. Canadian Mind says, the more disruptive the ad is, the more I dislike the product in the ad. I mean, that's fair. But the reality is you're also still aware of the product, which is the point of the ad. And don't get me wrong, there's definitely been ads for products that were, I just really dislike the ad to the point it's like, you know what? I'm not going to give that money to that company. I'm going to have your beautiful stream reaction to the list of games. Oh yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, because you got to cut the ad. So if it's Conan Exiles, like Conan Exiles is a pretty solid game. I haven't played it, like I own it, but I haven't played it, but I intend to play it. Are you seriously going to make me go to the exit and then switch back lanes? Come on, game. But, so, like, that's a good one. So it's not, like, it's a good list. I was trying to remember when the last Tomb Raider came out, because I know the recent... Oh, please. Okay. There was no need for you to brake check me, Big Semi. There was no need for that. But, like, I've heard good things, nothing but good things for the last couple of Tomb Raiders. I don't remember when the last one was, though. I feel like it was, like, 2020 or 2021 or something like that, which isn't terrible, but then it's still... Maybe even before that, maybe like 2019. And again, I could just be wholly off base. Maybe it was like last year and I'm just blissfully unaware. But, it feels like one's not been for a while. Bus Simulator 2121, I have no idea. And I've heard good things about Ratchet and Clank, but it's also one I haven't played myself. I understand those are sort of adventure-y, like Legend of Zelda adventure, maybe not to the same scale, but they're about like silly gadgets and you have like two people who work together kind of thing. Like one's, I don't know what he is. Ratchet's some type of mammal. I own Conan, but it's good they put it in there because players come. That's how GTA got saved on Xbox, because Game Pass during the time falling for that small time. We're talking about Grand Theft Auto 5. I think the big thing with Grand Theft Auto 5 is just GTA Online prints money for Rockstar. Like, to this day, even though it seems like half the stuff they're implementing is just not really there, it just keeps printing money for Rockstar. Which is a bummer, because it means they're going to keep doing that kind of thing, which, don't get me wrong, there's a lot of people who love GTA 5, and you should have that. But it's one of the things I think has led to how long it's been between GTA 5 and GTA 6 is... Why make an entirely new game that I have to hire a whole bunch of extra, you know, talent to work on when I can just GTA Online? Which they shouldn't stay it that way. They still do have lots of talent they hire and voice actors and all that. But I want more of the single-player story because, honestly, the GTA Online... Those lobbies are some of the worst I've had so far as just toxic gaming. Like, people being just awful to be awful kind of things. It's one of the things in a GTA Online I would very genuinely do a trick where you go online, because there's a lot of functionality that is not accessible unless you are online, and then you would deliberately mimic as if you had just a crap ping, and then it would kind of sequester you to your own lobby, and then invite friends. So you can have fun without people flying around with rocket motorcycles firing homing missiles every 2 seconds, just trolling you no matter what you're doing. Because genuinely, like, before they had the flying homing missile motorcycles, it wasn't that bad. Like, the mod, you know, quote-unquote modding, but the hacking was pretty rough. But at least people, for the most part, were driving around to cause mayhem, or, like, the air vehicles that had a lot less mobility. So you can, you know, just... They could shoot at you, but you could just as easily homing missile shoot them back. But once they added the homing motorcycles where they're so nimble and able to get around and dodge the missiles pretty easy, and just do that, it made it really hard to do anything that wasn't fighting them. It does, and they're changing the prices, meaning only the wealthy can buy it with shark cards, while anyone else rather grind. Like the most toxic vehicle, the Oppressor Mark II, was 3 million, and now it's 8. Yeah. They stopped that. You can do everything in private lobbies now, and they had lots of passive shops too. Oh, good. I think they needed to, because it was a common thing that everyone was doing to get around it. Because again, even ignoring the toxicity with like the oppressor motorcycle, I don't think I went a single night that I was playing in public lobbies that I didn't have, you know, someone make the sky catch on fire and, you know, just modding, hacking kind of stuff. You know, just nuking it so everyone simultaneously died. Like, it was impossible to find, like, saying, hey, I want to play the game normally. And it's like, no, that's, sorry, you can't do that. This is GTA Online. Our enforcement mechanisms for hacking are completely and utterly worthless. But that's good. Because, I mean, everyone was achieving that manually. Look, I just got an $1,800 fine for speeding this game. Yeah. I was doing 110 downhill past a cop. Oh man. In a semi? That's one heckin' hill. You can bypass the nearby wait station, have a safe journey. Ah, okay. I wasn't reading that before. Alright. That's what it means, the bypasser. It's saying, you like, don't worry about it. Oh my god, please just have the same speed limit for 2 seconds. It's not so much the slowing down, speeding up, it's the constant that is just like, please, let me drive. That's okay, we're almost to our destination. At first, it's like $1,800 fine. How do you get that much? I'm like, oh yeah, you're in a commercial vehicle, and going 110, you're probably doubling the speed limit or very close to. I can't remember where the cutoff is. There's something like if you go double the speed limit, you can be just straight up arrested. Like you hit a threshold of reckless driving. It's no like they don't necessarily have to arrest you, I don't believe. But I had a buddy when I worked out at the Space Center a long time back. That the road out there, I want to say, is 45 miles an hour, and they were going. It's something ridiculous, like 120, 130. They had this like little sports car, and they got arrested on the spot. To which I say, you know what? Fair. That is actually a reason I think you arrest them, just for the inconvenience of dragging them to the police office. Like, even if you're just going to let them go again, but arrest them, you drag them back to the police office. Give them their fine there, and inconvenience them as much as you possibly can, to be like, was it worth it? Take away any desire to speed like that again. Now you can play passively, like, the motorcycle club, you can sell liquor in its bar, and the NPCs will ask you to customize their bikes and will pay you. But if you want to do other grades that are also free and you get paid more, at least 20 to 30k, I think, you should look into it. That sounds good. I mean, it's probably they're doing that because they're getting ready to drop GTA 6. And at first there was the talk about GTA Online just continuing as is, but that dropped like before, and like that's in the past before they announced GTA 6. And I believe that's been left as an open question of what happens with GTA Online, which to me implies they're probably going to do some kind of reset. Like, basically, when I say a reset, it'll be like a new GTA Online, is what I would assume happens. Because there's so many things that they added to GTA Online that kind of messed it up that they can never take back. Like, they can't now go back and be like, okay, they're taking back everyone's oppressors. That they see this as a problem, they're taking it back. So I assume they're going to have like a new GTA Online for their new map and do all that kind of stuff. And maybe you'll be able to do some kind of stuff bringing over or whatever. But I could see them taking the more problematic vehicles and getting rid of them. Or at a minimum, making you rebuy them all over again. Because that's how you make serious cash in microtransactions, is you make people buy the same thing over and over again every iteration of your game. There's a whole list of games that do that, like The Sims, where every version you have to rebuy the DLC that makes schools a thing, and rebuy the DLC that makes pets a thing, and rebuy the DLC that makes vacationing a thing. And every time you pay full price. Oh, that is going to be a hard turn to make. You know what? We don't need to make it, though. Because I can go right here and be like, enter. Yes, I would like you to park this for me. Thank you. I am done with your trailer. Nice. $31,000. Cool. Okay. So I'm now sitting at $50,000, which is heckin' nice. The MK1 oppressor is fun. It's not good for PvP anymore, but gliding on the bike is a fun breeze. Yeah, like the travel part of it I'm cool with. It was the homing missiles were the thing that just killed it for me. Because, you know, people would just troll you all over the place. So the question is, do I keep saving up money and try and just deck out one truck? Like one truck just decked to the nines can do everything. Or do I not do any of those things and upgrade this truck as is? I think I save my money and I deck out a truck. Like go like really primo top of the line truck with all the bells and whistles so that any mission can be done with it whatsoever. And then when I save enough money, we upgrade the garage, get a second of that truck, hire a driver, and send them out. Okay, so first, saving in a second slot garage, hire a second driver, make passive income. You don't have to have two trucks. Oh, okay. So is this where I'm sitting right now? Well, that's too heavy. That I can't do. That we did that earlier and was a bad time. I think the worst part about it all is that they can just hover in the air. In my mind, the rocket needs to keep moving and not fall out of the sky. Yeah. I played The Sims 4 a lot recently. It is decel, usually on sale, 20%. Yes, it's dumb, but a ton of stuff. But that's why they made it free to play. Oh, did they make The Sims free to play? It didn't used to be. I do think that's a thing that a lot of companies could do better, and like Paradox being one of the ones that's like the outlier for it. That it's fine that like you have to buy the DLC as you go, but once you get enough DLC out, you almost feel like they need to like bundle up a bunch of the DLC and reduce the price. And Paradox has done some of that, but they definitely could do better. How many miles are you? Oh god, no. I was like, okay, maybe I will take the heavy one and like get the extra money. And then I saw how long that drive was, and it's like, never mind, hang on, never mind. Alright, so that's 18,000. Also, to your Tomb Raider question, I think the last one was 2019. Gotcha. I thought it had been a while, which doesn't necessarily mean anything. Because like I said, the Tomb Raider games are good. But that's pretty typical of Game Pass. Like any Game Pass like thing. Those have like one game that's kind of their big sell. They're like, hey, check out the brand new game, we gotcha. And then there'll be a whole bunch of games that are like they're not new, but they're not super old, or they'll be older ones, but they'll be really popular older ones. Just Mario saying, first time. Yep. First time chatter. I think we do the mixed tank here. I do like the more money, but unfortunately, they're heavy load, and I'm not equipped for heavy load. We did that once, and that was pretty rough. Well, that says set GPS. What is the one from the same company? Can I... Oh, right, I can do it this way. We can exit out here. Why can I not exit out? Why can't I go back to my truck? No. And trying to obey laws, going to play. Yeah, so we're basically obeying laws because the game generally requires you to. So weirdly, I cannot seem to be able to go back out to my truck, which was. I mean, it's right there. Why can't I go to my truck? I am confused. I wanted to go back. Oh, try. I see. Oh, why do... Okay. Yeah, well, I was hitting escape to go in and out of it, so I was confused when escape didn't work, is what the confusion was. So what I wanted to see is if I were to do another mission for the same company, i.e., I don't go anywhere, I just grab it here in this lot, what it would be. Okay, what missions do you have for me? Ah, it's literally the same mission I was looking at doing. Okay. So you expect it on by Wednesday? That's fine. So we'll take the job. So where's the trailer? Okay, it's back there. I'll be honest, you could have to admit, consoles are adding these Game Pass catalogs, the best thing for 15-20 bucks a month. And all the free games are amazing because for 100 games, especially Steal. Yeah, so I do think the Game Passes are like a really good idea because like, again, most of the games they're putting on Game Pass for the most part aren't super new games. Sometimes they do, but there's still games that usually I don't feel like we're on target. It said it is. That's fine. I felt I was way off target on that one. I would have not faulted the game for being like, yo, you did not make this work. Speaking of not making this work, it'd be hard with that trailer still there. We got it. We got it. We're good. We're good. Alright, so I need to stop for gas, which is right here next door, which is perfect. It's fine, it's not my trailer, I don't care. Yeah, my favorite PC website app is Epic Games if you want free games every month. It's free. So, like, obviously the free games thing is pretty cool. I don't like the Epic Store. I don't like that I can't turn off the achievements without altering files. I don't like that even after all these years, it's missing so many basic features. Like, I get it. It's just kind of me not liking it. But to me, the thing that annoys me is I would rather they work on the Epic Store and make it much better than it currently is than continuing to do the exclusives. Like, that's I mean, if we're being honest, that's my biggest problem. Is I do not like the model of, you know, setting up exclusives. Because especially stuff like, was it Dead Island that was sold on Steam? And then they, like, reneged on that to make it Epic exclusive. And that's not the first time that's happened. It is really upsetting. Like, that's half the reason I didn't want to do consoles anymore, is I got tired that if I didn't have the right console, I couldn't play a game. So, it kind of got to the point, if I had this console, and the game came out of the other one, I was like, alright, that's fine, I'll just play all the games that don't go to that one. Cool with me. That was where I wanted to stop back there, wasn't it? It was. Oh yeah, that's gonna work out. Let's not try that. I was gonna try and like turn around there. This is not gonna be a 3-point turn kind of vehicle. There we go. And it's fine for people who do like Epic. For the record, I'm not saying you're wrong or anything. It's just I'm tired of not being allowed to play the games on the thing I want to play the games on. I'm tired of needing Ubisoft's launcher and EA's launcher and Bethesda's launcher, which granted that's going away or has gone away for the most part. You know, and all those different things. Just let me play my games. Okay. Time to make some money. All right. All right, and the speed limit is 35. Oh, I was gonna say, are you about to try and merge into my lane, buddy? You might want to rethink cutting off a semi. It's not the way to live a long, happy life. I'll say that much. It is definitely one how you take the current life expectancy you were experiencing and shorten it by a fairly large margin. Alright, so we're going to go west on 40. Eventually. What are you doing, man? I have a green arrow. Come on. The thing, exclusives are dumb, but if we didn't have them, the people probably would only end up buying one console. It's not good for the providers. Like I like Halo Infinite Story on PS5, but it's too easy. Yeah. But I mean, my counter argument to that would be what ends up happening is you'd have, you know, let's say the Xbox is the flavor of the week. Like we're just saying a name for the sake of it. So Xbox becomes the flavor of the week, everyone's buying the Xbox. What ends up happening in that scenario is if the games aren't doing exclusives, which also, for the record, I really don't mind if you know, Microsoft comes up with their exclusive for Xbox, it's fine, it's whatever, I don't like it, but I get it. The place that I get really upset about it is when, you know, EA comes up with a brand new game and it's exclusive on the Xbox because of some backroom deal where Microsoft pays them a boatload of money to be on the Xbox only. Which I haven't heard of them doing that. That's we're like, Epic would be the proxy in here that's doing that, actually. Like, that's the one that really bothers me. Like, Nintendo putting Mario only on Nintendo, sure, I get it. I don't like it, but I get it. It makes sense to do it. But I don't like when they're exclusive. And I get, like, implementation costs as to why it's exclusive. Sure. It's the fact that effectively EA goes to devs and says, here's $1 million, don't put this on something else. Like, put this here only. I would rather that not be what companies do, because instead what happens is you go, okay, you need to have your platform, your console compete on features. So what happens in that scenario is you have the Xbox that comes out, and like the new PlayStation comes out, and they go, all right, like Xbox is kicking our butt. we need to do something better. So they come out with a PS system that just has way better hardware, or has a better feature set, or better whatever the thing is they're doing. And so then the PlayStation starts absolutely dominating the console, supposedly. You know, assuming the price point makes sense, the marketing is done well, whatever. They make a superior console. And then Xbox goes, ah, crap. PlayStation's kicking our butt. We need to do something. Maybe we can't compete them in hardware. Maybe we can turn around and do something else to compete. Like we got you know, Game Pass or whatever the thing is. And they turn around, they do that. You're saying, keep in mind, most console hardware is a loss for the companies. Yep, this is truth. It's the reason why they're cheaper than a lot of computers, despite having almost the same specs in some cases. But like I said, first party exclusives, I get it. That's fine. I don't like it, but I understand. Nintendo's not going to go and turn around and start putting Mario on the PlayStation on the Xbox in any regularity. Just the same as you're not going to see Halo on the Switch in any regularity, and you're not going to see... I don't even know who PlayStation has their mascot anymore. Crash Bandicoot is what I'll say, just because. But, you know, Crash Bandicoot on the R systems on any regularity. I get it, that's fine. I understand. It's that third-party stuff. Let's talk about the worst of all of them, Nintendo. They make good games, but are a horrible company. Like, they know they can... I've lost track. They can make a ton of money by bringing back games from the DS and GameCube, and they only recently gave us Game Boy stuff and N64. They lock it behind description. Yeah, it's cheap, but $50 for a game. It doesn't... Yeah, no, I get that. Also, from the dev standpoint, building a game to run multiple consoles, you wind up with a primary build and then the port tiers. Yeah. No, you're not wrong, your local guru in that one. But for the context of where this started was Epic Game Store, so it's PC versus PC. And if you're implementing your game correctly with PC, and you've got it set up, so you've got, okay, you're deployed to Steam. Steam has an API that you say, okay, get, like, here's the flag that says, give me that achievement, or here's the flag that says, do this thing, or here's the flag that says, back up your Steam save file. Now, what you do in that case, you just sub out Steam's API for Epic's API. But all the rest of your code should be the same. And realistically, you're going to have your main code, and it says, okay, use the achievement API. What am I running on, Steam or Epic? Okay, use that one. You're gonna do that kind of thing. Or like, is this the Steam executable or the Epic executable? It's when that stuff has exclusives where it's like, but no, it's running the same hardware. That's what I get upset about, because the exclusivity about that is artificial. And especially when, again, like, you know, in this case, Epic is the elephant in the room. They say, hey, game company, here's an undisclosed amount of money to not release on Steam for 1 year. Contractually, you may not do that. You know, whatever the amount of money is. And I don't blame the devs for taking it, to be clear. You have some high-risk indie game that looks like it's going to be super-duper popular, and Epic rolls in and says, what if we cut you a check for $1 million right now? Guaranteed you make $1 million revenue, even if you don't sell a single copy of your game. You're going to take that if you're not sure how your game is going to do. Like, that's just sound business on your part as, like, the up-and-coming indie dev. Especially considering just how ridiculously risky that can be. You can bypass. Okay, cool. Now, the fact that Epic offers those, even though it makes sense for them as a business, for me, I would rather they take that $1 million and invest that in their dev, you know, to add basic features, like the ability to turn off your UI for achievements when you're playing games, if that's something you want to do. You know, something that Origin does, and Ubisoft does, and Microsoft has on their Xbox store, and Steam has in their store. That almost Epic is exclusively the only one who doesn't let you turn that crap off. On PC, that is. You know, all those like, and like the little social features and the moderation features and all those other things and better discoverability. I'd rather they invest the money there and make something that is just universally a better platform to run on than Steam, to encourage people to want to run on theirs because it's nicer. But yeah, no, and I get it did spiral over to the consoles, just to be clear. But it was just because of the argument given, like, it does apply on the consoles, and you're 100% fair in that one. But I wanted to, like, not conflate that on the PC end where that argument doesn't apply. I mostly don't like when the exclusivity is about, you know, basically a cut check, not about dev or anything else. That's the only reason I got saltiness with Epic. And to be fair, I was super salty about, like, Electronic Arts, even though I hadn't bought one of their games in a long time. Electronic Arts, when they're like, everything's on Origin. That's basically the beginning of when I stopped buying EA games. Was they're like, oh, if you want to buy our games, Origin. And it only, like, down the road did they come back to Steam when it started really cutting into their sales. And that because people like myself being like, well, my games are on Steam. I don't want your stupid platform. And I know it's dangerous for one company to have that kind of power, but hear me out. I haven't seen a platform that has as much of a feature-rich environment as Steam. And that's why I want a competitor to pop in and be more feature-rich to compete with Steam on that aspect. What I actually want is I want a third-party platform that just wires into everything. And I know GOG was trying to do that. I don't know if they've had much success, because why would Steam cooperate? But that it wouldn't matter what platform I got it on. But that's a challenge. I mean, we're basically in the same situation from instant messengers from back in the day, only with money tied into it. Where everyone is on a different platform, and you don't want to deal with all the platforms, so everyone has their preferred one, and you want everyone to play nice on the platform you prefer. And that's not how it works. And we don't have an equivalent of Pigeon, or whatever the 3 different names, the Trillion, Pigeon, whatever name you want to know it by, that consolidates it all into one thing smoothly. And I don't think we can, because where Instant Messenger had a very simple set of functions and APIs to deal with, they could, you know, hijack. In this case, the APIs are way more involved. And are less prone to being hijacked. Okay. Now in chat is solved. Steam removed the API like 2-3 weeks ago. Yeah, no, and that's the thing is, for GOG doing it, like, I miss those. Like, I fully expect if GOG with their thing that just was supposed to wire together all of the gaming platforms, that if they start making good headway, it's just going to kind of be that the various platforms are going to effectively deliberately sabotage it, where they'll just do like arbitrary API changes without informing them, or do them so rapidly that even if they are informing them, the other ones can't keep up. That's happened before, and that's the same thing that happened with Instant Messenger. Was it was AOL Instant Messenger started changing its APIs aggressively to try and break things. Hey, Tangerine Blade, how's it going? If I have one of the mods on, I don't know if I do. If I can get a shout out for Tangerine Blade, please? And if not, I can take care of it here in a minute. Thanks for trucking today. No problem. Pigeon Lip Purple Steam chat supports not bright. Yeah, it doesn't surprise me. That was always the same thing that Pigeon had to fight with. Was again, they would get all of the different instant messengers working, and it was almost exclusively AOL Instant Messenger, with a very rare time that Yahoo Instant Messenger would deliberately rapidly change their API to deliberately break Pigeon. It was just the good news is back then those were far simpler than they are now, that you could fix it pretty easily. I'm noticing the icon on my truck is getting minor orange color to the tires. I assume that means it's implying that my tires are wearing out, since that's the thing I have to worry about. Oh no, it's my truck itself is getting damaged. I don't remember damaging the truck directly. I damaged the trailer. It could be just a wear and tear thing. It makes sense for that. For a moment I thought your cam was in the rear view mirror. There's a lot of places I have stuff on the screen that no matter where we put the camera, it's in the way. Alright, when we get this straight away, I'm assuming the mods are like winding down for the night or chilling. I keep trying to do this, but let's shout out for Tangerine Blade. So let's see, what were we playing recently? Oh yeah, Cassette Beasts. That's right. I saw you playing that the other day. That was like a Pokemon-esque game, right? I could be entirely off base. But regardless, Tangerine Blade plays a variety of games. We're checking out, having a good time. Cassette Beasts is a pretty new one, very good, I've heard. I haven't played myself. But I know there's been a number of people or friends of the channel that have played, and I've heard nothing but good things. But definitely we're checking out if that's your jam. Meanwhile, we are just cruising and trucking, relaxing and having a good time. There's a music element that isn't apparent. Ah, I see. The music thing makes me think of, for those who haven't heard, Roots of Pacha was pulled from the Steam store for the time being. We don't have the details, just that there was a disagreement between the publisher and the devs. And just Steam policy is when there is those kind of disagreements, they pull it from the store until it's resolved. So I don't like. There's both sides of the argument are having different claims of the details of what's going on. And that's supposed they're working on resolving it. But just that there's some kind of disagreement of what's supposed to happen. Like, we won't know the details, so anyone taking a side is doing so without complete information. But I do hope they've sorted out, because that game is absolutely fantastic. And it'd be an awful big bummer for it to, like, it's already paying dearly for the fact that it's been pulled from Steam while it's still new and fresh and people are excited about it. My assumption is one of the two parties saw that there was a heck of a lot of money to be made there, more than they anticipated, and didn't like the terms of the agreement, and so there's some dispute about it. But they'll get it solved, because it's going to be contractually written down that, you know, there'll be the obligation for whoever's the party trying to nudge the rules one way or the other. But unfortunately, in the meantime, they gotta fight it out. It doesn't make sense for either side to push it, though, because it is hurting the game at the time. That's the most thing. So even if the publisher was trying to, you know, do the okey doke, it still wouldn't make sense because the publisher would lose out on that potential money. Was it still early access? No, that was a release. I'm pretty sure it was just straight up release. Like, that's the thing. I don't think anyone had malicious intent between the two of them. I think it's a dispute over the specifics of the terms. But we won't know until that gets going. So when you merge beasts, it plays a song there, so specific for that combo. Ah, I see. But we'll see. Hopefully they get it resolved soon, because the simple fact of the matter is it's doing nothing but hurting them both while that's going on. And very genuinely, Roots of Pacha, like, I don't think it'll, like, dethrone... What? Yeah, I'd say, like, don't think it'll, like, dethrone, for example, Stardew Valley for where it's positioned, but it definitely can put itself, like, in a really good position as being one of the games in that general area. But to be fair, Stardew Valley has a lot of lead on Roots of Pacha so far as time to add and add and add and add and add. It's one of the difficulty things where you have an established player in a genre, and then you're trying to, make a new game in that genre. It can be tricky because you have that established player who's got all of that built up amount. So, like, for example, an action RPG dropping right now, trying to break in with Diablo 4 and 3 and such, and Path of Exile already being so well established there, that you're not going to be able to compete with them feature for feature. They've got, 10 years lead on you or whatever it is. So you have to figure out a way to differentiate yourself to convince people to play you despite the fact that you can't compete feature for feature. Now, one way you can win is if there's a game company that's alienating their audience by doing their money grab, and you can pop in there, because then you don't have to compete feature for feature. That kind of that one doing the money grab is pushing their audience away, and you just got to be ready there to catch them. That happens a lot with the MMO industry in the past. You'd have companies start making kind of not great choices as a way of, pressuring people to log in more, or microtransactions or whatever. And you just had to have someone ready to receive those people because they just were looking for something not that they were already doing. That's it. I don't think I've seen a proper shakeup in the MMO sphere in a long time. Like, there's certainly been new games that popped in, but I don't... Like, there's ones that have been interesting, but I haven't seen one that's gone and, like, broken in the way, like, World of Warcraft has, and some of the other ones, like Final Fantasy. Their online game seems to be doing really well. But, like, Elder Scrolls Online, for example, seems to have only been kind of, like, okay. New World seems to have only done, like, okay. Like, it had an explosive opening, but then it kind of just, I think more people have moved on back to, like, stuff like World of Warcraft. I say as someone who's not really that into World of Warcraft. Used to play a lot, but I don't know. It could also be that I'm blissfully unaware, because I just haven't kept up with MMOs in a long time. I just can't commit the time I used to them. Too many other good games coming out that I can't commit to a game that individually is going to cost me thousands of hours, in addition to the games I already have that cost me thousands of hours. But at least stuff like Project Zomboid, I can step away for a while and then come back, versus a lot of MMOs don't really let you do that. There's some kind of consequence if you don't actively play them. If it's PvP, you lose your territory or your prestige or whatever honor mechanic it is. A lot of the other ones you have, like, reputation that decays or something, or that they introduce new, stronger things that if you're not on top of it, you fall behind. Or daily quests or weekly quests that give you some type of currency you can only get through that means. Alright, so it really wants me to switch lanes to the right. And I'll do it once I figure out what this car's doing. It's fine. I get room to switch lanes. Or maybe that's not telling me to switch lanes. Maybe that's telling me, like, stay left, stay right kind of thing. So if I'm not staying left or staying right, then I would switch lanes. Because, like, that one I didn't need to switch lanes to the left. But I didn't need to not go off to the right exit. Some people don't look for new games too. Yep, this is true. Like that's kind of the thing with a lot of MMOs is you invest so much time in it, you build up so much stuff, and you kind of get into it that the only way you leave is like if you're ready to kind of abandon that and leave it behind. Because again, there's a lot of those games that once you step away, it's gone. Like, and so many successful MMOs had that. Ultima Online, they had your houses where you had to... I can't remember, it was pretty broad amount of time, but you had to open or close your door on your house to refresh it. And it was longer than a month, maybe it was 3 months, that if you absolutely... Like, it was, I think, a month it would start decaying, and then if you went, it was either 1 or 2 months after that, and you still hadn't opened or closed your door, your house would literally vanish from existence. And it's not you get the deed back, not that that was a big deal, it's always actually finding a place you could fit your house without how crowded it had gotten. So it's kind of one of those things that kept people logging in well after they were done with the game, because, you know, you got that really amazing house position that you'll never get back, and yada yada yada, and you have all your assets in that house that'll, you know, be lost and everything. That kept people coming back. Like in World of Warcraft, you had like all your friends and your guilds and all your accomplishments, and it's all like really, really difficult to just step away and like leave that behind, that legacy, as it were. Muffin says, I remember when I was playing World of Warcraft, I played almost no other games besides it, up until the Panda Land came out and they ruined PvP. Yeah, I ended up bailing in Wrath of the Lich King, not for anything specific because of Panda 1, just I'd kind of burnt out on the game at that point. But it's one of those things that it's like, in World of Warcraft, they didn't have like the house decaying or reputation decaying or anything like that. They didn't have that kind of mechanic that I can think of. But it was very much one of those things that the world would continue to move forward without you. And like people would switch guilds and progression and all that kind of stuff, so when you came back, you were just like on the back foot. That one was actually one of the ones that was not as hard to get back into kind of games. Then stuff like New World, again, where you'd physically you'd lose ground kind of thing in your campaign, like other factions would take over. I'm gonna have people relying on you as part of the raid guild. Yeah, this is true. Like if you were the guild alchemist, is all those things that you just really, really need to be there to support, like the alchemy thing. If you're like the main tank, usually your guild would have a couple of main tanks, but that could put your guild in a bad position if the main tank stepped down. The healers were always really, really a rough thing. Enchanters was one of those ones that kind of really, you were able to work with a little bit, because people would get all sorts of extra bind and equip stuff that wasn't worth anything they're willing to let you destroy. But yeah. And I mean, that was also true for alchemists if you had herbalists who would actually do their job, which, you know, good luck in that. But yeah, no, it was a thing that consumed your time. EVE Online was another one that I played a whole lot of. That is another one that doesn't respect your time in the like, I shouldn't say that. It is one of those ones that when you play it, you have to play it. Because like your skills still train whether you're logging in or not. But like if you're part of a corporation, and you go into like 0-0 stuff, you have to log in to defend your territory, do all that kind of stuff. You have to, you know, log in to pay your various bills in the game. And like there's all that stuff. So it's really hard to take a break from. Yeah, if you don't play EVE, you lose your systems. Yep. Yeah, and I used to play a ridiculous amount. Like, I actually played in the beta and everything. And I played pretty much constantly, multiple accounts at a number of points. Like, a long time. So I had friends who'd quit, and then to be like, they didn't want their account anymore. Like, hey, I'll take that. If you're done, I'll take that. If you want it back, I'll give it back when you want it. So I ended up kind of collecting accounts after a while. You know, I gave them back to the few who did come back, but most of them, when they left, they were done. But, I played until, like, not capital ship showed up, but, like, the super caps, like, the, that was kind of the point I was done with the game, because it just changed the entire dynamic of PvP and everything in a way I didn't like. You wouldn't have so many stand and fight kind of situations. You wouldn't have any of that. It was like so much of just run in, like do nothing but ghost fleet ops, or run in, have a big fleet sit around a station and wait for a timer to tick down. And then later they change it so it's like, okay, you'd run in, you'd beat the crap out of the station with your big scary fleet, and then you'd leave, and you'd wait however many hours, and you'd come back and do it again. And it felt a lot more tedious. And I get with the whole claiming 0-0 space, they had to go that way. Like, in a lot of ways, I feel like the introduction to player-owned stations was kind of the death of what EVE used to be. The thing that interested me. And it made it more, like, so much more administrative. That it even in many ways made it so it was much harder to take breaks from the game because of how much you could lose there. Versus old 0-0, you'd have your handful of stations and all that you'd base around, and then the danger of going away for long periods of time was that someone else would take over your territory, if enough of you were doing that. And you'd log back into hostile space and go, okay, do I think I can get away? But I kind of enjoyed that. But that's me being grumpy, like the grumpy, in my day, this game was much better. You could play in a battleship, and you could peg frigates like it was no one's business. I could stack my heat sinks without damage penalties. All my 8 ports in the bottom of my arm again. Every single one of them a heatsink could only fit on 3, I think it was Mega Blasters. But I could get those things firing so fast, it looked like a Star Trek laser that just stay on the target the whole time as you could melt a battleship in a couple of seconds. I don't care what tank you're running, I'd juice you like a lemon. And then I'd run out of cap, and then I'd die very quickly. But there was times I'd do that shenanigans where I'd be ambushed by like 4 or 5 ships, and I could liquefy all of them before they could take me down. No tank, no time for tank. Just raw freaking damage. And then they nerfed the crap out of it. And I do not complain, because they really needed to nerf the crap out of it. Because all the damage multipliers didn't used to have diminishing returns. So they were multiplicative. I think it was something like I'd have like 37 times damage on Mega Beams, or it's like 33 or 37 times damage on Mega Beams with the best heat sinks. And then turn around and have a fire rate. I can't remember what the numbers were, but it was like it would fire each shot in like a 1/10 of a second or whatever. Like, it was genuinely just a solid beam. Because the animation would glitch out. And you just watch your cap go. And then it was gone. But it didn't matter what you're fighting, it couldn't handle the damage. And the only things I worried about was someone who could shut down my targeting, because that was my hard counter. That was the thing that ended me. Or if there was enough people that you'd run out of cap to liquefy things. Because once it was gone, it was not coming back. The keyboard and mouse, and yeah, so I'm playing with keyboard and mouse, yes. And where I'm heading is wherever that dot is right there on my screen. We're right about to be there. Santa Maria is where we're heading. I'm very confused at the directions it's giving me. Why would I not just go up the road and to the left? I mean, I'm assuming it's got a good reason for me not doing that. But to me, I mean, okay, that's not that bad. It looked like it's going back onto the highway. I'm like, but why? California, sometimes it's a one-way street. I mean, that's always a concern anywhere, but yeah. Well, I missed my turn, so we're gonna find out. It wasn't a one-way street. It just, I guess by its logic, that was the fastest way. It could also be... can I weasel this? Can I do it without bumping the trailer? We did it. Okay. I was about to say it's also because this is not a good turn for a truck. You always take the road that you haven't traveled. That's fair. Okay, and we're speeding a little bit because I lost track. Yeah, Those brakes will get you. You saw Last Generation? Nice. Since I had to turn off fatigue. Yeah, I've left fatigue on. But it's not been that big a deal, because it's pretty much any time I go for gas is about the same time I need to go for fatigue anyways. Maybe not quite as much on the fatigue versus gas. But I imagine it'll better align once I get some points in fuel efficiency. So it's like you do a job, you take a sleep. You do a job, you take a sleep. Because I've also found usually pretty close to wherever it is I'm doing my jobs, I can almost always find a bed. Not always. There's some that were just out in the middle of nowhere on the roads, but I'm still pretty new. This is actually my first day. For me, it was because when he got tired, so did I. Fewer mouse, you don't have much. It's much harder for me to stay awake when I'm not doing something. Yeah. And to be fair, the yawning is pretty obnoxious. That's fine. Okay. So you keep getting things where it's like, new upgrades available. New upgrades available. And we're like, money. Just give me money. Alright, I think we got one more mission in us at least. Let's, Hey buddy, don't judge me. I see you judging. He's judging, chat. That dude there is absolutely judging. He's trying to pretend he's not judging. There's no question in my mind that that dude is not judging us. He's like, oh, I just went with a white paint job. I mean, I guess if you're lame. Like, look, man, it's expensive. It's not about the money. I mean, it is about the money, not about the style. You know what I'm saying? Come on, man. Don't cut so deep. Move. What? It's like, come on, why are you parking in the middle of the road? I'm clearly trying to cross the road. Okay. Alright, so let's see if they have any good jobs here. Because I do like the whole not bothering to drive around, just going, give me the next good job you got. Look at the next job you got. I mean that's a short job. We can do that. Short, easy, 10,000er. Maybe that's why he did it. The cars can be horrible for me. It's when they can clearly see me roll into the highway. Yeah. There's that times like, is this the thing you're gonna do? Do you think this is gonna work out? I don't think it's gonna work out for you, man. All right. Now, I know the directions tell me to go that way. We're gonna take a quick peeky peek over at the gas station. Oh, I'm gonna get fined, aren't I? I'm moving. I'm already moving. Don't find me. Don't do it. Okay, we're good. Alright, your local crew. You sleep well. Thank you for stopping by. Hey. Come on. You scared me. I didn't see your blinker, so I thought you're just literally going to just slam into my semi. Yeah, I don't know why. I have actually gotten ticketed for turning right on red. I didn't see a no right on red sign, but I was pretty salty about it. I mean, it's not enough to actually care, but it's enough to be like, hey, wait a second, I'm allowed to do that. My only guess is there's like some law that like in one of the locations that semis may not turn right on red or something like that. But I wish it'd be something like, you got fined. In Nevada, you're not allowed to turn right on red. And you'd be like, oh, okay, I get it. I can't turn right on red in Nevada. I understand. I don't actually think that's it, but you get the idea. If it is a location-based thing, it would be nice if it was like really clear what I had done wrong. Oh, okay, never mind, stop sign. I was about to say stop sign, you're about to be forfeited. But luckily there's no oncoming traffic. Because sometimes you just have to sacrifice a stop sign. Okay. Alright, we just get on our on-ramp and we start holding the gas and just hoping we make the speed. Okay, no, it's coming, so it's fine. Alright. And another day, another dollar. By that I mean like 10,000 bucks. It does make you what the actual revenue for doing this kind of shipping is. Like, is $10,000 a realistic payout for driving a truck with a tractor on the back of it from one city to the next? Because I feel like no. That seems very steep. Now, I can think different, like even like foods, like a truck full of vegetables and all that. Those vegetables are only going to sell for a certain amount of profit margin, certain amount of revenue that you're going to get out of it. Which means whatever it costs you to ship it has to be included in that cost to sell those goods. Now, I'm not saying it can't be lucrative. Certainly it can. But it feels like $10,000 to drive a truck from one side of the city to the other side of the city feels like too much. Yeah, no, I get that to arrive on time and all that. I'm basically thinking from the aspect of, you have a commodity, it costs this much to produce the commodity. You can't get rid of that cost. Like, there's a certain overhead in the labor and, you know, fuel and everything that goes into actually producing the good. And then again, the transportation. You certainly have to make, like, money has to be involved in that. Absolutely. But there's a lot of commodities that the margins, or sorry, the revenue is just I don't see it enough that you could pay like $10,000 to ship it down the road. Alright, we're good. Now, granted, as fast as we were going, if it wasn't good, that would be less than Alright, we'll just speed back up it. Like, that's what I'm curious of, like, what is the actual reasonable rates for shipping, you know, one tractor up the road? Like, what is the actual amount does it pay? Is it like 2, 3, 4, 5,000? Is it actually $10,000? Because right now, the money our character is making so far as profit is bananas. Like, I drive a truck down the road, I get to my destination, I'm paid $18,000. For that $18,000, I probably burn about $1,000 worth of gas, maybe not. So, okay, that's a pretty big cut. Still $17,000 profit. Alright, realistically, you're not sleeping in your truck everywhere. You're going to have some home you're going back to. Sure. You're going to have insurance you got to pay. Sure. You're going to have maintenance on your vehicle. Sure. I don't believe that's going to make up on that other, you know, $10-something thousand. And if you're able to do that where you're doing like one delivery, let's say every 2 days, and you take 2 days off, so you're doing, let's say, 3 deliveries a week at that rate, which is what the game is implying. That means individually you're making $3,000 or $30,000 a week minus your expenses. We'll just say that's we'll even be pessimistic and we'll say the expenses are $10,000, a third of your profit. You're still making $20,000 a week that way. I just don't feel like that's realistic. Now it could be that you just don't get jobs at that frequency. That would certainly be a way. Because if you're making that kind of money, then like literally truckers are, you know, multi-millionaires a year on those deliveries alone. For the record, this isn't me complaining saying truckers shouldn't make good money. It's just, I feel like the numbers presented are very generous. I mean, I guess part of it, in real life, 1/3 of it would be taxed. You know, roughly 1/3 of your profit would be eaten by, you know, like income tax, that kind of thing. The expenses are probably much higher than percentage in the game. Like, I'm willing to bet your 20K per week is exactly 1 million per year? Oh, okay. I was doing napkin math in my head, so still, $1 million every year is a hell of a profit for most jobs. Like, that's not unheard of profits, but it's a hell of a profit. That said, I'm not complaining about it, and I don't think they should adjust it. I actually feel like the progression in this game feels pretty good. But it's one of those things that you're like comparing things that are like, this game is designed to be realistic for trucking. But at the same time, did those trucks just collide in the intersection? Is that what I'm seeing? Or is that, no, it's, okay, I see. I'm misinterpreting the information based on it being a 2D image. It looked like the one truck with the gas tank in the back, like it looked like there was a front of another truck in there, just the way the shadow was. And so I was very confused as how that accident happened. But there wasn't one. It was just kind of the visual of it. Oh, that sucks. But yeah, now I'm more just curious, what is the profit for like a truck full of, you know, vegetables going from the local distribution center to the grocery when you're using a third party, not your own in-house trucks? Like what is the, you know, an appropriate rate? Because my guess is I would assume like $5,000-$6,000, which to me still sounds pretty solid. Eat a couple hundred on maintenance and gas costs. Eat a couple hundred more on the labor for the trucker. Maybe 1,000 more. But like, you get the idea. And then all the rest profit. Well, you mean you have your company overhead, but you'd still have like your profit there. You make per delivery a couple $1,000. Now, granted, we can also revisit the whole thing about people outside an industry trying to do logistics for inside an industry tend to grossly underestimate the involvement in the industry, which is probably exactly what's happening right now. They're probably going, it's like, there can't possibly be that much expense. And then someone sits down with the ledger and goes, actually, if you look at this, trucking is expletive expensive to operate logistically. So actually, the overhead is quite high. So we're looking at that $10,000 to deliver that package. About $8,000 of that is eaten up with the various operating expenses. And then when you consider the volume of items and being sold in there, the profit margins for the end, and retailer are actually pretty solid. That each item only has a couple bucks added to it for the transportation fees. Please stop. Please stop. Okay. I still haven't rear-ended a car that I can think of. But again, we keep getting pretty close. Uncomfortably close. So, the right side of the road looks like I was gonna say it looks like anywhere in Florida. But then you get to, like, the tan and gray and all that on the edges of the road. Okay. Ignoring the big sign here, this looks like Florida. Like, this looks like anywhere beach coast Florida. Choose coastal city Florida. This is what it looks like. I mean, you'll have a lot more just kind of like weathering going on. Like everything will just look like a little bit more weather just because, hurricane's gonna do that. But this, I mean, you also wouldn't see elevation in the distance. That hill, that would be non-possible. I don't like the lineup of those lights. That's fine. Like having hills in the distance doesn't happen in Florida. We have flat. That's what our state comes in. We wouldn't have the dirt easement in the middle. It would be grassed over because everything's green here. But yeah, any place in Florida that's got money, you'd have like the nice walls and everything. We also wouldn't have the concrete barricades in the middle. You'd be left to just figure it out. Yeah, no, those hills really kind of kill it. Looks like Florida until you see those hills. And then you get confused at why the ground isn't flat. Even the Predator's green? I mean, in Florida, yeah, like a lot of the gators. I mean, it's like a deep, like brownish green, but sure. If you get into it, stuff like iguanas are green. A lot of the snakes come in green to black. Then you got panthers, and they kind of ruin that whole green motif. And now it looks nothing like Florida. Bakersfield looked like Florida. This looks like Arizona. Or Utah. Or New Mexico. Or the eastern part of California. Or Texas. Or basically the entire middle south end of the country. I actually do want to merge over and get back to that right-hand lane so I'm not left lane passing, but I have people passing me on my right. You gonna work with me on this car? No, you're just gonna try and shoot by? Yeah, that's right. You saw me swing over and you panicked and you slammed. Oh, tumbleweed. That checks out. I just saw things rolling across the road. I was like, oh god. Didn't identify what it was for a second there. We don't have the weed of the tumble variety in Florida. One thing I haven't noticed them do that is indicative of when you're driving through California is I haven't seen fire breaks. When you're dealing with all these kind of hills out here where it's all like this dried out shrubbery, which that part is accurate, like all this shrubbery kind of stuff you're seeing outside the road, not the cactus as much, but the shrubs. Like that's everywhere in California until you get to like the coasts or like way to the north or way to the south by the coasts. That what they'll do is they'll have just basically a trench dug through it where they've ripped up all the grass and it's just dirt. And they do that because, you know, all that dry shrubbery is just basically kindling to set off fires. But by having a big gap of just... It's like what you do in RimWorld. You can just dig out a big area of, like, no thing, and then the fire can't jump very easy, or it's very slow to jump. I don't know what's happening right now. I do see that we've got the construction here. I don't understand why another vehicle... I also don't understand why you have your hazards on. Sir, I need... Hey, lady. You see that a-hole in front with the hazards on? Unless your vehicle is disabled or you're getting off the road, no hazards. You know what I'm talking about. No, seriously, what are we doing? Oh, I see what's going on here. We have one truck who doesn't know what they're doing, blocking both lanes. I don't know why they're not going. Can I pressure the issue? Well, it's one of those days, chat. Fine incoming. Because if there's anything like air construction, there's almost always a police officer making sure people don't do dumb stuff. Oh, I guess everything's fine. All right, well that behavior's reinforced to forever do in the future. Excellent. The thing I've learned today is to ignore road laws and pass in the shoulder. And the game has successfully reinforced that behavior. And also, if anything, it's taught me that I should do that in real life as well. Since it's obviously an accurate simulation of real life, all of the stuff would directly commute. Not commute. Directly come... What's a word? What's a word? Where something in a video game or fictional thing directly translate to something in real life. The joke's ruined. I've already gone through it. And now I'm just bothered by the fact I can't remember the word and use the wrong word. Also, the end construction sign would be like 10 to... Yeah, you'd have the start construction sign to be 10 miles up the road, and the end construction would be 10 miles down the road. I would say the experience directly translates between the game and real life. The implication is that the game is telling me I should do things that are highly illegal. And then reinforcing, positively reinforcing those things. Obviously, that doesn't actually work that way. But it's fun to meme on. Follow me like I hate it when it happens. Oh yeah, and it happens. Like the worst thing is to be stuff like, you'll be like, I'm an expert in this thing. This is my field of study. Why can't I remember the word for the thing that I do for a living? Why is my brain the way my brain is? And I do not know what we're playing tomorrow. I don't think we'll be playing more of this. I've had a really good time with this, but I do feel like this is kind of a one-off thing to just kind of chill and relax to. It was a good time, like, you know, the viewership for the most part of the stream was pretty solid, honestly. Like, again, we did have a raid earlier, which kind of makes numbers hard to go by. It's even worse when it's a really basic word, too. Yeah, like, a word like open. It's the thing, like, you know, you do it to doors, when you want to go through them. Crap. Interbraid's like, nope, that word's not in the dictionary today. You can't have it. I'm taking it. We're keeping it. It's not available. Come up with a new word. But yeah, no, so I was pretty happy about this. I'm finding messing around with that tool and just letting it pick games has worked out pretty well. So maybe honestly just do it more. And it's a tool I've been working on that's not ready for people to use. It may never actually be ready for people to use because it's got lots of flaws in it that I know are in it. That some of them I'll probably be able to fix, and then some of them I probably just won't be able to because it would require information that I will never have access to. Like, because either A, that information doesn't exist in a quantifiable way, or B, it's information that only, like, Steam or Twitch or someone like that would have. Man, that's been a good time. We'll see. I think it's fun because it is having me have decisions that I wouldn't otherwise make. That like, you know, it's not a game I don't want to play, it's just not something that I would think about. Like, I would have not thought about this game had, one, we not come up the other day, and then two, just, again, the tool happening to bring it up, be like, hey, that game you were talking about the other day, based on your data here, that might actually be worth playing. And I'd say it's gone good. We've actually, you know, honestly, yeah, we've had 9-10 followers this stream. That's honestly really good. Like, so it's been a really, you know, maybe, probably not tomorrow. Maybe we do play this game again in the future, because, like, 10 followers in one stream is really not shabby. And it's not like it was, like, you know, where you have a raid, you have a bunch of followers all at once, and maybe not they come back. It's been, like, you know, one or two here and there. That's actually kind of about the most you hope for, is, like, that kind of, like, steady, like, a couple people here and there popping in. Anyways, with that, I do think, well, it's not 4 a.m. yet, which is normally when I wrap. It's close enough that I do think starting another one wouldn't be a good move. Is there a reason the game is up right now? New DLC? If there is, I'm blissfully unaware of it. I do know some of these games have, I think it's like Project Zomboid, where you have some people who just tune in because the sound is kind of cathartic, or the sound is very relaxing. So there are people who just weirdly, like, listening to someone just kill the zombies is very relaxing. I shouldn't say weirdly. It's just the sound can be very relaxing. I think there's that element to it. There's a couple games that fit that aspect, where it's just, what's the word I'm looking for? It's not the thing where people do stuff with audio to like get reactions out of you. There's just some stuff that is, like, good for turning on. Like, Stellaris can be one of those, where you just kind of, like, have it going on. Yeah, there's stuff going on, but just the music going on, it's very relaxed and everything. Yeah, cathartic, I mean, I guess cathartic works. Like, or like City Skylines, a lot of times, you're just kind of, like, listening to the person just kind of, like, building their little city or whatever. That it kind of fits in that vibe, where I feel like it's always got an okay viewership, even if it's not an amazing viewership, because it is just, you know, something you can turn on, you know it's going to be relaxing, you're not going to have to worry about people jumping and screaming and a whole bunch of stuff happening. A lot of people, I imagine, in the category probably turned the sirens down. But yeah, so I had a good time with this. I could see, you know, if there's a stream that I'm feeling like low energy, or I don't really want to deal with it, there's a game very similar, though slightly more involved with quest exploration, SnowRunner. Yeah, I've heard that. I think I actually own that. It'd definitely be one to check out. But I could see this being a game I break out when, you know, like, it's a low energy kind of day, like I didn't sleep well, but it's like, okay, I want to stream, but I don't want something that, like, I'm going to be juggling a bunch of stuff. Because it does feel like you can just be like, take the mission and go. Take the mission and go. Take the mission and go. And that feels pretty good. And you still have like upgrade and progression and all that kind of stuff. So that's been good. Anyways, with that said, I'm going to be wrapping up stream, but don't go anywhere because I am going to find someone to raid. But first of all, if you have enjoyed tonight's content and you're not already following the channel, don't forget to drop a follow on the channel that we can find your way back in the future. I am Rual Storge. I do play games 6 days a week on stream from about 5 p.m. EDT till about 4 a.m. EDT. I'm most known for my exploits in Project Zomboid, where I used to hold the world record for the highest kill count run ever streamed. But that said, I do a variety of games. Tycoons, roguelikes, city builders, settlement builders, survival, all sorts of stuff, and simulation, like this. But with all that said, I am going to go ahead and go to our ending stream screen and see who I can find for us to raid. We might raid someone playing this. We might raid someone who is doing good content and that I just know does good content. And we'll see where we go with that. Because I don't genuinely know what's going on, and I don't genuinely know whose stream is. Oh, we actually do have quite a few people streaming this. Oh wow, actually, this game actually has a pretty solid viewership. You look like you might be rapping. Okay. I'm gonna raid this person. They are playing this, but they kind of have a really neat setup that I find really impressive. So I think we're gonna raid them just because the way they're doing their camera up, I find fascinating. So we're gonna go check out Bizarro Longy, because this is someone we don't know this person, but they seem chill. They're pretty early in their stream, but I really like the setup they got going here. It's a little scuffed, but it's a lot of fun. Anyways, thank you so much for everyone who's been tuning in. I do hope to see you tomorrow for I don't know what at 5 p.m. But in the meantime, make sure you're eating, drinking, stretching, getting enough sleep, and taking care of yourselves. And I hope to see you at the next one, 5 p.m. EDT or after. And good night.